Relations between Communist Party and Kuomintang 143. 1. And the course of the expedition or try to weaken him. How Shouid? Ts political problem embe resoivd? I went to Shanghai and reported to the Central Committee. Chenduxiu Said that we should call a meeting and dscussthe mat er. At the meeting, John Quatio was again the acting chairman, and Therewas no real dscussion, Zhou st his cursory remark s to the effect that our policy in the northern expedition was both to oppose and not to oppose Chiang Kai-shek. Therefore, we had no clear policy for dealing with Chiang during THEXP edition and right up to THE of THE third plenary session of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee. The result was that object of ly we helped him and enhanced his position. However, the troops under his direct control were unsuccessful in battle. The 1st Army and the 17th Division were the first to be defeated at Niuhang, then Wang Boling's troops were wiped out in THEIR attack on Nanchang, and Wang and Miao Bin 183 were captured. This was an ignominious defeat for Chiang. But Chen Du-Xiu, the opportunist, did not recognize this and went on making me take guidelines for myself. March 8, I 943. I study diligently, grasp essentials, concentrate on one subject rather than seeking a superficial knowledge of many. 2. Work hard and have a plan, a focus, and a method. 3. Combine study with work and keep them in proper balance according to time, place and circumstances, take care to review and systematize, discover and create. 4. On the basis of principles, resolutely combat all incorrect ideology in others as well as in myself. 5. Insofar as possible, make the most of my strengths and take concrete steps to overcome my weaknesses. 6. Never become alienated from the masses, learn from them and help them. Lead a collective life, inquire into the concerns of the people around you, study their problems and abide by the rules of discipline. 7. Keep fit and lead a reasonably regular life. This is the material basis for self-improvement. Written at Hongjian in Chongqing during the rectification movement. 114. Message of sympathy to Dr. Dvarkanath's Kodnis family. March 22, 1943. Dear friends. On behalf of the 18th Group Army and the Chinese Communist Party, I extend to you our deepest condolences on the death of Dr. Kodnis. 184 Dr. Kodnis has made an immeasurable contribution in rendering help to the army and people where they needed it most, in the Wutai mountain region behind enemy lines in North China. In 1938, on instructions from the Indian National Congress, Dr. Kodnis joined the Indian medical team that it sent to China. He arrived in Yan'an and entered the guerrilla areas of North China in 1939. He worked in many places in North China before finally settling down in the Wutai mountain region to become the late Dr. Norman Bethune's 4 feet 0 inches successor. He was the director of the International Peace Hospital until he died. All his Chinese comrades loved and respected him. By carrying out the loftiest of tasks in the anti-Japanese guerrilla base areas and giving fraternal care to the sick and wounded soldiers, he saved the lives of many soldiers fighting the Japanese aggressors who had invaded our motherland, and he saved many people from becoming permanently disabled. We have benefited immensely from his work, and we will never forget it. Dr. Kodnis is a symbol of the friendship between the great Sihan Se and Indian nations and a shining example of the Indian people, who are taking an active part in our common struggles against Japanese militarism and world fascism. His name will live forever in the hearts of the two great nations to whom he dedicated his life. We hurry your grief at this loss to all freedom-loving mankind. Please accept our warmest respects. Zhou Enlai. Published on March 22, 1943 in The New China Daily, Chongqing. 145. How to be a good leader. April 22, 1943. The definition of a leader. Any cadre may at some time have to take up the work of leaders hip, and very likely HEIS already doing SUCH work. Therefore, the work of leadership concerns leading cadres at all levels, whether the lower, middle or upper. Among the staff members at Hongjian and Zhengjiayan 18.5 there is only a difference in the kind of work each do es, but no distinction is drawn between the leaders and the led, s between cadres and non-cadres. Although some comrades working at Hongjian and Zhengjiayan and in the office of the New China Daily are not directly shouldering the responsibilities of leaders hip, they are in fact leaders. 2. The stand a leader held take a leading cadre must proceed from the standpoint of the party in everything he does. But this is only a general statement. More specifically, a leading cadre held have the following qualities: 1. A firm Marxist-Leninist world outlook and a revolutionary outlook on life. 2. Devotion to principle. 3. Faith in the strength of the people. 4. Dedication to stud. 5. A tenacious fighting spirit. And 6. A high sense of discipline. 3. The leader and the leading organizations. 1. Collective leaders hip and leaders hip of EACHL by the next higher level, unified leadership, centralization, and democracy. The outline of a talk to cadres of the Southern Bureau of the Central Committee of the Cihin Sa Communist Part Y, originally entitled Ed O Utlan of a talk on leadership and review of work. 116. How to be a good leader. 147. 2. Individual response ability and individual leadership. This is especially needed in the great REAR area and is by no means sneg at ed by collective leadership. 3. Direct personnel intervention and decision from above. TS is not THEUSUAL practice but one employed under SPECHL circumstances, or to set an example. TV. What is correct leadership? Is Hall now elaborate on the 3 points Stalin once made. 166-1. DEC Ijan S Mad Emu STBECORRECT. First, LEADERS should evaluate the situation and anticipate possible changes, seeking out the characteristic S of a given place at a given time. Second, they should relate all TS to the general task of the party and determine the tasks and policy for a given period. Third, in line with this policy, they should formulate slogan S and tactic S appropriate to the current situation. Fourth, they should then work out realistic plan S and instructions. They should do all TS through in-depth investigation and study of actual conditions, linking up the RESULTS with Part YTENETS and Principle S. 2. Correct decision S must be implemented. For ST, leaders held organized DSCUSSION of ways to implement the plan and CARRY out in instructions. Second, they held carefully select capable person and put them in charge of the plan's implementation. Third, THEYS held organize efforts to realize the party's plan. Fourth, they held personally take part in the implementation so as to set an example. By so doing, they can discover through practice whether the part Y line and tactics are correct or whether THEYS held be modified. 3. There must be reviews of the actual implementation of the DEC is on S. Methods of making SUC review S. We must know tangible results of work rather than promises. We must not merely look at plans on paper, but inquire whether tasks are being performed conscientiously or only perfunctorily. We must pay attention to content rather than to form and examine whether a decisionis really being correctly caredout or is being dstort. Reviews sho old not only be conducted from top to bottom, but also from bottom to top, review. Use S howled BSY estimatic and regular, and leader S should personally participate in reviews. As Stalin HASS8, leaders MUST maintain C low SETIES with THE MOSSES, and the experience gained by both leader S and Ma SSES must be SY emphasized. Only Thursday SCA and there be correct leader S hip. V the task S of leaders. 14.8. Comrade Mao Zedong says that the tasks of leaders consist in using cadres well and implementing policies. This is true. Breaking them down, I think, they are as follows. 1. Leading cadres should pay close attention to ideological and political leadership. This requires that they constantly raise their own ideological level and strengthen their own political training. We ask our comrades to concentrate on the following: placing emphasis on important matters, sharpening political vigilance, raising their theoretical level, intensifying ideological struggle both inside and outside the party, and actively publicizing the policies and achievements of the party. 2. Leading cadres should give careful thought to organizational leadership. Once the political line is laid down, organizational work decides everything. We draw our comrades' attention to the following points: organizational leadership S howled be rise to the level of political leadership. In other words, all kinds of work should be put on a principled basis and connected with political tasks. All organizational and day-to-day work should serve to guarantee the fulfillment of the party's political tasks and the realization of its work plans. Importance should be attached to the party's day-to-day leadership, so that party organizations stay close to the grassroots and their work becomes even more concrete. Party organizations and the masses must be mobilized to strive to surmount all difficulties, and we should combat all forms of opportunism, corruption, degeneration, etc. 3. Prudence should be exercised in selecting cadres and assigning work. This is also part of organizational work, but it can be taken up separately. Both political qualifications and work competence are indispensable criteria for selecting cadres, but political trustworthiness takes precedence. Stalin once pointed out the harm done to the party when people made appointments not in accordance with principle. He said that such persons were followed by a large entourage wherever they went and that they employed only those whom they regarded as their own men. 18.7. In one of his reports on the rectification movement 471, Comrade Mao Zedong, 2, criticized such persons for being dishonest. That was the failing of those imperial envoys who rushed everywhere. Given a cadre's political trustworthiness, it is still important to use him properly. How to be a good leader 149. 4. Work should be reviewed. The performance of working personnel and the implementation of the work plan must be reviewed. As Stalin has said, the objectives of the review are: first, to get to know the qualifications of the cadres; second, to determine the virtues and defects of the executive apparatus; and third, to determine the virtues and defects of the tasks or instructions that are set. 188. Some leaders think reviews of this sort are likely to expose their own weaknesses, marring their prestige or shaking their self-confidence. This is incorrect. Leaders enhance their prestige by correcting their mistakes, not by covering them up, and by immersing themselves in hard work, not by bragging and boasting. Confidence will only be strengthened and not weakened through the correction of mistakes. It is only those who are vain and concerned with face-saving who fear the exposure of mistakes. 5. Go among the masses. The leader should not only educate the masses but should also learn from them. The reason is that the leader's own knowledge is incomplete and their experience insufficient. Leading positions in them selves cannot bestow knowledge and experience, so it is essential to go to the people and draw experience from them. We ask that comrades get close to the people, maintain contact with them, and to some extent become one with them, heed the voice of the people, learn from them, and educate them instead of tailing behind them. 6. Leading the masses and befriending them. 1. The masses are not to be led in the same way as party members. The way we lead the masses and the attitude we take towards them should not make them feel that we are exercising leadership. 2. The basic method of leading the masses is persuasion, and definitely not command. Only in situations when it is necessary and when the majority agree while a minority still do not, may we compel the minority to carry out the decisions of the majority. 3. The leaders themselves should play an exemplary role in giving leadership to the masses and befriending them. 4. When necessary, leaders should ignore insults hurled at them. 5. Leaders must never underestimate the role they play or the influence they exert, and must work prudently and cautiously. 7. The art of leadership. According to the art of leadership as expounded by Lenin and Stalin, leaders should not run too far ahead of a movement, nor should 150. They lag behind. Rather, they should grasp the key task and push the movement forward. According to the art of leadership as expounded by Comrade Mao Zedong, they should take into account the overall situation, think in terms of the majority and work together with our allies. 8. Work method S1. Examine theoretical tenets and principles in the course of struggle. 2. Determine and review policies in the course of concrete work. 3. Improve work in a revolutionary spirit. 4. Promote democracy and encourage criticism and self-criticism. And 5. Employ mainly persuasion and not administrative fiat. Resort to orders only in emergency situations. 9. Work style. Lenin's style of work consisted of Russian revolutionary sweep and American efficiency. 2. Comrade Mao Zedong's style of work consists of the modesty and realism of the Chinese people, the simplicity and industriousness of the Chinese peasant, the love of study and deep thought of the intellectual, the flexibility and cool-headedness of the revolutionary soldier, and the tenacity and staunchness of a Bolshevik. 3. Combat all forms of opportunism manifested in day-to-day work. At present, we must especially combat perfunctoriness, empty talk, arrogance, formalism, routinism, and all acts which sabotage the fine traditions of the party and army. Speech at a meeting of welcome. Inyanan. August 2, 1943. Comrades, thank you for your welcome. In the 3 years of my absence, I have actually done too little. But during TS period, many big changes have occurred in China and abroad, and our party has made enormous progress in many respects. We saw this all the more clearly when we were outside. On the international scene, beginning with the FASCIST Kata Trophy visited upon the continent of Europe after the surrender of France, 189 we saw the treacherous attacks launched by Hitler's Germany against the Soviet Union, 90 we saw the surprise attacks launched by the Japanese marauders against Britain and the United States in the Pacific, 9 we saw fascist fifth columns 192 running rampant all over the world except in the Soviet Union. At the same time, we witnessed the heroic deeds of the Soviet Red Army and people rising up under the leadership of Stalin in resistance to Hitler's onslaught, and we saw their zeal for production. From the battles for the defense of Leningrad and Moscow to the Battle of Stalingrad, 193 from the counter-offensives of the first 2 winters to the counter-offensive of this summer, their splendid victories have won the praise of the entire world. We also saw the formation and development of the Allied front to resist fascist aggression, from the proclamation of the Atlantic Charter 194 by Roosevelt and Churchill and the conclusion of the Soviet-British alliance and the Soviet U.S. Agreement 95 to the signing of the 26 Power Pact 96 in Washington, from the successful counter-offensive launched in North Africa by the Allied forces of Britain and the United States to the landing in Sicily. We also witnessed the birth and growth of the worldwide struggle against fascist domination, from the development Publi's head on August 6, 1943 in the Liberty on Dale Yannon. 151. 152. Of the anti-fascist guerrilla war in the occupied countries of Europe to the emergence of the anti-fascist strikes and demonstrations in Germany and Italy, from the formation of the French Committee of National Liberation 9 to the founding of the National Committee of Free Germany, 198 and from the restoration or recognition of the legal status of the Communist parties of the United States and India to the arrival in Yan'an of Comrade Okino Susumu, leader of the Communist Party of Japan. 199 Over the past 3 years, the anti-fascist war of two-duration waged by the Allied countries has passed from crisis to safety, from defeat to victory and from passive defense to active attack. This change was mainly due to the 2 years of Soviet resistance and to the 3 offensives waged by the Soviet Red Army and people. It was also due to the victory won by the Allied forces of Britain and the United States in North Africa and their operations in the South Pacific, to the massive production of the United States and the war mobilization of the Allied countries and to China's perseverance in the war of resistance, particularly the development of its guerrilla war behind enemy lines. With the fall of Mussolini 200 and the dissolution of the Fascist Party in Italy, fascist domination in the world has begun to crumble where it is weakest, and world fascism is heading for extinction. The dawn of victory in the worldwide anti-fascist war is in sight, and the fascists and their fifth columns, rampant for a time, are drawing closer to their doom day by day. Do we not see the Italian fascists at the end of their road? Do we not see Germany's fifth column in Italy scurrying for cover? They are living examples for the adherents of fascism throughout the world and to those in China as well. Domestically, in the past 3 years, we have remained in a stalemate in the war of resistance against Japan. During this period, some people have thought that, with first the Soviet-German War and then the Pacific War breaking out, the Japanese aggressors would attack either India or the Soviet Union, with no time or strength for mounting further attacks on China. Hence, they have been passive in resisting the Japanese aggressors, thus hinting that the Japanese shouldn't strike at China, and they have been active in opposing the Communist Party, so as to nudge the Japanese into diverting their troops to attack the Soviet Union. The pity is that, however ingenious the stratagem, the Japanese aggressors have not entirely fallen for it. They have their own policy. Although they heartily approve of passivity in resisting them, you still haven't surrendered or laid down your arms, so whenever. Speech at a meeting of welcome in Yan'an 153. There is a respite or the need to strike at China, they will do so. They approve even more heartily of active opposition to the Communist Party, but you haven't gone all out to suppress the Communists and are unable to annihilate the Communists, and they still have to use more than half their own troops in China to conduct campaigns to tighten public security 20 in their rear areas and carry out mopping up operations against the 8th Route and new 4th Armies. In the past 3 years, other people have thought that with the outbreak of the Pacific War, if the United States and Britain could not defeat the Japanese aggressors very quickly, they would try hard to help China, and China would reap the benefit without lifting a finger. Facts have certainly shown that the United States and Britain could not defeat the Japanese aggressors very quickly. As for their assistance to China, it's true that we've all been eagerly looking forward to it, but they too have been hard-pressed to produce enough. They will first send help to those troops that are actually fighting in the war and to those places where fighting is effective, and they will surely think twice before helping troops that are hesitant in battle and divided in purpose. Moreover, since Wu Kaixian went from Nanjing to Chongqing, 202 the secret agents of the two sides have worked hand in glove, and yesterday the Japanese aggressors even broadcast their terms over the radio to induce capitulation. 203 This cannot but give rise to misgivings in the friendly Allied countries. Over the past 3 years, still others have thought that you would win the war by dragging it out. But the enemy won't allow you to do that even if you want to. It's obvious that they will try to solve the China problem before the fall of Hitler, or at least before the decisive battle in the Pacific. And the fall of Mussolini is the main reason for the recent open attempt to induce capitulation. But apart from that, the domestic situation won't permit you to drag the war out either. How is it possible to raise the morale of the soldiers when a considerable number of troops are not sent to the front to engage in active combat? How is it possible to heighten combat effectiveness if the system of military service is not improved and the troops are not given higher pay? How is it possible to avert bankruptcy if financial and economic policies are not changed and bureaucrat capital is not abolished, if corruption brings no punishment, and hoarding is not eliminated? How is it possible to maintain peace and stability in the rear areas during the war of resistance if the people are denied freedom and their life is not improved, if labor productivity is not raised, if bureaucracy is not 154 eliminated, and if the oppressive policy of discriminating against people outside one's own circle is not abolished? If all this is not changed or done away with, how will it be possible for China's war of resistance to drag on until victory? Our answer is, victory requires not dragging on but fighting. Not passive but active resistance. Not internal division but unity. Not political oppression but democracy. In the past 3 years, there have even been some people who have thought that, despite the rottenness in internal affairs, the war of resistance could be maintained until victory if only the secret police were strengthened. But the goal of the war of resistance is to achieve national liberation and democracy, not to consolidate a fascist system of secret police. Strengthening the secret police will only pave the way for domination by the fascist Japanese militarists. It definitely will not pave the way for victory in China's war of resistance. Since the ideas prevalent among the Kuomintang authorities for the past 3 years are all wrong, is there still a way of achieving victory in China's war of resistance? Our answer is, yes, there is. We must look to the Shaanxi-Gansu-Ningxia border region. 472 We must look to the 8th Route and New 4th Armies and to the anti-Japanese base areas behind the enemy lines. We must look to the Chinese people. We must look to the genuinely anti-Japanese parties and armies. We must look to the Chinese Communist Party, and particularly to our comrade Mao Zedong. Speaking of the war of resistance, the 8th Route and New 4th Armies have operated behind enemy lines for the past 3 years without ever receiving arms and ammunition, food, clothing, medicine, or medical equipment from outside. Depending solely on the people and their own efforts, they have been fighting year in year out, maintaining these strategic anti-Japanese base areas and tying down more than half the enemy troops in China. In the face of these achievements by the 8th Route and New 4th Armies, even the enemy is obliged to admit that they are the staunchest and most formidable force resisting Japan. T.S. not such an anti-Japanese force worthy of emulation by all other Chinese troops willing to resist Japan? Are not all those who want to attack and get rid of this force a pro-Japanese fifth column? So far as democracy is concerned, in the last 3 years our party has promulgated its administrative program in the border region and other base areas. It has put into practice the 3/3 system 2.0 based on universal suffrage and implemented democratic decrees pro. Speech at a meeting of welcome in Yan'an 155. Protecting the rights of person and property and political rights. It has carried out a rural policy of reducing rent and interest charged by the landlords, encouraging the payment of rent and interest by the peasants and effecting a reasonable distribution of financial burdens. It has implemented its labor policy by instituting the 10-hour day, suitably improving the workers' standard of living and rising productivity, has introduced the systems of voluntary military service and people's militia, and has applied correct financial, economic, cultural, and educational policies. Subject to the principle of respect for our sovereignty and observance of our laws and decrees, it has allowed all foreigners to work for the resistance against Japan or to conduct entrepreneurial, cultural, and religious activities in the border areas. Our policies have enabled the base areas to become self-sufficient with ample supplies of food and clothing. Are not such border areas and base areas worthy of emulation by all other localities in China that genuinely wish to put democracy and Dr. Sun Yat-sen's three people's principles into practice? Are not all those who want to attack and get rid of such areas fascists who oppose democracy and the three people's principles? All parties and armies genuinely resisting Japan, all patriotic fellow countrymen, must surely be dissatisfied with the Kuomintang authorities for their continual vacillation with regard to the war of resistance, for their erroneous internal policies, and particularly for their double-dealing policy of opposing the Communist Party while at the same time taking part in the war of resistance. And they will surely be ready to befriend the 8th Route and new 4th Armies and form an alliance with them, to draw on the experience of democratic government in the border region and other BASE areas, and especially to form a genuine united front with the Chinese Communist Party. Therefore, in the past 3 years, all the Chinese people and all the allied countries have been faced with these questions. In China, which armies are active in the war of resistance? Which armies are passive? Which areas practice democratic government? Which areas do not? They all have clear answers in their minds. And not only in their minds, these answers have been publicly expressed both in China and abroad. At this point, we must mention the great progress made by our party in the last 3 years. During this period, it has achieved more and greater successes than in the previous 20 years. Domestically, our party has twice averted the crisis of a civil war. It has persisted in the most arduous guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines, toughened the leadership of the 8th Route and new 4th Armies and reinforced support to the anti-Japanese base areas. By so doing, it has strengthened the morale and the will to resist of the people in the enemy-occupied areas and kept alive the hope for and confidence in victory of the people in the Great Rear area. Internationally, not only has our party foreseen the march of world events of the past 3 years and pointed out that world fascism is sure to be defeated and the democratic countries are sure to triumph, it has also made it clear to the allied countries that the 8th Route and new 4th Armies, led by the Chinese Communist Party, and their base areas are the only ones that are really carrying out counter-offensives against the Japanese aggressors at key points on the mainland. As far as the party itself, the army and the border region are concerned, the rectification movement 473 conducted by our party has yielded unprecedented results in ideological remolding. The policy of better troops and simpler administration has led to the consolidation of our strength. Unified leadership has brought about political unanimity and the campaign to support the government and cherish the people has resulted in the solidarity of the party, the government, the army, and the people. The movement to develop production has set a fine example in self-reliance, and, lastly, the examination of the records of cadres has led to the unprecedented consolidation and unity of the party. How has all this come about? It has been brought about by the whole party, by relying on the strength of the people, by rallying under the leadership of the Central Committee and, most decisively, by rallying under the leadership of Comrade Mao Zedong. At many critical junctures and on many key questions during the past 3 years, Comrade Mao Zedong's leadership and instructions have ensured that our party did not in any way lose its bearings or take the wrong course. Nothing offers clearer proof than the march of events of the last 3 years. All those who opposed or were skeptical about Comrade Mao Zedong's leadership or his views have now been proved utterly wrong. The 22 years of our party's history have proved that the views of Comrade Mao Zedong through the party's entire history have developed into a sinified Marxist-Leninist line, that is, the Communist line of China. Speech at a meeting of welcome in Yan'an 157. Comrade Mao Zedong's orientation is the orientation of the Chinese Communist Party. Comrade Mao Zedong's line is the Bolshevik line in China. Comrades, shouldn't we be proud to have such a party? Shouldn't we be proud to have such a leader? But some anti-communists in the country have clamored shamelessly for the abolition and dissolution of the Chinese Communist Party. Aren't they the fifth column of the Japanese aggressors and the collaborators? And they have chosen this very moment to make this demand openly. They deliberately spread the idea that the communist international one has been DSSO1 VED62 communism is no longer applicable to China, that the Chinese Communist Party has lost its backing and that the party ranks will split. Will anyone believe such nonsense? Is it true that communism is not applicable to China? The universal truth of Marxism-Leninism is applicable to the whole of mankind and it can change the world. How can China be an exception? The anti-communists talk such nonsense because they are afraid we will use the magic mirror of Marxism-Leninism to show them up for what they are, a fifth column, before the Chinese people. They talk such nonsense because they are afraid we will use the Marxist-Leninist world outlook to explain to the Chinese people the political, economic, and social realities of China and show them the real truths of the Chinese Revolution. We must warn the anti-communists, not only is communism applicable to China, through its application and development by Comrade Mao Zedong, the leader of our party, it has been integrated with China's national liberation movement and the vital interests of the Chinese people. It has become rooted in Chinese soil. Whoever attempts to shake it is courting self-destruction. Has the Chinese Communist Party lost its backing? True, in the course of its birth and growth, the party received much guidance and help from the Communist International, but the party's real support has come not from the Communist International but from the Chinese people. The Chinese Communist Party has grown out of the working people of China. It exists in the midst of the Chinese people. Ours is a mass party. It has a membership of 800,000 and an army of 500,000 and it has formed ties of flesh and blood with nearly 100 million people in the course of the actual fighting. The Chinese nation needs it, the Chinese people need it. Who can abolish and dissolve it? We must warn the anti-communists. Not only will the Chinese Communist Party not be abolished, it will exist for a long, long time. 15.8. With world fascism heading for its doom, it wants not the Chinese Communist Party but China's fascist secret police SYSTEM that shall be abolished and dissolved. Are the ranks of the Chinese Communist Party going to split? Day in and day out the anti-communists dream that our party can be split into factions just as they themselves are split, and so they have fabricated all sorts of slanders and rumors to try to do us harm. But our party organization is united, it is based on ideological belief, class consciousness, and revolutionary tempering and is cemented by a conscious self-discipline. It can in no way be split into factions like the Kuomintang, which is completely lacking in unity. True, quite a few mistakes have been made and there have been quite a few erring comrades, but it is precisely through the struggles to oppose and rectify those mistakes that our party has matured and become unified ideologically and consolidated organizationally. Those who are willing to correct their mistakes will naturally return to the party's correct line. Those who err time and again and are not willing to correct their tac will naturally be spurned by the party. Were not Chen Du Xiu 166 and Zhang Qiutao 165 among the founders of the Chinese Communist Party? But when they were expelled from the party for refusing to mend their ways, they were unable to split the party. On the contrary, The party became more consolidated. In The past 3 years, through the rectification movement and the examination of cadres records, our party, under the leader's hip of Comrade Mao Zedong, has consolidated its unity to a degree never before known. We must warn the anti-communists, far from splitting as a result of your rumors and slanders, the Chinese Communist Party will be even more vigilant, more united and more consolidated in The face of your intrigues and sabotage. In our opinion, the more arduous the war of resistance becomes, the better the revolution will develop. The split will occur not in the Chinese Communist Party but elsewhere. Cases of this sort have occurred in history time and again. In connection with the dissolution of the Communist International, one thing must be made especially clear, that is, the Chinese Communist Party will solve the problems of the Chinese revolution still more independently and with an even greater sense of responsibility. We are determined to carry the war of resistance through to the end. We believe that we can drive the Japanese aggressors out of China only by relying on our own strength. PASS for resistance and double-dealing policies will surely lead to abandoning the war effort. Speech at a meeting of welcome in Yan'an 159. Halfway and expose us to the perils of compromise and capitulation. Furthermore, only by active resistance will we merit foreign aid and, in coordination with the Allied countries, bring about victory. We uphold national unity. We are still prepared to continue consultations with the Kuomintang and work together with them to eliminate the grave danger of civil war and solve the existing problems. Such consultations, however, must be held in a spirit of sincerity, on an equal footing and on the basis of mutual concessions. There must be no heightening of friction while negotiations are going on, no maneuvering of troops while messengers are going back and forth, no demands for the abolition and dissolution of our party while there is talk of unity. And let no one in the Kuomintang conceive of Kuomintang communist cooperation as Kuomintang communist integration and hope to achieve it through coercion, that would lead not to unity but to civil war. We uphold democracy and progress. We still hope that the Kuomintang authorities will change their erroneous internal policies and truly implement Dr. Sun Yat-sen's Three People's Principles. We are ready to cooperate, on the basis of democracy, with all other anti-Japanese parties and forces so as to persevere in the war of resistance and promote progress. That is the policy of our party. Comrades, I am back. Under the leadership of Comrade Mao Zedong, I will continue to carry out this policy and fight for it to the very end. On Chinese Fascism, the New Autocracy. August 16, 1943. Statement of the problem. Ever since the formation of the anti-Japanese National United Front and the beginning of the War of Resistance, there has been a lack of understanding both in SIDE and outside the party, both at home and abroad, of the essential nature of the rule of Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang, that is, the rule of the big landlords and big bourgeoisie. It was Comrade Mao Zedong who pointed out before the War of Resistance that Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang was wavering and passive, and who stated in the early stage of the war that it was conciliationist and two-faced. Today he has gone further and pointed out that it is fascist. All these insight have been high historical clarifications of epochal significance. Therefore, I would now like to discuss hein fascism. I must take up a few queries first. Someone may ask, why didn't we say earlier that Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang was fascist, rather than wait until now? Our answer is that before the War of Resistance our policy was focused on winning the Kuomintang over to the resistance, so we emphasized that it could change and that it had a revolutionary aspect. At that time it was enough to point out that it was wavering and passive. In the early stage of the anti-Japanese war, our policy was focused on persuading it to join in a protracted war of resistance and total resistance, so we stressed protracted war, unity and progress, and opposed capitulation, splitting and retrogression. This required a deep understanding of the conciliationist and dual character of Jiang's Kuomintang. Now it is playing a smaller and smaller role in the resistance and a greater. A draft of a speech, so passages in part have been omitted. 160. On Chinese Fascism, the New Autocracy 161. And greater reactionary role. Furthermore, Chiang has written the book entitled China's Destiny. If this is allowed to go on, it is bound to lead to defeat in the war of resistance and the rekindling of civil war. Therefore, we must publicly reveal the fascist essence of the Kuomintang today. We did not so much stress on this in the past because it hadn't gone so far as it has now, and not because there were no fascists in it. Another may ask, since Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang is fascist, how is it that it can put up resistance to Japan? Our answer is, Comrade Mao Zedong tells us that Jiang's is a comprador feudal fascism. Because of its comprador aspect, when the Japanese imperialists invaded China, the Kuomintang could rely on other imperialists in resisting the aggressors, and it played a revolutionary role, riding the wave of popular concern for national salvation. But at the same time it has a feudal aspect, so now that the Allied countries are gradually coming to pay more attention to the war of resistance waged by the Chinese nation, it relapses into its former mode of thinking. It wishes to restore the ancient ways and opposes everything foreign, thus playing a reactionary role. It is precisely because it represents the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie that it always opposes, fears and oppresses the people, and its resistance can never be thoroughgoing. The proletariat and its political party must win and consolidate leadership in the national democratic revolution and must never tail behind the big bourgeoisie. Comrade Mao Zedong warned us on this point at a party conference of the Soviet Areas 457 before the anti-Japanese war. 201. Then still another may ask, since fascism means national aggression and since Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang is resisting the Japanese aggressors, why do we call it fascist? Our answer is that this is exactly why Comrade Mao Zedong calls it Chinese fascism. National aggression is one of the characteristics of fascism, but not the only one. Chinese fascism has all the characteristics of fascism pointed out by Georgy Dimitrov in his report 2°8 except that of national aggression. Both in the past and at present, Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang has launched ruthless attacks on the people, on the working masses. It has even unleashed civil war to suppress the revolution and introduced rampant reaction and counter-revolution. It has thus become the arch-enemy of the whole Chinese people. It is only because China finds itself in the position of a colony or semi-colony that the Chinese big landlords and big bourgeoisie are powerless to invade other countries. Isn't there? 162. Treatment of China's own minority nationalities based on the sense of superiorité inherente in Hansi Hoveni sm and on the traditional notion of a VSAI nations po 2CY209. Even in foreign affairs, are there not people in the Kuomintang who advocate a greater Se Federation which would include Annam, Thailand, Burma, Korea, and even the Malay archipelago? Georgy Dimitrov ONCESAID. The development of fascism and fascist dictatorship itself assumes different forms in different countries, according to historical, social, and economic conditions and owing to the national peculiarities or the international position of a given country. Stalin also said long ago that the emergence of German fascism must be regarded as a symptom of the weakness of the bourgeoisie, of the fact that the bourgeoisie is already unable to rule the old methods of parliamentary sm and bourgeois democracy, and, as a consequence, is compelled in its home policy to resort to terroristic methods of rule. 210. In a certain sense, we can also apply this to the rule of China's big landlords and big bourgeoisie. We may say why that Chinese fascism is the open terroristic rule of China's big landlords and big bourgeoisie, that is, ruled by Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang and bureaucrat capital through special agents. Then again Someone may ask, this being the case, why oppose only the reactionary in SIDE the Kuomintang and not the Kuomintang as a whole? Why call only for the abolition of fascism and not for the liquidation of the fascist chieftains? Our answer is, because the pro-British and pro-American big landlords and big bourgeoisie represented by Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang still have a dual character, and they have not yet reached the point of being purely reactionary. Since their banner of resistance has not yet been furled, the Kuomintang can still exert influence on certain personas, though their number is daily diminishing. Nor has it yet read to call for fascism open ly. Therefore, we oppose only the reactionaries in SIDE the Kuomintang, and not those Kuomintang members who are willing to resist the Japanese and who favor democracy. Moreover, we hope THEY will join us in oppose in reactionaries. Therefore, we advocate liquidating only fascism and hope these Kuomintang members will get rid of fascism of their own accord and truly put into practice the revolutionary three people's principles advocated by Dr. Sun Yat-sen 462 and we call for the DSBA ending of the fascist secret police only and not of. On Chinese fascism, the new autocracy 163. The Kuomintang organization as such. Since the big landlords and big bourgeoisie are becoming more openly fascist every day and have even published the book, China's Destiny, advocating the extremely reactionary view that the Communist Party should be liquidated, we must draw attention to the nature of Chinese fascism and emphasize the danger it presents. This will be not only a warning and an education for the Chinese people, and first and foremost for the party, but also a most practical ideological lesson helping to rid the party of any tendency to capitulate to the big bourgeoisie. Yet again, someone else may ask, since this is how things stand, does the fascism of Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang have an ideology, historical roots, a program, tactics, an organization, and activities? Our answer is, yes, it has. We are going to take them up now under separate headings. 2. The ideology of Chinese fascism. Waving the banner of the War of Resistance and the Three People's Principles, Chinese fascism nevertheless has its own ideology. Chiang Kai-shek's philosophical thought is characterized by extreme idealism. He is very fond of quoting the old saying, "The mind of man is restless, prone to err, its affinity to what is right is small. Be discriminating, be single-minded in the pursuit of what is right, that you may sincerely hold fast to the mean." 2:11 At the same time, he emphasizes the role played by the mind and gives an extremely idealist interpretation of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's remark, "If I believe something to be feasible, I may one day bring it to pass, although it may be as difficult as removing a mountain or drying up a sea. If I believe something to be unfeasible, I will never achieve it, although it may be as easy as turning my hand over or breaking a twig." 212 Chiang wanted to eliminate the Communist Party, so he posed as if he believed that without sincerity nothing would be achieved. 213 And stated with a heavy heart that if he could not resolve the problem of the Chinese Communist Party, he would not be able to close his eyes even in death. In fact, this is something he can never achieve because he is lacking in the virtue of sincerity. Although he had acknowledged the legal status of the border region in his Lushan interview 2-4 and despite the fact that it had been approved by the 333rd session of the Executive UN 164. In reality he wanted to eliminate it and revoked the approval on his own authority. This is an example of his insincerity. As long as he can achieve what he wants, he does not even bother with sincerity. See Chiang Kai-shek advocates a philosophy of action first. 215. Its core is having the people blindly obey him and carry out his orders without knowing what they mean. When Chiang was following a policy of non-resistance, he demanded that the people accept his internal pacification policy rather than resist Japanese aggression. In the EARLY period of the War of Resistance, he wanted the people to blindly follow his policy of partial resistance. Now he wants the people to blindly follow his policy for resistance to Japanese aggression but active opposition to the communists. In fact, as early as the Civil War period, it was his boast that if he failed in the suppression of the communists, he would commit suicide to make atonement to his fellow countrymen, but he has never been true to his word. When he failed, he was going to punish everyone who was even remotely connected with the enterprise, but himself was never punished. 21-6. Before the War of Resistance, he also boasted that, provided he had upwards of 600,000 genuinely revolutionary troops who would strictly obey his orders and operate under unified command, there could be no doubt that with his brilliant tactics he could defeat the little Japanese bandits. But when the Japanese attacked Shanghai on August 13, 1937 474, although the troops who were strictly obeying his orders numbered more than 600,000, we never saw any sign of his brilliant tactics for defeating the Japanese. Now that the number of his own troops, those who strictly obey his orders, is considerably greater than 600,000, he stands ready to collaborate with Japan. It is apparent that his philosophy of action first is not only an idealist philosophy for keeping the people in ignorance, but also a braggart's philosophy, a gangster's philosophy, no different from Hitler's. To build morale, See Chiang Kai-shek emphasizes independence and self-reliance. In fact, because of the comparator aspect of high nature, he relies on foreign power, and he is anything but independent. The feudal aspect of his nature sometimes leads to xenophobia, but that is not the same thing as national self-reliance. He tray sses insert y, but heis total y in s insert e. From thea really st Kuomintang g, Komyunai st cooperation 475 to the present cooperation in the fight against Japan, he has been insincere with regard to the Soviet Union, the Communist Part y and the people, that is, to the revolution and the war of residential instance. When he talks about insrity, he means that others howled. On Chinese fascism, the new autocracy 165. Follow him with blind devotion, while he hasn't a shred of sincerity in his dealings with others. In his ethical teachings, Chang emphasizes an abstract morality based upon the 4 principles and 8 virtues. 211 But as soon as we get down to realities, we find that he and the ruling group under him have completely abandoned the 4 principles of propriety, righteousness, honesty, and honor. They deprived Madame Sun Yat-sen of the freedom of residence, they deprived Lin Sen, chairman of the national government, of the right to convalesce. They are anti-Soviet and anti-communist, although they have had assistance from both the Soviet Union and the Communist Party, and they oppress the people although the people supported them. The whole government indulges in hoarding and speculation and is riddled with corruption, yet no one is punished. Those who work with the enemy and betray the country or who trade in contraband and pocket the soldiers' pay likewise go unpunished. What sense does it make to talk about national loyalty and filial piety when you are cowardly in resisting Japan but take the lead in waging a civil war? How can you talk of benevolence and love when people are driven to the battlefield by your officials and are forced to rise in revolt? How can you utter a word about faithfulness and justice when the war of resistance has been going on for 6 years and you are still collaborating with the Japanese aggressors, and when war has been declared against Germany and couriers are still being exchanged with that country? How can you talk about peace and harmony when you incite Japan to attack the Soviet Union and your planes are bombing civilians in revolt? Obviously, these idealist moral principles of his are all hypocritical. But he tries to use them to befuddle people and get them to practice the virtues of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, love, faithfulness, justice, peace, and harmony towards his Kuomintang, so that he can oppress and attack the masses more freely. Chiang Kai-shek's conception of history is a ragbag of feudal ideology centering on a return to the ancients. It reflects the traditional, all-pervasive ideology of the exploiting class. In his China's Destiny, Chang writes, on the basis of Confucius' teachings, Mencius arose to draw a distinction between justice and utility and between rule by power and rule through virtue. He refuted the teachings of Yang Zhu and Mod and rectified the hearts of the people. He thereby laid the foundation for the orthodox school of thought which has enjoyed an unbroken line of development in China over the past 30 centuries. 166. Rise. That is why he made much of the study of collected essays on government affairs of the empire and Chen Hongmu's 5 treatises on moral and educational subjects. 218 Chiang Kai-shek's conception of the nationalities is Han chauvinism, pure and simple. He calls the Mongolian, Hui, Tibetan and Miao nationalities merely frontier inhabitants and refuses to recognize them as nationalities. So far as his actions are concerned, he practices racial discrimination and oppression. Chiang Kai-shek's conception of the state is a one-party dictatorship of the big landlords and big bourgeoisie, or, more precisely, a new one-man dictatorship, a fascist rule by secret police, under the facade of a national state and a government by the entire people. The reason for this is that the more he senses the weakness of the big landlords and big bourgeoisie, the less he dares adopt bourgeois democratic methods, or even one-party rule, and the more he resorts to terrorism, the rule of secret agents and one-man dictatorship. Chiang Kai-shek's conception of war is that armed strength decides everything. It is a combination of the warlord ideology common in modern China to 9 and Napoleon's thesis of unification by force of arms. This is why we call it the new warlordism, or new autocracy. Because he attaches importance to military power alone, he thinks it impossible to mount resistance to Japanese aggression independently and looks to foreign aid. He openly declares, can take all of China's coastal areas and all regions contiguous to inland waterways not within 10 days, but within 3 days, regardless of where they are, in the west, not just Chongqing, but even Chengdu, in the south, not just Guangdong, but Wuzhou and Yongning. If they issue the order, it will actually take them only 3 days to capture all of China's vital regions and subjugate our country. And again, what have we got to fight them with? We have neither weapons nor the conditions for war operations. Our economy, education, politics, is any one of them up to operations against a modern country? Therefore, his national policy concerning the war of resistance has long been based on the assumption that the Soviet Union is the target of army and Great Britain and the United States are the targets of its navy. If Japan wants to swallow China, it must conquer Russia, gobble up the United States and defeat Britain. But now that Japan, having neither conquered Russia nor gobbled up the United States, has, on Chinese fascism, the NEW autocracy 167, thrown its might against China, he has become worried. Pa ss of ly re sis ting while pre serving high ss strength for a civil war on the one hand and sta ending read y to collaborate with Japan on the other. As he places g read s talk in military strength, he stick s to the idea of internal unification by force of arms and stand s for rule by the milita ry. During the 18 years of his rule, from the incident of March 20, 1926, 220 to the present, hardly a single year has gone by when he was not fighting a war of so me so rt, and not a single hour when he was not planning civilwar. First there as the incident of March 20 bfo re the Northern Expedition, and after the expedition there was the split between THERIVAL governments in Nanjing and Wuhan and then cooperation between the two. 221 During the Civil War there were wars both in SIDE and outside The Kuomintang. During The War of Re-Sis-Tan Ce, there have been military operations against the Communist Part and against other FORCESNOT. See Chiang Kai-shek's conception of political PARDSIS to HAVE all the party S and GRO up in GS in the country DSSOLVED into high SQOment ANG and 3 people S Principles Youth League. 467 He openly states, the Kuomint ANGIS the Aruta YOFR nation and the member S of the 3 people S Principle S Youth League may be likened to New Blood Corpus Clees. And again, the Chinese nation is able to exist only so long as the Kuomintang exists. Without The Kuomintang, there would be no China Todi. In a word, China estin y hinge s entirely on The Kuomintang. Hence, he says, ALL adults should join the Kuomintang and all Yoth s the 3 people s Principle s Youth League. What a blatant exposure of THEIDEA of 1 doctrine, 1 part Y, and 1 leader. Yet he still has the affronter Y to DEC LAR. As for the different ideologies and organizations in the country, not only do I have no intention of obstructing them, but I even hope the Y will grow and succeed, so long as THEY don't set up se parity regimes, oppose the revolution, organize armed forces or undermine the resistance, and solong as they really work in the interests of the state and nation and revolutionary recon ruction. I will not speak of the China se communistpart and the armed force and border rejoinunder its leaders hip, for THEY are carrying on the resistance and are a revolutiona reorganization, armed force and politica regime. but whys it that other political party s, which possess neither armed forces nor political power, do not enjoy an iota of freedom and, far from growing an succee dingy, are subject to oppression every here. Isn't it true that even so many groupings in SIDE the Kuomintang, in particular that of 16/8. Madame Sun Yat-sen, which sincerely follows Dr. Sun Yat-sen's three people's principles, enjoy no freedom either but are subjected to oppression? Both the Kuomintang and the Three People's Principles Youth League belong to Chang and have long since ceased to be the Kuomintang reorganized by Dr. Sun Yat-sen, or the Kuomintang under which there was freedom of thought and various political groupings coexisted. Chiang Kai-shek's view of the people is that they are just beasts of burden. That is why he stresses Confucius' remark, the people may be made to follow a course of action, but they should not be brought to understand it. He wants the people to obey his words and abide by his law so that he can exploit and rule them at will. So for all his talk of democracy, the Kuomintang's power reigns supreme and democracy has long since ceased to exist. The consultative councils at the various levels, the new county SYS TEM, 476 etc. are all just how pieces designed to deceive people. To go one step further, it is not even party power that is supreme, but military power, the power of the secret agents. Finally, Chiang Kai-shek's economic thought is also that of the semi-feudal and semi-colonial landlord and comprador classes. On the one hand, he prates about a planned economy aimed at industrialization, while on the other, he is longing for the utopian great harmony described in the Book of Rights. 222 Under the guise of the principle of people's livelihood, in effect he preserves the most backward and reactionary feudal and comprador economic thinking, that is, the concept of an agricultural China and industrialized foreign countries. Not only is this thinking incapable of solving the economic problems of the people, it is bound to bankrupt China's economy even further, the people's life will become still harder, and it will become still more difficult for the Chinese nation to extricate itself from its colonial and semi-colonial economic status. In Chiang Kai-shek's ideology as outlined here, we can discern only Chinese fascism, and no trace of the revolutionary Three People's Principle set forth by Dr. Sun Yat-sen. The idealist views and negative elements in Dr. Sun Yat-sen's thought have been developed by Chiang and have become his own ideology. But Dr. Sun's thinking also included some rational elements and quite a few revolutionary views, especially in his later years when he drew close to the Communist Party, adopted a number of measures from the Russian Revolution and turned his Three People's Principles into the Revolutionary Three. On Chinese Fascism, the New Autocracy 169. People's Principles. Chiang Kai-shek's doctrine is of quite another order and is nothing but China's brand of fascism. 3. The historical roots of Chinese fascism. The fascism of Chiang Kai-shek and his ruling clique has its own historical sources. Chiang always prides himself on being a disciple and student of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, but he has long since departed from the right course. He turned traitor once, and now he has again betrayed Dr. Sun's revolutionary Three People's Principles. Comrade Mao Zedong has pointed out that China's fascism is a comprador and feudal fascism. To be specific, it is a combination of bureaucrat capital and a secret police system. In Chiang Kai-shek we have a mixture of warlord, stockbroker, and underworld boss. His thinking is an agglomeration of all forms of reaction past and present, domestic and foreign. Let us take a look at Chiang Kai-shek and his ruling clique. Chiang himself comes from a feudal family. When the revolution of 191-43 broke out, he started as a platoon leader under the warlord Zhang Zongchang, 223 and on orders from Chen Qimei 45 he arranged the assassination of Tao Changzihang, 22 a revolutionary political party leader in Zhejiang, and thus stole the fruits in the recovery of Zhejiang by the revolutionary forces. Dr. Sun was successful because he had been able to bring together his revolutionary party, the new army and the various secret societies. But by their gangster acts, Chen Qimei and Chiang Kai-shek created a split in the Revolutionary Party at its very inception. At the same time they laid the foundation for the gangster politics which they have dealt in ever since the 1911 revolution and which grew out of the alliance of the big landlords and big bourgeois, i.e. with the underworld gangs of Shanghai, all under the protection of the imperialists. From 1917 to 1920, Chiang Kai-shek, Dai Jitao 52 and Chen Qiuaobu 176 joined forces in stock market speculation. Later this tradition was carried on by H. Kung, TV Sung and others. Then this comprador clique gradually became the nucleus of the group that has ruled China for the last 20 years. It is true that when he was in Guang 170 Dong, Chiang Kai-shek opposed the Guangdong compradors who served British interests. But right from the beginning, Dai Jitao and Chen Qiuaobu, who stayed behind in Shanghai, opposed Dr. Sun Yat-sen's three great policies of alliance with Russia, the Communist Party and the workers and peasants. And no sooner had Chiang arrived at the lower reaches of the Changjiang River than he threw himself into the embrace of the big bourgeoisie of Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces and took the lead in calling for opposition to the Soviet Union, the Communist Party and the workers and peasants. So Chiang has never really recognized or carried out the three great policies set forth by Dr. Sun Yat-sen. Although Chiang Kai-shek organized the Whampoa Military Academy and directed the Northern Expedition, he retained his warlord mentality and his love of speculation after he joined the revolutionary ranks. Even in the course of his study tour in the Soviet Union, what he really admired was not the Russian Revolution but Napoleon's Russian expedition. In the early days of the Whampoa Military Academy, he opposed the Soviet advisor. When he got arms from the Soviet Union, he began to shout that the Third International 6-2 was the nerve center of world revolution and that China should follow its instructions. But not long afterwards, on March 20, he gave orders to surround and attack the residence of the Soviet advisor in Dongshan, Guangzhou. To educate the cadets at the academy, he did not teach them revolutionary strategy and tactics, but first of all Zheng Qiuaoban's and Hu Linyi's quotations on military affairs 225 and the life of Napoleon. He led troops in the Eastern Campaign and was soon competing with Su Chongji for control of territory. His expulsion of Wang Jingui was a further instance of warlordism. He led the troops on the Northern Expedition but expelled people outside his own circle in the various armies and created his own private troops. Thus, even before the split between Nanjing and Wuhan he was already thinking and acting like a new warlord. Nonetheless, so long as he was in the revolutionary ranks, he still had to wave the revolutionary banner in order to exploit the strength of the people and expand his own forces and influence. But as soon as he went over to counter-revolution, he became a butcher of the people. And the clique he was leading followed his every step. The 10 years of civil war showed us this warlord, stockbroker, and underworld boss in action. Whether he was dealing with struggles and wars inside the Kuomintang or with the suppression of communists. On Chinese fascism, the new autocracy 171. He employed the same methods. What's more, he learned new fascist tricks from Germany, Italy, and Japan. Over the past 10 years he has sent a number of Whampoa students to study there and has invited the German General von Seeckt, the Berlin Police Commissioner Blomberg and other German secret agents to teach. From the Xi'an Incident 226 to the 6th year of the resistance he has given a really marvelous conjuring performance. While we must not forget the revolutionary side of the dual character of the big landlords and big bourgeoisie in a semi-colonial country as represented by Chiang Kai-shek, still less should we forget their other side, the reactionary side. And he is becoming more and more experienced in playing his reactionary role. With the experience of a decade of civil war behind him, he has been brazen enough to wage a partial civil war in the present war of resistance. At the same time, when he was sure which way the wind was blowing, he could also deliberately make a show of restraint. But we should not be taken in by him. There is nothing profound about him once we strip off his disguise. The best way to counter his action is to follow Comrade Mao Zedong's revolutionary dual policy, 477 Adhere to the principle of waging struggles on just grounds, to our advantage and with restraint, and adopt the method of tit-for-tat struggle. 4. The political program and tactics of Chinese fascism. Although Chiang Kai-shek loudly propagated the Three People's Principles, he never sincerely carried out the three great policies in the period of the Great Revolution, and he ignored them completely in the period of civil war. At the beginning of the War of Resistance, when he advertised a program of armed resistance and national reconstruction, he was simply deceiving people. 221 He interpreted the Article S of the program as opposing total resistance, opposing communism, and opposing democracy, and implemented them in that way. As a result, he produced not a program for resistance and national reconstruction in accordance with the Three People's Principles, but a program of fascism. We may sum up Jiang's program in the following 12 points. 17.2. I carry out positive resistance, while preparing for a compromise with Japan. 2. Betray Dr. Sun Yat-sen's Three People's Principles, embrace German-Italian-Japanese fascism, oppose Soviet socialism and reject British and US liberalism. 3. Work in collusion with the enemy and oppose the communists in order to sabotage the war of resistance, make use of foreign aid to fight a civil war. 4. Clamp down on the activities of the minor political parties, bully and humiliate the minority nationalities, ignore the difficulties of behind nationals abroad and turn a blind eye to the sufferings of victims of natural disasters at home. 5. Rely on military power, get rid of people outside one's own circle, build up the secret police and usurp the power of the Kuomintang. 6. Trample on the rights of thepeople, deprive them of their freedoms, make use of the Baojia's system 478 and impose dictators hip. 7. Rely on bureaucrat capital to monopolize the economy, encourage commercial speculation and disrupt industrial production. 8. Issue unlimited amounts of paper currency. 228 Raise prices of commodities, monopolize the people's means of livelihood and exploit labor power. 9. Concentrate the ownership of land at the expense of the people's food supply and press gang able-bodied men for military service at the expense of the labor force. 10. Allow corruption to go unchanged ECKED, increase EASE taxes and levies, wink at trade in contraband and carry out arbitrary CRCHES. 11. Ban books and per sec hollers, corrupt young people, threaten and cajole, and destroy moral integrity. And 12. Violate law and discipline, the national morality, wreck the culture and ruin the nation. Of CORSET's program of Behind fascism is not openly proclaimed and will never even be publicly admitted. Yet it is being carried out nonetheless, article by article, item by item and, if anything, goes further than the SE 12 points. T's duplicity reveals the weakness of Chinese fascism as well as its Hamel SNS and Cow RDCE. How can Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang lead the war of resistance to victory when carrying out a program like TS? Without a doubt, it will lead China to split disintegration, chaos and collapse. It will lead the war of resistance to defeat. On Chinese fascism, the new autocracy 173. We communists uphold resistance, unity, democracy, and progress. We will never allow the war of resistance to fail. As Comrade Mao Zedong has pointed out, we must strive for leadership. We must first expand and strengthen our own forces before we can give strong leadership to others, prevent the middle-of-the-roaders from wavering, isolate the diehards and firmly press ahead with our anti-Japanese 10-point program and our administrative program embodying the three-thirds system. 204 So far as the tactics of Chinese fascism are concerned, they are applied flexibly, according to the general orientation of its program and the dual character of that section of the big landlords and big bourgeoisie represented by Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang. Towards Japan, the fascists pursue a policy of alternating fighting with cajoling in the hope of entering into an advantageous compromise. Towards Britain and the United States, they alternately coax and threaten them in the hope of getting their aid with which to pursue the Civil War. Towards the Soviet Union, they blow hot and cold, hoping that the USSR will contain Japan, thus making it easier for them to resolve domestic strife in their favor. In dealing with local forces and the minor political parties, they combine threats and inducements in an attempt to sow dissension, isolate us and thus destroy their opponents one by one. They treat national capitalists, enlightened landlords, and senior members of the Kuomintang now well and now badly in order to determine whether or not these persons are loyal towards the ruling group. They publicly suppress, and privately seduce, progressive men of letters, intellectuals, and students, so as to alienate them from us and make them oppose us. They keep a close watch on the toiling masses of workers and peasants and obstruct all their relations with us. Finally, as for their attitude towards us, everything is aimed at eliminating us, though their tactics may vary from soft to tough. But the soft tactics are only a temporary expedient and never mean a change for the better. At the very same time they are preparing the next tough move. At times when toughness doesn't work, they can temporarily soften up a bit. Now take the different periods. In the Civil War period, Chiang Kai-shek took a hard line, imposing war on us, arresting our people and killing without mercy. Around the time of the incident of 17/4, September 1, 1931, however, he supplemented this hard line with certain soft tactics, such as the policies of inducing our people to recant and planting agents inside our ranks. Since the start of the War of Resistance, he has ostensibly turned to unity, but he engaged first in veiled strife, then in open struggle. Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang has changed its tactics from restricting and corroding the Communist Party to attempting to liquidate us. Its policy of using secret agents is well adapted to the different tactics adopted in these three periods. If we fail to recognize the consistency with which Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang has opposed the Communist Party, we will not be able to maintain keen vigilance and carry on appropriate struggles against it. At the same time, if we fail to recognize the changes in its anti-communist policy, we will not be able to analyze and understand it correctly and deal with it according to differing circumstances. The organization and activities of Chinese fascism. Chinese fascism is organized. The fascist organization was nurtured inside the Kuomintang and then usurped control of the party. It was nurtured inside the Three People's Principles Youth League and then gained control of the league. It was nurtured inside the army and then began to rule the army. It is an organization of secret agents. It consists of three branches. The first branch, the CC Clique 176, is inside the Kuomintang. It existed in embryonic form in 1926 and after the defeat of the Great Revolution 461 in 1927 it was formally established with the Bureau of Investigation and Statistics of the Kuomintang Central Headquarters as its core and seat of power. There are bureaus and offices of investigation and statistics from the central to the local levels. The power of the CC clique, that is, the power of the secret agents, envelopes the whole party, reaching into the country's administrative and educational systems, into some of the construction and communications institutions, certain financial and tax offices and banks and into relief organizations, overseas Chinese associations and women's organizations. It has a grip on the cultural and propaganda institutions, including the publishing industry, and the top priority of its propaganda policy is to combat the on Chinese fascism, the new autocracy 175. Communist Party. The budgetary party expenditure of the Kuomintang for fiscal year 1943 is 284 million yuan, the bulk of which will be spent on party activities by the secret agents. And this figure does not include special expenses. The second branch is inside the Three People's Principles Youth League. Its predecessor was the Fuxing Society, which has become the organization of secret agents inside the league. The Fuxing Society existed in embryonic form in the Society for the Study of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's Doctrines 136 and the Alumni Society of the Whampoa Military Academy. 229. It was founded as the Leasing Society after the incident of September 18, 1931, and later took the name Fuxing. It was incorporated into the Three People's Principles Youth League at the beginning of the War of Resistance. The Special Task Force and the Special Training Course under the leadership of Kang Ze 230 were added, and it became the core of the Secret Agent Unit in SIDE, the League. The third branch is inside the military system, in the Political Training Section and the Bureau of Investigation and Statistics of the Military Council. There are a number of military secret agents in the Political Training Section under He Zonghan, and even the officers hate them. The Bureau of Investigation and Statistics of the Military Council was founded by Dai Li in 1932. In the early period, it was a secret agent group of the Fuxing Society under him. Now it has become a full-fledged branch on its own. It is enormous, and it has many employees and a very large budget. The bureau itself is divided into departments, under which there are district offices, stations, groups, and squads. Its tentacles reach far and wide. Under its control it has the intelligence officers at the various levels, who are directly under the Second Office of the Military Command Department of the Army, the Commissioners of Investigation and Statistics in the military organs, the Supervision and Instruction Group in the Border Region, the Peace Preservation Department, from its head and the chief of its third section down to intelligence personnel at the grassroots level, and the civilian and military police throughout the country. The entire tax collection system of the country is supervised by its anti-contraband units and inspection departments. The communications institutions are controlled by its supervisory departments and supervisory centers. The intelligence agents among diplomatic personnel both at home and abroad, including military attachés, are all under its administration and are sent out on its recommendations. It has customs officials and secret agents. 176. Throughout the national economic structure. Work in the enemy-occupied and puppet areas is under its control. It is also responsible for planning military actions and intelligence work to disrupt our army and the areas under our control. These last activities are carried out in parallel to those of the CC clique. From all this it can be seen that China under the Kuomintang has become a country ruled by secret agents. Moreover, the Kuomintang secret agents have ties with the special agents of Japan and of the puppet governments. Both in their organization and in their activities, they are utterly reactionary, evil, and ruthless. But, after all, the world is changing. World fascism is moving to its doom, and Chinese fascism is no exception. China's resistance will be victorious in the end. The Chinese people have their own path to liberation. For all the efforts of Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang to keep China on the road to fascism, the Chinese people will get to know the Chinese Communist Party and accept its leadership and education, shake off the influence of Chinese fascism, avoid its traps and take the road to a bright future. China will never succumb to fascism. China will become a new democracy. On the 6th Congress of the Party. March 3 and 4, I-944. Comrades, we have all been studying the problem of the strug gle between two lines for half a year or so. When discussing the document S of the period of the Great Revolution 461 we had many disputes, and heated ones too, over how to evaluate the 6th National Congress of the party. 16 It was a thought-provoking debate. Never has thinking in our party been so emancipated as it is now. This is the result of the rectification movement led by Comrade Mao Zedong. It marks a great advance in our thinking. I took part in the work of the 6th Congress and was one of those bearing major responsibility. Naturally, it might be expected that I would have a somewhat clearer understanding of it than others. I feel that in STUDE and GTHE 6th Congress we should both look at the high historical facts and adopt the method of thinking employed in the rectification MOVEMENT today. Otherwise, it will be impossible for us to draw correct conclusions. Of the facts about the 6th Congress, there are so many I no longer remember very clearly and others I have already forgotten. There are now 9 other comrades in Yan'an who took part in the Congress and IHAVE talk ed with some of THEM. But we HAVNT all SAT down together to compare note S. My talk will consist of 6 parts. First, I'll give THE facts. If so Mithin G was correct, I shall say it was correct, and if it was not, I shall say that too. I'll leave the conclusions to the end. The nature, tasks, and prospects of the Chinese Revolution. It may seem superfluous now to speak about the nature of the Sihin SA Revolution. Comrade Mao Zedong has already said in his articles. A report delivered at the CENTRAL Party Shuel in Yan'an. 177. 17/8. The Sihin SE Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party, on New Democracy, etc. That the Chinese Revolution is an anti-imperialist and anti-feudal bourgeois democratic revolution carried out by the masses of the people under the leader hip of the proletariat. At the time of the 6th Congress, however, TS was a serious problem. What was meant by the nature of the revolution? What was it that determined the nature of the revolution? These questions were still unanimously read in those days. It was only later that we came to understand that the nature of a revolution is determined by its tasks and not by its motive forces, which was so mething new tous at the time. Actually, the SEVENth enlarged plenum of the Executive Committee of the Communiste International 2-3 had already affirmed that the Sihinese Revolution was a bourgeois democratic revolution, and the idea had already been put forward as far back as the second National Congress of the party. 22-3. The Chinese Revolution was a bourgeois democratic revolution and yet it was necessary to oppose the bourgeoisie. This was hard to understand at that time, although the 1905 revolution in Russia 233 was a similar case, we had not studied it carefully. Besides, both the comrades who had returned from Sun Yat-sen University in Moscow 23-4 and those who had returned from Western Europe had neglected theory and therefore were not clear about the nature of the revolution. This may seem quite elementary now, but it was a serious problem in those days. No sooner had we learned of the proceeding SOF the nth enlarged plenum of the Executive Committee of the Communist International 235 than we had to leave to attend the 6th National Congress. Comrade Stalin had a talk with us before the Congress. He dealt mainly with 2 questions, the nature of the Chinese Revolution and the EBB and FLO of a revolution. Citing Russia's February Revolution 26-3. As an example, he pointed out that the Chinese Revolution was a bourgeois democratic revolution and not a socialist revolution or a permanent revolution. Only then did we come to understand this question. Before the 6th Congress, however, the Chinese party as a whole failed to understand it. From its 2nd Congress to its 5th Congress inclusive, the party had indeed recognized that the Sihin SE Revolution was a bourgeois democratic revolution. However, according to the opportunist views of Sihin Duxiu, a bourgeois revolution had to be led by the bourgeoisie and not by the proletariat, which should only ass's the bourgeoisie, the proletariat held carry the dan chair for the bourgeoisie, but not seek leader hip in the bourgeois revolution. Sihin 179. Du Xiu held that by helping the bourgeois revolution to succeed, the proletariat would win freedom and the 8-hour day and could carry out its own proletarian revolution later. In ess, this view was characteristic of old democracy. It was the view of bourgeois revolutionaries in Western Europe in the 18th and 19th centuries. Because it was adopted in studying the Chinese Revolution, the problem of leadership remained unsolved for a very long period. There was much controversy at the time over the question of joining the Kuomintang. Some held that we should join, and this was correct. But it was wrong to think that the sole purpose of joining was to help the Kuomintang. In the beginning Zhang Qiutao 165 was against joining the Kuomintang, and later he held that at least the industrial workers should remain outside. He didn't understand that when the masses of workers and peasants entered the Kuomintang, they could help reform it and win leaders hip in it. At the 4th National Congress of The Party, Peng Shuzi 175 held that leadership automatically fell to the proletariat, that it was an automatic leadership, so there was no point in the proletariat striving for it. This shows that he didn't see that the bourgeoisie was fighting to seize leader's hip. So when Chiang Kai-shek launched an anti-communist attack on March 20, 1926, 220 after the Second National Congress of the Kuomintang, we were totally unprepared. By the time we in China heard what had happened at the 7th Enlarged Plenum of the Executive Committee of the Communist International in the winter of 1926, the bourgeoisie had already turned traitor. It wasn't until its 5th National Congress that our party recognized that leadership had to be won by struggle and criticized the idea of automatic leader's hip. But then the method used to win leader's hip was to put up posters everywhere and shout slogans calling for the seizure of leadership. This was mere empty talk, without real significance. Then there was the question of a non-capitalist future for the Chinese Revolution. There was controversy in the Communist International on this question too. The Trotskyites held that in the Wuhan period 479 it was necessary to organize Soviets, turn the trade unions into organs of political power and overthrow the Wuhan government. 480 This meant that they wanted to transplant to China the Russian experiments in carrying the February Revolution forward to the October Revolution. But Comrade Stalin and the majority of the comrades in the Communist International held that we should try to seize leadership in the Wuhan government, rather than splitting with it immediately. Notwithstanding the opposition of Comrade Stalin, the Trotskyites 180 presented their views for discussion at the 8th plenum of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. 237 At that time, M. N. Roy, an Indian, and Jacques Doriot, a Frenchman, 238 who had both worked in China, agreed with the Trotskyites. Although Chen Du Xiu didn't Enlai concur in the views of The Trotskyites, He asserted that the resolution of the Communist International was wrong. Nevertheless, he failed to organize the workers and peasants for a showdown with the Wuhan government. Later, after betrayal by the Wuhan government, the Trotskyites held that the Chinese Revolution was a CIA-1ist Revo 1 UTION, a 6EWWHICHI influencedchn Du Xiu. 166 The Communist International SENTB Lominids to China. 239 Lominids held that there was a permanent revolution in China and that although the current revolution was a democratic one, it would develop directly into a socialist revolution. He said that there had been an alliance of 4 classes during the Guangzhou period, 481 of THRE classes during the Wuhan period, and of only 2 classes, namely, the working CLASS and the PESA and TRY, during the Nanchang UPRISing. 240 There had been no intermissians or stages, and if things continued to advance, there would be EASOCELEST revolution. This view was a kind of compromise with the Trotskyite view. In ESSENCE, it was Trotskyite. The enlarged SESSION of the Provisional Political Bureau in November 192-724-1 accepted this position and maintained that although a socialist revolution had not yet come into existence, continued progress along the existing course would lead to one. The views of Laminids had thus influenced so many of our Part Y members. There were several raisons for the failure to understand that the Sihin se revolution was a democratic revolution. First, there was lack of clarity about what was meantby the nature of a revolution and what it was that determined it. Second, in the history of the Chinese Part Y question had never been clarified theoretically. Third, international null y there w as the influence of the Trotskyites and of Vos conciliatory with THEIRS. All THSAPROBLEMSNEEDED to BERSOLVED at the 6th Congress and the Congress did resolve them correctly. But why did the resolutions de al with the mat so briefly why? Because there had already been propaganda in the party to the effect that the Chinese revolution at its pre-sent stage was bourgeois democratic in character and that it would be wrong to think of it as a socialist revolution or a permanent revolution. Turning to the tasks of the revolution, we must consider them in relation to the nature and motive forces of the revolution. The TSKS 181 were to oppose imperialism and feudalism and to establish the democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants. In the discussions of this problem it was asserted that the democratic dictatorship did not exclude, but definitely included, the petty bourgeoisie. In fulfilling the twin tasks of opposing imperialism and feudalism through such a dictatorship, the basic forces we had to rely on were the workers and peasants. The regime would be anti-bourgeois, but it would not eliminate capitalism. This definition of the nature and tasks of the revolution was basically correct. But it was not so clear-cut as the formulation made some time later by Comrade Mao Zedong when he said that the Chinese Revolution was a bourgeois democratic revolution against imperialism and feudalism waged by the broad masses of the people under the leadership of the proletariat. This stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution would be very long. According to his analysis, the old democratic revolution in China began with the Opium War 482 and the new democratic revolution began with the May 4th movement. The 10 objectives of the Chinese Revolution 242 as set forth by the 6th National Congress of the party constituted the party's program for the stage of the democratic revolution. It was not yet possible to produce a detailed party program consisting of two parts, a maximum program and a minimum program. By coincidence, the Communist International passed its own program at the time, which was adopted by our party as its maximum program. The 10 major objectives of the 6th National Congress became the party program, its strategic tasks, for the period of the democratic revolution. As strategic tasks, there was nothing wrong with the 10 major objectives. As tactical tasks, however, some were not quite appropriate. For example, the first one, to fight against imperialism, was correct. The second, to confiscate enterprises and banks owned by foreign capital, was also correct. Tactically, however, it might not be necessary to use coercive methods of confiscation. The fourth objective was to overthrow the Kuomintang warlord government. Of course, during the present period of the War of Resistance against Japan, this will be passed over. But it goes without saying that in the course of the new democratic revolution, the Kuomintang government must be overthrown if our victory is to be complete. Victory in the new democratic revolution is a victory of the masses of the people, and the Kuomintang's one-party dictatorial regime cannot possibly continue to exist. The fifth point concerned the Soviets. Whether or not the name was appropriate, the Soviets were councils of representatives of workers and 182 peasants and hence were different in principle from the parliaments of the bourgeoisie. Lenin said that a Soviet regime might be feasible not only in capitalist countries, but also in colonial countries. 243 Comrade Mao Zedong took over this idea and developed the system of people's congresses in China. Under this system there is a single, unified political power and not one where legislative and administrative powers are separated. 244 The three-thirds system 204 we practice today is a system of people's congresses at various levels, and it is genuine democracy. As for the 8-hour day, it is a strategic goal. In the border region today, we still follow a 10-hour day, but that is a tactical necessity. So far as the distribution of land to the soldiers is concerned, in the past it was regarded as something very difficult to carry out, but today it has been realized in Nanyuan. With regard to uniting with the proletariat of the world and with the Soviet Union, it was of course a shortcoming not to have mentioned the oppressed nations also. But basically speaking, there were no big mistakes in the 10 major objectives. And at the forthcoming 7th Congress, there will probably not be any major changes. These objectives are not limited to the period of the War of Resistance against Japan, because the war is only one stage in the democratic revolution. Let us turn now to the question of a non-capitalist future. The Sixth Party Congress made a decision in principle on the question of the transition from a bourgeois democratic revolution led by the proletariat to a socialist revolution in the future. The transition would depend on whether or not we had superiority in strength and on the way things developed in the course of the revolution. We should therefore guard against impetuosity. These views were entirely different from those later expressed by Comrade Li Listen. 61 He held that as soon as there were victories in one or more provinces, the revolution could be turned into a socialist one. Comrade Mao Zedong dealt with this question very clearly in his article introducing the Communist. But the resolutions of the Sixth Party Congress on the nature, tasks, and prospects of the Chinese Revolution also had a shortcoming. That is, they did not reflect a clear understanding of conditions in China. The Ninth Enlarged Plenum of the Executive Committee of the Communist International had already pointed out the problem of the uneven development of the Chinese Revolution. The Sixth Congress of the party should have been able to study concrete ways of dealing with this strategic problem, but it didn't do enough. What were the 183 conditions in China? The country was semi-feudal and semi-colonial, and agriculture played the predominant role in its economy. It had a vast territory, abundant resources, and a large population. The classes at either end of the social spectrum were small, while the intermediate classes were large. 483 Politically, it was characterized by national disunity and fighting among warlords, and historically, there had been incessant peasant wars such as the uprising of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. 484 If the Congress had made an analysis of these facts, it would have been able to draw the conclusion that the Chinese Revolution was essentially an armed revolution against armed counter-revolution. Lenin, Stalin, and Mao Zedong have all been of the view that the colonial question resolves itself into the question of peasant wars. Given China's uneven political and economic development, it is possible for peasant revolutionary wars to go on for a long time. In those days, we didn't understand this. We didn't relate the uneven ASS in political and economic development to the question of peasant wars, and we failed to appreciate fully the protracted nature of the Chinese Revolution. 2. The motive forces and class relations. In the Chinese Revolution, at the time of the Sixth Congress there was a new alignment of classes. The imperialists and the warlords were counter-revolutionary and the bourgeoisie had split off and gone over to the side of counter-revolution. During the Great Revolution, the national bourgeoisie had been against the northern warlords 485 and had been partly revolutionary in character. After the defeat of the revolution, Chiang Kai-shek collaborated with the imperialists and the comprador bourgeoisie 468 worked hand in glove with the four big southern banks of the Jiangsu and Zhejiang tycoons 245 and slaughtered revolutionary workers and peasants in Shanghai and Guangzhou. 24-6 In view of the situation, the Ninth Enlarged Plenum of the Executive Committee of the Communist International pointed out that there were three counter-revolutionary forces at the time, namely, imperialism, the feudal force and the bourgeoisie. There was also division in the ranks of the revolution. The urban petty bourgeoisie vacillated. Some of them went over to the side of the reorganization clique 39 and the Third Party. 247 By the same token, within the party, some members deserted, some hesitated, others 184 were driven to desperate acts. So the main forces the revolution had to rely on were the workers and peasants. Of course, the petty bourgeoisie was not excluded. The 9th Enlarged Plenum of the Executive Committee of the Communist International said that there was a radical polarization in Chinese society and that the middle strata were vacillating. In his report to the Central Committee sent from the Jinggang Mountains 486, Comrade Mao Zedong also pointed out that the main forces to be relied on were the workers and peasants. The advanced workers were then the main force behind the revolution in the cities. The ordinary workers, who formed the majority, were somewhat afraid. In the rural areas too, there were peasants who were afraid. And so was the urban petty bourgeoisie. While the Sixth Party Congress did not advocate the abolition of capitalism, it regarded the bourgeoisie as counter-revolutionary. It was correct to rely mainly on the workers and peasants. We could not look upon the urban petty bourgeoisie as the main force of the revolution, or we would have created ideological confusion. But the Sixth Congress didn't have a clear understanding of the urban petty bourgeoisie. Although acknowledging its revolutionary role, the Sixth Congress regarded only the workers and peasants as motive forces of the revolution and excluded the petty bourgeoisie. It wrongly took the fact that certain upper petty bourgeois elements joined the hostile bourgeois forces as evidence that the entire petty bourgeoisie had betrayed the revolution. Thus it made a tactical mistake. The Sixth Congress did not make an analysis of the forces on the side of the counter-revolution. In particular, its assessment of the national bourgeoisie was different from that of the 9th Enlarged Plenum of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. The 9th Enlarged Plenum had held that there were contradictions among the counter-revolutionaries which could be exploited. The Sixth Congress reversed this view and held that although there were contradictions among them, since they were all anti-communist, it was impossible to exploit these contradictions. This view was wrong. Comrade Mao Zedong says that to regard the enemy as a monolithic bloc is an approach characteristic of closed-doorism. In fact, the Nanjing government was a government of the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie. There were opposition forces, a third camp, which were dissatisfied with the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie. This third camp was not a middle force vacillating between the bourgeoisie and the prole. 185. Tariot, but an opposition force within the camp of the ruling classes, a force opposing the government. In the beginning, there was the reorganization clique of the Kuomintang, but later that clique entered the government. Then there were such representative figures as Shi Liangke and Yang Xingfo. 248 Originally, Chiang Kai-shek and Wang Jingwei planned to go to Nanjing together in March or April of 1928, but the Guangxi warlord clique was against Wang Jingwei. Wang was forced to stay in Shanghai, where he opposed the Guangxi warlord clique and Hu Hanmin. At that time, the contradictions between Chiang Kai-shek and Wang Jingwei were not evident, but they did exist. Comrade Mao Zedong's analysis was correct. The Sixth Congress analysis of class relations in the rural areas was basically so-und. But it was not so clear as that of Comrade Mao Zedong. The resolutions of the Sixth Congress stated that while calling for the confiscation of all land held by the landlords, we should not deliberately intensify the struggle against the rich peasants, but that when farm laborers struggled against rich peasants, we should stand on the side of the laborers. The resolutions, however, went no further in their analysis of the small landlords and rich peasants. During the Great Revolution, there were four revolutionary classes: the proletariat, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie. In the stage of the new democratic revolution, there are differences among these four classes. The proletariat is the leading class, the workers and peasants are the basic revolutionary forces, the petty bourgeoisie wavers and the bourgeoisie has a dual character, sometimes taking part in the revolution and sometimes opposing it. During the Great Revolution, semi-bourgeois figures with Comprador-leaning namely, the right wing of the Kuomintang in the early period of Kuomintang Communist cooperation, joined in with the Hop of gain. They must not be regarded as motive forces of the revolution. The Chinese national bourgeoisie was revolutionary during the struggle against the northern warlords. But it was weak and had ties with imperialism and the feudal forces. The Wuhan government was not a government of the workers, peasants, and petty bourgeoisie. Representatives of the landlords and the bourgeoisie, such as Tan Yangkai, 156 Sun FO 249 and Tang Shenzi, 250 were seated in the government. And Wang Jingwei also represented 186. The bourgeoisie. At that time, we should have directed our efforts toward turning the Wuhan government into an alliance of the workers, peasants, and petty bourgeoisie. Those efforts might have succeeded. THECOMMUNISTIN turna TIONAI 62. REGARDEDTHEKUOMIN ta NGASACIASS alliance with a left wing, a center, and a right wing. The right wing was the Big Bourgeoisie, the center was the National Bourgeoisie, and on the left were the workers, peasants, and petty bourgeoisie, including our party. But the opportunists in our party excluded us from the left, calling us the communist wing. THEY did not seek to reform the Kuomintang from within and to win leaders hip in it in accordance with the instructions of the Communist International. Let me take a few typical figures for our consideration. Hu Hanmin. 5. He was an out-and-out rightist. His thinking was that of the comprador class. While in Guangdong, he strongly opposed the workers and PSANTS, he was against the peasants organizing armed forces and stood on the side of the Machinists Union against the Mosses of workers. And he knew it. Chiang Kai-shek. During the Great Revolution his thinking was mainly comprador bourgeois. Yet we do not New York that he did have so many national bourgeois ideas. At the time of the First National Congress of the Kuomintang in 1924, His national bourgeois tendencies were stronger and he belonged to the center. But even then he had connections with the landlords and the comprador bourgeoisie. During the period from the Second National Congress of the Kuomintang to the April 12 incident, when the Mosses were rising in action, Chiang Kai-shek opposed the communists. By the time of the incident of March 20, 1926, he had already shifted his position over to the side of the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie and had become a new righty and his in aspiration was Dai Ji Tao. 5-2. After the April 12 incident 26 he became a counter-revolutionary, representing the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie, though he still made a how of national bourgeois reform ism in order to deceive people. Wang Jingwei. During the Great Revolution, his thinking was mainly bourgeois, and although sometimes appearing to be very left, he did not agree to confiscating the land of the landlords and was wary of the workers and peasants. In the early period of the Great Revolution, Wang Jingwei was not really active, and Dr. Sun Yat-sen. 187. One said that Wang and Hu Hanmin could no longer be representative figures in a revolution of the Russian type. 255 The Declaration of the First National Congress of the Kuomintang was drafted by Borodin, 164 who was entrusted with the work by Dr. Sun Yat-sen. It was translated into Chinese by Chu Kaiu by 256 and the translation was polished by Wang Jingwei. After Dr. Sun's death, Wang Jingwei seized the opportunity to take a more active part in affairs, and he was elected chairman of the Kuomintang and president of the national government in Guangdong. When he came back from Russia in 1927, he didn't intend to oppose Chiang Kai-shek. As soon as he reached Shanghai, Chiang asked him to attend a meeting. About this time, Chen Duxiu approached Wang and they drafted a Wang-Chen joint declaration. 257 When Chiang discovered this, Wang Jingwei changed his mind and didn't want the declaration published, but it was too late to take it back because it had already gone to press at a newspaper office. The next day, Wang Jingwei attended another meeting, at which he was vehemently attacked by Wu Zhihui. 258 angered, he left for Wuhan. That's how he emerged as a leader of the left, loudly proclaiming that all revolutionaries should rally to the left. This was sheer opportunism. During the War of Resistance against Japan he defected to the Japanese aggressors and became a traitor. Liao Zongkai. He was a representative of the radicals among the national bourgeoisie and there was nothing of the comprador about him. He was an overseas Chinese and he was not wealthy. He had a deep-seated hatred of imperialism, opposed the feudal forces and sympathized with the peasants' struggles for the reduction of rent and interest. In the workers' struggles against the Chinese capitalists he favored compromise, but he did assist them in their struggles against foreign capitalists. In the Whampoa Military Academy, when members of the Association of Young Soldiers 153 opposed the Society for the Study of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's doctrines, 136 he tried to conciliate the two sides. He was a radical bourgeois revolutionary. Denyanda. 1-2 He was a representative of the radicals among the petty bourgeoisie. He was for agrarian revolution 505 and was ready to cooperate with us on a long-term basis. He belonged to the left wing of the Kuomintang. At first, he believed in anarchism. After he came back from the Soviet Union, the views he expressed in discussions of the agrarian question were the same as Comrade Mao Zedong's. He strongly advocated the smashing of the feudal forces. He was an intellectual with a rural background and had some connections with 188. The army. During the Wuhan period, if Denyanda had been the central figure instead of Wang Jingwei, things would have been better. But we didn't take him seriously. When the Great Revolution failed, he felt dejected and left China with the Soviet advisor. Later he came back and organized at a third party. Although he opposed us ideologically and we had to criticize him and struggle with him, tactically we should have united with him. He was a man of integrity and never bowed his head to Chiang Kai-shek. After the September 18 incident 490 Chiang had him executed. In our analysis of class relations, our shortcomings in the PA-ST were formulae SM and the tendency to fall into rigid patterns of thinking. By formalism I mean that we dogmatically transplanted to China the formula of the 1905 struggle against the Tsar and of the bourgeois Constitutional Democratic Party in Russia, that we failed to understand China's bourgeoisie, the national bourgeoisie in particular, that we did not analyze the contradictions within the ruling classes and that we thought the petty bourgeoisie in China was the same as that in the capitalist countries in Western Europe. By rigid patterns of thinking I mean that we made definitive judgments of individuals and failed to understand that people can change. Chiang Kai-shek was once the mouthpiece of the national bourgeoisie, but his betrayal should not have been regarded as betrayal by the entire class. The same was true of Wang Jingwei. It was wrong not to see the complexity and changeability of class relations in China. The third party represented the petty bourgeoisie. When Denyanda returned to China in 1930, he approached us with a proposal for a joint struggle against Chiang Kai-shek. But we paid no attention to him. That was wrong. Now I'd like to say something about whether or not it would have been alright to go on working under the banner of the Kuomintang and the Three People's Principles after the defeat of the Great Revolution. If Denyanda had not left and we had continued to cooperate with him, it would have been alright. But after the Nanchang Uprising, the Communist Party alone continued the revolution, while the Kuomintang turned traitor. To continue using the banner of the Kuomintang and the Three People's Principles in such circumstances would have created confusion in the minds of the MASSES. It was necessary to criticize and repudiate the non-revolutionary aspect of the Three People's Principles while preserving their revolutionary aspect. But we negated them in their totality and failed to make a historical and scientific analysis. The experience and lessons of the Great Revolution. 189. The Sixth Party Congress was held at a turning point one and the revolution, when many questions were being hotly debated, questions such as how to look upon the major mistakes of the PST, opportunism and putschism. However, because time was pressing, the Congress lasted only 10 days, and it was followed immediately by the Sixth Congress of the Communist International. So there wasn't as much time for preparation as we now have for the party's 7th Congress. It was decided that special committees would be set up to deal with problems which had not been solved at the 6th Party Congress. 3 committees were organized to study the Autumn Harvest Uprising, 259, the Nanchang Uprising and the Guangzhou Uprising 260 respectively, and all 3 were led by the Far Eastern Bureau of the Communist International. But many delegates had already come back to China, so not much was achieved through these studies. It is true that the Sixth Party Congress raised so many fundamental questions and drew conclusions about them, but since no adequate study was carried out, the delegates failed to get to the heart of the matter and they treated the various questions as if they were all equally important. First, the analysis of opportunism. Although it was pointed out that opportunism was one of the main reasons for the failure of the Great Revolution in China, the essence of the question was never grasped. In his report to The Co-Ogres S., Bukharin 261 drew attention onto 3 opportunist mistakes. The Chinese Communist Party had failed to maintain its independence when cooperating with the Kuomintang, it had not dared to criticize its allies directly, and it had not made a sufficient effort to mobilize the masses. It is true that those were all opportunist mistakes, but the picture was not entirely as it had been painted. If we look at the process of the Great Revolution as a whole, and the period from 1925 to 1926 in particular, we see that the 2 enlarged sessions of the Central Committee both stressed the organizational independence of our party, that there had been criticism of the Kuomintang and that the masses had been mobilized. In early 1927, we organized more than 2 million peasants into peasant associations. Later, we organized even more. The workers had their own organizations, the trade union S and the army D picket S. It can also be seen from Comrade Mao. 190. Zedong's article report on an investigation of the peasant MOVE, meant in Hunan that the masses had been mobilized. It was only during the Wuhan period that the opportunists said that the Ma-SS movement was going too far. There was an upsurge in the Ma-SS revolutionary movement. It was unprecedented in history, and even in the period of the War of Resistance against Japan there has been nothing like it. So, while it is true that these 3 were all opportunist mistakes, the main reason for the defeat of the Great Revolution was the failure to carry out the Communist International's instructions to win leaders hip in the Kuomintang, the government and the army, to carry out the agrarian revolution and to regard armed struggle as the central task. The following 4 points were included in the resolution on the Sin question adopted by the 8th plenum of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. First, transform the Kuomintang and bring large numbers of workers and peasants into it, that is, win leadership in the Kuomintang. Second, turn the peasant associations into the political power in the rural areas, that is, win leaders hip in the government. Third, organize an army of 70,000 sandmena whom there would be 20,000 communists, that is, win leadership in the army. And fourth, confiscate land and carry out the agrarian revolution. Before ending the resolution to RPA Rudy, the Communist International wired these 4 points to MN Roy, its representative in China. When Roy received the telegram, he did not show it to the Central Committee, but gave it to Wang Jingwei. Wang Jingwei was furious when he saw it and accused the Communist International of conspiracy. This act of CLASSBE trial on the part of Roy was the same as that of Left Commune V on the eve of the October Revolution. 262 later, THECE Entral Committee of or PRD learn the contents of the telegram. That was 2 months before the split between The Kuomintang and The Communai St Part Y. THERE was till Timmy to act in accordance with the instruction S of the Communai St International. However, the CE Entral Committee didn't pay enough attention to the SE instruction S. Instead, it felt that the situation was hopeless. Tanping Shan, 263 THN Minister of Agricu at URAI Affairs in the Nation AI Government, re-assigned from high post on the ground that it was impossible to guide the peasant movement the right path. He hoped that the Kuomintang would clean up and reform the lower organs of political power, and he did not want to turn the peasant associations into rural governments. As for armed forces, we already had one army, 2 divisions and the Wuhan Guards Regiment. If we had taken the 191 Military Academy as a nucleus and added in the workers' and peasants' armed forces of Hunan and Hubei and the workers' pickets in Wuhan, it should have been possible to organize an army of 50,000 to 70,000 men. Moreover, Comrade Zhou had an officers' training corps in Jiangxi province, and he was concurrently head of the Public Security Bureau in the city of Nanchang. It was wrong not to have made use of these available resources. Afterwards, the military academy was dissolved by Zhang Fuqui. 264 As to the agrarian revolution, there was debate over whether it should be developed in breadth or in depth. Those who favored development in depth wanted to carry out the agrarian revolution in Hunan and Hubei, while those who favored development in breadth wanted to move into northwestern China instead. They hoped to open up an international route via the northwest for and solve the land question later through regional self-government and reduction of rent and interest. Incidentally, this question of opening up an international route has a history. As early as the Guangdong period, Borodin had said that it was necessary to move into the northwest and avoid a premature conflict with imperialism, a conflict which should not be allowed to begin until an international route had been opened up. At the time, this view was worth considering. After we got to Wuhan, however, the situation changed. There were two enemies then. One was Chiang Kai-shek and the other was the northern warlord Zhang Zuolin. 265 Within the Central Committee there was debate over whether to move east or north. The majority were against going east, for the following reasons. First, the masses were still deceived by Chiang, as he was still calling for continuation of the northern expedition. Second, going east would entail a premature clash with imperialism, and third, if we went east to fight Chiang, Zhang Zuolin might attack Wuhan from the rear. The central idea of the Go North group was to steer clear of the peasant movement in Hunan and Hubei, get Feng Yuxiang 11 to join us, and establish an international link-up. That's why in April and May, Tang Shenzi's army continued the northern expedition. At that time, we were even more mistaken in our judgment of Feng Yuxiang than of Chiang Kai-shek. After Wuhan had been taken and while it was being used as a revolutionary center to counter Chiang Kai-shek, who was in Nanchang, it was earned that G. Voitinsky, 266 the Communist International's representative working with the Central Committee, had gone to Nanchang to see Chiang with the intention of striking a compromise with him. After expelling Puyi from the palace. 192. In Beiping, Feng Yuxiang went to the Soviet Union and bragged that he was born a mixture of worker and peasant stock. The Communist International didn't know his background and thought he was the leader of a peasant army. With the situation in Wuhan getting very difficult, the enemy blockading us, and some of our own members wavering, people pinned their last hopes on Feng Yuxiang and therefore paid little attention to the May 21 incident. 267 After Zhengzhou was taken, all kinds of people rushed there to see Feng Yuxiang. Among them were Borodin and Galen. 16-7 But Chiang Kai-shek sent Wu Zhihui to Zhengzhou. While temporizing with the people from Wuhan, Feng Yuxiang declared that he would go to Suzhou to meet Chiang Kai-shek. Thereupon those people who had gone to Zhengzhou hurried back to Wuhan one after another. By that time the attitude of Wang Jingwei, Tan Yangkai, Sun Fo, Gu Menjiao 268 and so on had changed entirely, and the Kuomintang people were vacillating even more. The concessions made by leaders of the Communist Party on June 30 were in the nature of a surrender. This was an attempt to save the situation, but it only made things worse. When we look back at the whole process, we find the leadership of the party was correct more often than not in the early period of the Great Revolution, while in the middle period it did some correct things and made some mistakes, including even mistakes on matters of principle. Its mistakes in connection with the Zhongshan warship incident and with the Northern Expedition are cases in point. In the last period of the Great Revolution, an opportunist line took shape. It is not correct to say that the leadership of the party was wrong throughout the Great Revolution. If the 4-point instructions of the Communist International had been firmly carried out, the situation could have been saved. In its resolution on the mistake of opportunism, the party's 6th Congress stated that the expression of opportunism in its highest form was that no work was done to develop the agrarian revolution and the class struggles of the masses, rather, efforts were made only to collaborate with the upper strata and class contradictions were Thursday's 193. Obscured. No efforts were made to control the army or to arm the workers and peasants. No attempt was made to use the opportunity afforded by our participation in the government to serve the interests of the masses. As a result, when the critical moment came, we were encircled by the enemy and unable to break through. But the resolution put these mistakes on a par with others and did not identify the principal ones. So the resolution at SELF failed to make a deep impression. Second, the assessment of the August 7th meeting. 1-5 While pointing out the successes and achievements of the August 7th meeting, the Congress also drew attention to two shortcomings. In the first place, the meeting still entertained so many illusions about the left wing of the Kuomintang and, in the second, it was not thorough enough on the land question. But the SE were not the main problems. The fact that the forces of the Nanchang uprising continued to use the banner of the left wing of the Kuomintang after the August 7th meeting was not really the main mistake. And it had been decided that the agrarian revolution should be carried out. Experience has proved, however, that it takes time to carry out an agrarian revolution and that in the initial stage it is impossible to do so thoroughly. I think the main shortcomings of the August 7th meeting were as follows. First, although it forcefully censured opportunism and pointed out that it was necessary to oppose the Kuomintang's white terror with uprisings, it did not provide an orientation for the whole party by stating in concrete terms what was to be done. Second, bad precedents were created in inter-party struggle. Chen Duxiu was not allowed to attend the meeting, and opposition to opportunism was seen as a personal attack on those responsible for opportunist mistakes. Later, things reached the point where in any struggle against opportunism, one or two persons in responsible positions had to be singled out and attacked as if they were opportunism itself. Once they had been removed or transferred, it was believed that opportunism had been eliminated and everything was just fine. Thus the party made the mistake of being vindictive. I think these were the main shortcomings. Third, an assessment was also made of the enlarged session of the Provisional Political Bureau held in November 1927. I think the mistakes made at that session outweighed the correct decisions. It was correct to discard the banner of the Kuomintang and raise the banner of the Soviets. In fact, even before the session, the banner of the Soviets had already been raised in Haifeng and Lufeng. Nor had the autumn harvest uprising led by Comrade Mao Zedong used the name of the 194 Kuomintang. Rather, it used the name of the Revolutionary Committee of the Workers and Peasants. So by that time, the question had in fact been resolved. I think the main mistakes of the November session were as follows. First, the Provisional Political Bureau held that the Chinese Revolution was a permanent revolution, which could be taken all the way to socialism without interruption. Second, according to its estimate of the situation, there was a continuously rising tide of revolution. Third, it held that the basic policy for the revolution was to promote a nationwide insurrection. All these views had been criticized in the resolutions of the Sixth Congress. But we didn't know that the theory of permanent revolution had been put forward in China by B. Lamanids, then the Communist International's representative. The Sixth Congress did not underline the fact that the revolution was at low ebb. Another mistake made at the November session was that certain rules of political discipline were laid down which had also been proposed by the representative of the Communist International. We felt that this was something quite fresh. Political disciplinary measures were to be taken against those comrades who led uprisings that failed. The Autumn Harvest Uprising led by Comrade Mao Zedong was regarded as a failure. 269 disciplinary measures were taken against him by removing him from his position as an alternate member of the Provisional Political Bureau of the Central Committee. A number of other comrades were punished too. In fact, however, the Autumn Harvest Uprising led by Comrade Mao Zedong had been a success. He had led both the peasant armed forces that rose in revolt and the Wuhan Guards Regiment to establish a base area in the Jinggang Mountains and, later, to establish the Central Soviet area. At the time of the Nanchang Uprising, Tan Pingshan was a member of the Communist Party and chairman of the Revolutionary Committee of the Kuomintang. He was expelled from the Communist Party for mistakes. Zhang Qiuotao was against the Nanchang Uprising, and Tan Pingshan was expelled from the party because he told a division commander that if Zhang Qiuotao opposed the Nanchang Uprising, he would kill him. I was then secretary of the Front Party Committee. The division commander came to ask my opinion of the matter. I said that we couldn't act that way in inter-party struggle. Later somebody told the story to the representative of the Communist International who decided to expel Tan Pingshan from the party. When we look back today, this disciplinary measure was not entirely appropriate. It would have been better if some other 195 measures had been taken against him or if he had been sent to Moscow. Of course, Tan Pingshan had made mistakes. But Zhang Qiuotao had made mistakes too. Disciplinary measures were taken against Zhang and also against Li Lisan and myself. Fourth, the Sixth Congress did not make an adequate summation of the experience of the Nanchang Uprising. The uprising was a military action attempted against the Kuomintang. While the Central Committee pointed out 5 mistakes made in the uprising, it failed to identify the main one. I feel the main mistake was that we did not remain on the spot to continue the revolution. After the uprising, the army should not have been pulled out or, if that was necessary, it should not have been withdrawn so far. If it had stayed and started an agrarian revolution on the spot, it would have been possible to muster the former cadets of the dissolved Wuhan Military Academy and part of the peasants who had survived the uprisings in Hunan and Hubei 487 to expand our forces. However, after the Nanchang Uprising, instead of carrying out agrarian revolution on the spot, we went all the way to Shantou and, instead of gradually building our strength there, we only launched military attacks and tried to make our way to the seaports in the hope of receiving arms and munitions from the Soviet Union. If we had stayed, the situation in the 3 provinces of Hunan, Hubei, and Jiangxi would have been different, and though we might not have been able to hold Nanchang, we could have joined forces with those of the Autumn Harvest Uprising led by Comrade Mao Zedong. Fifth, the Autumn Harvest Uprisings. Some of the Autumn Harvest Uprisings in various parts of the country succeeded, and others failed. In many places in the 3 provinces of Hunan, Hubei, and Jiangxi, the peasants, on their own initiative, had already turned their associations into governments. Later, when Comrade Mao Zedong arrived in Pyongyang, Liaoyang and other places, uprisings were organized. He led the forces to the Jinggang Mountains. Under the influence of those uprisings, others occurred in the border areas between Hubei, Henan, and Anhui and in northeastern Jiangxi and other places. But they failed in some areas, such as western and northern Hubei. The reason for these failures was that the central leadership was still making putschist mistakes. The major putschist mistakes were made after the enlarged session of the Provisional Political Bureau in November 1927, but indications of putschism had already appeared at the August 7 meeting. For instance, after this meeting, the slogan of killing the local tyrants and the evil gentry had been widely raised, and in some places it had 196 even become the rallying call and had led to the burning of towns. By the time of the autumn harvest uprising, petty bourgeois revolutionary fanaticism was already present in the leading organs of the Central Committee. Because of the failure of the Great Revolution, some of our peoplebecame indignant, vengeful, and desperate. This was one of the factors giving rise to put SCHISM. SIXTH, the Guangxi Ho uprising. The counter-revolutionaries were running rampant, and all the cities in the country were in their hands. The Guangxi Ho uprising was a heroic attempt made jointly by the workers and revolutionary soldiers of Guangzhou. The 6th Congress looked upon The Guangzhou uprising as a rearguard action during The retreat following the failure of the Great Revolution. That was correct. The uprising took place at a time when Wang Jingui had succeeded Legion 39 as The man controlling Guangxi Ho. He entered to disband the strike committee. But the trade unions still had so many arms. The officers' training corps that had come back to Guangzhou from Wuhan with Zhihanji Fukui now had as its commander Comrade Yejian Ying, who said that The would get disbanded. At that time, Zhihang Fukui's forces had used TBENSENT to block Huang Shaohong. 210 If we had delayed any longer, the Y would have sent a division back to Guangzhou to disband the trade unions and the officers' training corps. WESEIZEDT's opportunity to pull our forces out of Zhang's army, and our estimate of the situation was that an uprising could be organized but that it would be hard to hold on to the city. The Communist International's representative in Guangzhou then was a German by the name of Heinz Neumann. In his view, after the uprising we had to hold on to Guiyuan's who and establi sha Soviet The. Comrade Yeting, 363 Command in chief of the uprising, was only invited there on the eve of the uprising. Comrade Yejian Yinji had just joined The party, and he was ignored and not assigned any work. On the eve of the day of the uprising Yeting maintained that the armed forces held be pulled out of the city, and Neumann cursed him for vacillating. He said that The Guangzhou uprising was an offensive and that The must tack, attack, and again attack. The next day, Comrade Zhang Tail EI-69 was killed, and on The THIRD-WORLDISM we were defeated and retreated in panic. In the end Zhang Fukui came back to Guangzhou and carried out a massacre. If instead we had made an orderly retreat, or if we had joined forces ETHRW if the PESA and TMOVEMENT in Haifei NG and Lufeng OR with Comrade Easy Huda in Fujiang, there would not have been such. 197. Panic, greater revolutionary strength could have been conserved and more cadres could have been saved. After the defeat of the Guangzhou uprising, Yeting went to Moscow, but the representative of the Communist International still maintained he was politically vacillating and no one in the International would have anything to do with him. The Communist University of the Toilers of the East 211 invited him to speak, but the International didn't even allow him to do that. That's why he left the party and went to Germany. We should redress this wrong done to Yeting. In the Southern Anhui incident 2°5 he was very courageous and ready to lay down his life to preserve the forces of the revolution. He showed a steadfastness which even some communists could not match, and to this day he has never bowed his head to the Kuomintang. The summation of these events made by the Sixth Congress had shortcomings. It summarized everything in general terms but never came to grips with basic questions. When discussing the experience of the uprisings, the representatives of various localities showed some localist tendencies, or what is known today as the mountain stronghold mentality. For instance, when it was suggested that an uprising in a certain place had not been well organized, the representatives from that place would become irritated, wanting their own uprisings to be painted in a favorable light. So it was not easy to sum up experience soberly and draw lessons. The Chinese party made two tactical mistakes. It failed to launch offensives when offensives were called for during the high tide of the revolution, as in the Wuhan period. And it failed to withdraw when withdrawal was called for at a low ebb of the revolution, as at the time of the Guangzhou uprising. For the revolutionary situation and the party's tactics. At the time of the Sixth Congress there was a controversy over the assessment of the revolutionary situation. The Chinese delegates took the debate to Comrade Stalin, who said that at present the revolution was not at high tide but at low ebb. Comrade Listen, however, asserted that it was still at high tide because workers and peasants. 1908. Struggles were still going on in various places. Comrade Stalin replied that there were ripples even during an ebb tide. The land question was also hotly debated. Someone said that Chiang Kai-shek might carry out a land policy of the Russian Stolypin type in China. 212 Comrade Stalin pointed out, however, that it would be impossible for Xi Jinping to implement a reformist policy of that sort, because he relied on imperialism and collaborated with the feudal forces. The Sixth Congress took the position that the revolutionary situation in China was between two high tides, because none of the contradictions that had given rise to the revolution had been resolved. The fact that some peasants were still conducting armed struggles was a slight indication that a new high tide of revolution was on the way, but it did not mean that it had already arrived. As subsequent developments proved, predictions that the peasant struggle would become an important part of a new upsurge were correct. In 1930, the Red Army captured Changsha. Whether or not the decision to attack Changsha was correct, it did show that the peasant guerrilla war was at high tide. What the Sixth Congress meant by saying that the national revolutionary movement was growing again was that an upsurge was fast approaching, and events following the incident of September 18, 1931, proved that this was correct. So it cannot be said that the predictions of the Sixth Congress in this regard were premature. The basic tactic worked out by the Sixth Congress, to win over the masses and prepare for uprisings, was correct, and it was different from that of the enlarged session of the Provisional Political Bureau of November 1927. In its struggle against current deviations, the Sixth Congress directed its main attack against left putschism and commandism, because opportunism was already a thing of the past. Chen Duxiu and Peng Shuzi did not attend the Congress. Zhang Qiutao alone was present. Conversely, the number of those attending who had made the mistake of put SCISM was comparatively large. The person who received the most criticism was Comrade Li San. Even so, the Sixth Congress made Footme's takes of its own. First of all, with regard to the high and low tides of the revolution, were several points on which there had been confusion all along. No clear distinction was made between the objective conditions and the's objective strength involved in a revolutionary upsurge. We did not understand the importance of the mass movement, the objective element, in helping to bring about a revolutionary upsurge. Therefore, 199. When assessing whether or not there was a revolutionary high tide at a given moment, we frequently overstressed favorable objective conditions and failed to understand that no revolutionary upsurge could really be created so long as our subjective strength was insufficient. No clear distinction was made between a revolutionary high tide and an immediate revolutionary situation. We didn't understand that although a revolutionary high tide showed that the conditions for an uprising were maturing, or even that they were already ripe, it didn't necessarily mean that uprisings could be organized all over the country immediately. For example, there was a high tide of revolution in the rural areas in 1930, but it was not possible to organize uprisings everywhere right away. Lee Lison's line failed because it called for starting uprisings everywhere. No clear distinction was made between partial and general high tides. Although at the time it was asserted that things were at a low ebb, no attempt was made to understand the problem clearly. It was due precisely to the lack of clarity on these points that when we debated the question of revolutionary high tides after our return from abroad in October 1928, we could only talk in empty phrases about waves and ripples. Second, there was also confusion on several points relating to tactics. Although the Sixth Congress declared that we were in retreat and must concentrate on winning over the masses, it did not make a clear-cut distinction between high tides during which attacks might be launched and low ebbs during which retreats were called for. It was not made clear that even during a general retreat, offensive and defensive attacks could still be carried out locally. For example, we were making local attacks in the Jinggang Mountains, although in the country as a whole we were in retreat. Nor was it made clear that even in attacks, there could be retreats. For example, while in the Jinggang Mountains, Comrade Mao Zedong sometimes used the tactic of retreat during an attack. Because we did not understand these matters clearly, we could not make our tactics more concrete and explicit. But it should have been possible for us to understand them. Failure to do so was a shortcoming of the Sixth Congress. We did not make a very good analysis of the problem of uneven development of the revolution, and consequently we did not establish the principle of taking the countryside as the center of operations and using the countryside to defeat the cities. But with the conditions and theoretical level then prevailing, it was impossible for the Sixth Congress to conceive the idea of taking the proletariat as the leading 200 force and the countryside as our center of operations. Although there had been peasant guerrilla wars, we had not yet gained enough experience and were still groping. I made a study of the historical experience and the existing situation. The movement of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom started in the villages, and it was only when Nanjing was occupied that it assumed its later nationwide significance. There were also peasant guerrilla wars of the roving rebel type, in which the cities were not occupied and which ended in defeat. These made me feel that the revolution could not be long sustained unless it had the cities as its center. Besides, in Russia, after the defeat of the 1905-07 revolution, there was no revolutionary high tide in the rural areas. Indeed, the revolutionary movement in the rural areas declined even more rapidly than the workers' movement in the cities. Needless to say, this was also the case in smaller countries. So I could find no historical instance in which the countryside had encircled the cities, either in China or abroad. Judging from the actual situation in China at the time, the entire revolutionary guerrilla movement in the rural areas was in extreme difficulty and the war between Chiang Kai-shek and the Guangxi warlords had not yet broken out. 33 Under such circumstances, it was impossible to take the rural areas as the center of our operations. When we talk about making the rural area as our center, we must relate that idea to another, namely, that the PS&S must be led by the party of the proletariat. But at that time, there was no historical precedent for a communist party to concentrate on work in the countryside and not on building ties with the urban proletariat. In the document S of the Communist International, whenever the question of leader S hit by the proletarian part Y came up, it was in connection with the workers' movement. Only after the Chinese communists had proved, through a long period of practice, that the party could be built into a staunch Bolshevik party even though it was cut off from the urban proletariat was it clear that su thing was possible. As we study TS question, it might be useful to consider what would have happened if such had not been the case. Without the leadership of a strong proletarian party, failures would have been unavoidable even if the line of taking the countryside as the center of Operation S had been adopted. In fact, there were defeats in many places. At that time, the forces located in Haifeng and Lufeng were bigger than those in the Jinggang Mountains, and various other conditions were also more favorable. Yet the movement there ended in failure. One of the important REAS on S. 201 was that the idea of proletarian leadership had not yet been developed, and the leaders were still to some extent petty bourgeois revolutionaries. Of course, I don't mean that no one could have conceived of taking the rural areas as the center. In fact, that idea should have taken hold after the Sixth Congress, that is, in 1929 or 1930. But when I attended the Communist International in 1940, all the leading comrades there were still worried that we were too far separated from the working class. I said that after we had been tempered through protracted struggles in the villages, it was entirely possible for us to become proletarianized under the leadership of Comrade Mao Zedong. Some comrades of the Communist International were shocked when they heard this view and took exception to it. It also took time for Comrade Mao Zedong to understand TSKSN. Before the Great Revolution, Comrade Yun Daying-23 once wrote a letter to Comrade Mao Zedong about the work Tao Xingzi 2 feet 4 inches and others were doing in the rural areas. In Hai's letter of reply, Comrade Mao Zedong said, "We cannot find enough time now to work even among the urban workers, how can we find time for rural work?" It wasn't until 1925, when he went home to recuperate and carried out some rural surveys in Hunan, that he began to pay attention to the peasant question. By the time of the Sixth Party Congress, Comrade Mao Zedong had already recognized the need to stress rural work and the importance, as well as THEPOS's ability, of setting up independent regimes in the rural areas by armed force, things which the Congress didn't understand. However, I think that Comrade Mao Zedong had not yet formed the idea that our work should be centered on the rural areas and that the Communist Party, on behalf of the proletariat, should lead peasant guerrilla warfare. He too still believed that our work should be centered on the cities. In the beginning he held that Soviets should be established in the border areas between Fujian, Zhejiang, and Jiangxi in order to exert influence on, and give support to, the work in the cities. It was not until he wrote that letter 488 to Lin Biao 84 that he explicitly pointed out the need to create red areas and set up independent regimes by armed force. That, HESAID, would be the most important factor in bringing about a nationwide revolutionary upsurge, in other words, the center of our work shall be the rural areas. So the thinking of Comrade Mao Zedong underwent a process of development. That was also true of Comrade Stalin's thinking. For example, it was not in 1928 but on the eve of the Red Army's attack on Changsha in 1930 that he came to regard the Red Army as of prime importance to 202. The Chinese Revolution. That was after he had summed up the experience of the growth of the Red Army in 1929. The policies of the party. The Sixth Party Congress set forth various party policies in general terms. TT adopted separate resolutions on problems relating to the Red Army, the work among workers, the work among peasants, the land policy and so on in the Soviet areas. Viewed from the present level of understanding, these resolutions gave inadequate consideration to questions of tactics and were not based on sufficiently thorough study of actual conditions and the needs of the masses. The most obvious example was the failure to emphasize the importance of establishing armies and political power in the rural areas in the form of independent regimes backed by armed force. A second example relates to party building. At that time, Comrade Mao Zedong had already recognized the importance of both these questions, as WAS clearly indicated in the resolutions of the Second Party Congress of the Hunan-Jiangxi border area in October 1928 and the resolution of the Ninth Party Congress of the Fourth Red Army in December 1929. First, the question of party building. Before the defeat of the Great Revolution, our party organizations were either semi or fully open in their operations. After the defeat, the party organizations in the Kuomintang areas were driven underground and had to function secretly, while those in the guerrilla areas openly led the masses in armed struggle. The task in the white areas was to turn the open or semi-open party organizations into secret underground ones, whereas the task in the guerrilla areas was to build the party through armed struggle. The Sixth Party Congress did not hold an adequate discussion of organizational matters. I remember that I gave a report on the question of organization, but the available information was limited to the problem of party organizations in the cities in white areas. The Sixth Congress did not understand that the general policy for the party in white areas should have been to accumulate strength. It only paid attention to changing the form of organizations and reducing their size. Actually, however, the party organizations there continued to function semi-openly. For instance, contacts between higher and lower levels were still close. 203. The leading bodies remained unwieldy, and the branches continued to consider that their central task was to lead true ggles, instead of, as Lenin had uga to accumulate strength and conserve cadres even if that meant maintaining silence. We had no suchideas. Anybody who did have them would certainly have and call an opportunist. The style of work was characterized by much run-and-g around. Those who did the most run-and-g around were regarded as fine party members, and those who wanted to sit down to s2d problems were regarded as poor ones. Later, C. Amriti Lushaokai criticized EDTSWORKSTYLE when he was in North Sihina. A New York comrade S then thought his criticism unjustified. As for the question of how to proletarianize the leading bodies, there was a tendency after the August 7 meeting to regard the struggle against opportunism simply as a matter of the dismiss-sal and replacement of personnel. This formalism affected later attempts at proletarianization. Cadres of working class origin were idolized and intellectuals were not treated according to their individual merits. Comrade Li Liesen, then secretary of the Provincial Party Committee in Guangdong, once said that the role of the intellectuals was finished and that from then on only cadres of working class and peasant origin should be relied on. So when Severa el-100 cadets of the Offic ERS training corps withdrew to Haifeng and Lufeng after the failure of the Guangzhou uprising, instead of being used as cadres, they were sent to the 4th Division as soldiers. Later the great majority of them ded in action. Besides, in matters of ideological struggle, we didn't follow the method of skillful guidance and patient persuasion exemplified in Comrade Mao Zedong's letter to Lin Biao. There were signs of The Mountain Stro Ng hold me and Talat Y at The 6th Congress, and people did not discuss a question comme ly, especially if it concerned THEMSELVS. THES struggle against opportunism and put SCHISM was waged in the form of personal attacks. The representative of opportunism was Zihanji Kuatao, and the representative of put SChism was Comrade Chu Kaiubai. The two of them argued endlessly. Finally Bukharan SAID, it su too big int ellectualsw hord owing all this quarreling. If you don ts topit, will promote cadres of working class origin to replace youts remark had a very bad influence at the time and also later, because it read ed antagonism between cadres of working class and intellectual back ground s. Second, the workers' movement. It was correct to set the goal of winning the majority of the working class to our SIDE, and that was 204. Written into the resolutions. But how were we to go about it? Should we organize red unions, 56, or should we work inside the yellow trade unions? There was no clear answer in the political resolution adopted by the 6th Congress. Later, however, the resolution on the workers' movement stipulated that the main task was to organize red unions. This was wrong. It is true that during the Great Revolution we had organized vast numbers of workers in major cities, such as Shanghai, Wuhan, and Guangzhou. But after the defeat of the Great Revolution, almost all of these workers' organizations were destroyed, and the trade unions that did manage to survive, like the party organizations, had few members. At that time, several kinds of trade unions still existed. There were some of the original trade unions, which had registered with Kuomintang headquarters as legal organizations. There were also trade unions which had not registered with the Kuomintang and yet managed to survive. Then there were trade unions which the Kuomintang people had organized themselves. Some of these unions still had a mass following, and the chances of setting up red unions were pretty slim. So what we should have done was to join the yellow unions and work within them. The fact that the resolution on the workers' movement stipulated that the chief goal was to organize red unions was related to the left deviation inside the Chinese party and to the consistent left deviation of the Red International of Labor Unions. 215 and the resolution in turn had a great deal to do with the left tendency that appeared later in the workers' movement led by the party. As for the establishment of workers' committees in the factories, it was an attempt to create a unified organization of workers in the labor movement, one which was neither a red nor a yellow union. In looking back, we can see that this too was impossible at the time. Third, the peasant movement. The Sixth Congress adopted two resolutions, one on the peasant question and one on the land question. It took a long period of groping before we came to a solution of these problems. Furthermore, specific methods had to be found to implement that solution. For instance, the method proposed by Comrade Mao Zedong of taking from those who have a surplus and giving to those who have a shortage, and taking from those who have better and giving to those who have worse was a very good one. If instead, all the land of the landlord class had been confiscated and distributed only to the poverty-stricken peasants according to the principles laid down by the Sixth Congress, the result would certainly have been the physical liquidation. 205. Dashing of the landlords or their expulsion from the Soviet areas. That would have had an unfavorable effect on the struggle. Fourth, the question of the Soviets. Nowhere in the resolutions of the Sixth Congress can one find anything like the conception put forward by Comrade Mao Zedong of creating Soviet areas and long-term independent regimes in the rural areas. Instead, the Congress merely copied the experience of the Soviet Union, stressing the establishment of Soviets in the cities, thus it was again dogmatic. Fifth, the struggle against the imperialists and warlords. It is true that we must oppose both. However, the Sixth Congress treated them as a monolithic block within which there were no contradictions we could exploit. Unlike Comrade Mao Zedong, it paid no attention to making use of the contradictions among our enemies to increase our own strength. Sixth, the policy towards other political parties. The resolutions treated them all as enemies without differentiation. For example, it is true that the reorganization clique of the Kuomintang was against us. But the contradiction between the clique and Nanjing could have been exploited. Another example was the Third Party. No doubt we had to criticize and counter its attempts to erode our ideology. But it was still possible to cooperate with it in the struggle against Chiang Kai-shek. Besides, the Sixth Congress did not stress the need to develop broad democratic struggles in the cities, a point put forward by Comrade Mao Zedong. Seventh, the Movement 1 and the Armed Forces. The Sixth Congress adopted a secret resolution on our work in the armed forces, which included a section dealing with our work in the White Army. At that time, we were definitely not paying sufficient attention to such work. Besides, we were limiting our work to the rank and file, and that was a mistake. It is true that after the defeat of the Great Revolution, many officers in the Kuomintang armies were reactionary. But a characteristic of the mercenary armies in China is that the officers play a most significant role. The Sixth Congress held that it was military opportunism to carry out work among the officers. Subsequent events proved, however, that the mutinies of large contingents of enemy troops and their surrender to the Red Army were all due to our work among the officers. The defection to the Red Army of the division under Li Mingrui in Guangxi 276 and the revolt of the 26th Route Army in Jiangxi 277 are cases in point. Both were led by officers. 206. VT. The 6th Congress and its impact. The impact of the Communist International on the 6th Party Congress. The 6th Congress was held directly under the leadership of the Communist International, and it is now necessary to make an analysis of THE Congress S. Its correct DECISINs, which IHAVE mentioned, were largely attributable to the influence of Comrade Stalin. Two facts testify to this. First, the resolution on the China question, which was adopted by the 9th Enlarged Plenum of the Executive Committee of the Communist International in February 1928 and which essentially became the foundation of the 6th Party Congress, had been read and revised by Comrade Stalin. All the main questions, such as the nature of the revolution and its motive forces, were dealt with in this resolution. Second, Comrade Stalin had a talk with leading cadres of the Chinese Party on the eve of the 6th Congress and expounded to them in detail the nature of the revolution and the revolutionary situation. Bukharin, Pavel MIF, and others did the day-to-day work, and Bukharin delivered port at the Congress. He was secretary of the Communist International, while MIF was deputy head of the Far Eastern Bureau. Naturally, they too had an influence on the 6th Congress. For instance, in his report to the Congress, Bukharin took Zhang Qiutao and Comrade Chu Kaiubai to task and claimed that both were big intellectuals and should be replaced by cadres of working class origin. This is point 1. 2. Bukharin's assessment of the Soviets and of the Red Army movement in China was pessimistic. He held that they could exist only in a state of desperation, and that if they operated in large formations they would only harm the people's interests, consuming all they had, down to the last chicken, and causing great resentment. He wanted the high-ranking cadres to leave the Red Army. For example, he wanted Comrades Zhou and Mao Zedong to be removed from their posts and assigned to THIRD-WORLDISM. So when we came back to China, we gave instructions for Comrades Zhou and Mao Zedong to be transferred out of the Red Army. THEY did not agree. At this point, the war between CINKAIS and the Guangxi warlords broke out, and we felt that this was an opportunity to expand the Red Army and gave up the idea of removing the two comrades. But we didn't realize that it would have been wrong to do so anyway. 3. The question of rich PSANTS in Sihina. Ulthaq Bukharin had 207. Made mistakes on the question of the kulaks in the Soviet Union, the resolution of the 6th Congress on the question of rich peasants, while emphasizing the feudal side to their character, pointed out that we should not deliberately intensify opposition to them. So in this case the resolution was not adversely affected. The resolutions of the 6th Congress were drafted by Comrade Chu Kaiubai. MIF and Bukharin revised the drafts, and then Comrade Chu Kaiubai read them over and made further changes. But MIF's role in preparing the resolutions was not very significant. His influence on the Congress was felt mainly in 3 ways. He made some contemptuous and mistrustful remarks about responsible cadres of the Chinese Party, and these had a certain effect. When preparations were being made for elections, MIF said at a meeting of the preparatory committee that the leading cadres of the Chinese Party were weak in theory and that there were some stronger comrades like Wang Ming, 65 Shen Zimin 278 and so on, hinting that they should be promoted to the Central Committee. Of course, not many people paid attention to what he said. But this kind of talk did have the effect of making students at the Communist University of the Toilers of the East and other schools look down on the leading cadres of the party. It even gave rise to a struggle against the delegation of the Chinese Communist Party to the Communist International. He created a barrier between workers and students. For instance, He praised Xiang Zongfa 279 highly and used him as a mouthpiece, trying to get him to oppose the so-called Association of Students from Jiangsu and Zhejiang. 489 After the 6th Congress, before all of the delegates had returned to China, he called several meetings, at one of which Wang Ming gave a report on the struggle against the association. Generally speaking, the delegates did not have a good impression of MIF. He also had a certain role in organizational matters, but it was not a major one. For example, a large number of the working personnel for the 6th Congress were selected from the Far Eastern Bureau of the Communist International. This smacked of sectarianism. The composition of the delegations. Looking back on it, we can see that the composition was not very sound. There were altogether 75 delegates from various parts of China. With the staff members who attended as observers, they made a total of 112. The composition of this group was unsound for 3 reasons. First, too much stress was laid on the number of Dili. 28. Gates of working class origin. TT was alright for such delegates to constitute the majority at the Congress. But the fact is that many cadres of working class origin had laid down their lives during the Great Revolution, and a number of the leading comrades who survived were too busy working to leave their posts. So many of the delegates were selected from the branches. But after the Great Revolution, the leading cadres in the branches were all new, the old ones having either died or left. As a result, many of the branch leaders were not very capable. Of the 75 delegates, 40 were workers, and not many of them had been tempered in the Great Revolution. Second, no effort was made to assemble cadres with revolutionary experience at the 6th Congress. The Communist International wired the notice of the meeting to our party at the end of March, and the delegates had to leave in April. It would have been difficult for Comrade Mao Zedong to go, but many other comrades could have attended, such as Liu Shaokai, Ren Bishi, 280 Yun Daiying, Chen Tenkaiu, 123 Enlai Fukun. 28 If more comrades engaged in the day-to-day work had gone, it would have been possible for the Congress to learn more about actual problems and to collect more opinions. However, it was felt that the work at Hami was more important, and so those comrades didn't go. Third, there were defeatist sentiments, mountain, stronghold tendencies and personal attacks at the Congress. So it was impossible to discuss matters thoroughly, and whenever a specific question came under DSCUSSION, there would be a quarrel. For example, when we began to examine the mistakes made in the Hunan and Hubei uprisings, the delegates from those 2 provinces, who felt that they had not a few achievements to their credit, became extremely argumentative. It must be pointed out, however, that there were no factional divisions within the various delegations from different parts of the country. These were the 3 major weaknesses. The unsound composition of the delegations made it impossible to discuss questions in depth. Moreover, the leading comrades whose views were more correct than other people's, Liu Shaokai and Mao Zedong for example, did not attend. In the elections to the Central Committee there was a tendency to overemphasize the importance of a working class background. Of 36 members elected, 21 were workers. Although many leaders had emerged from among the workers during the Great Revolution, the party had not given enough attention to their education. On the other hand, of the cadres with an intellectual background, many had 209 emerged in the May 4th movement and had done a great deal of work. Quite a few of them were experienced. However, because working class origin was overemphasized, many good cadres of intellectual background were prevented from serving on the Central Committee. For example, Comrade Liu Shaokai was only elected secretary of the Control Commission but not a member of the Central Committee. Comrade Yun Daiying was not elected either, and he became a member of the Central Committee only at its 2nd plenary session. This was one reason why the Central Committee was later very weak. Nevertheless, there was nothing sectarian about the delegates' attitude in the elections. For example, comrades like Mao Zedong and Guanzai NG 262 received many votes, whereas Zhang Qiuhao, comrade Chu Kaibai and others who had made mistakes, received the fewest. The duration of the Congress. There was not sufficient time to study and discuss problems. The delegates were not prepared beforehand, and they had not been elected by the local organizations. Many of the resolutions were adopted without adequate discussion. They were only adopted in principle, as it was called, and then sent to the various committees for minor changes in wording. If we had had a little more time, we could have achieved better results. To sum up, the resolutions of the Sixth Congress on the nature, motive forces, prospects, situation, and tactics of the revolution were basically correct. That is why we say that the line of the Sixth Congress was basically correct. On the other hand, the Congress also made many mistakes on specific and practical questions. It failed to understand that the central problem of the Chinese Revolution was the problem of the peasants' land, and that peasant struggle and the establishment of independent regimes by armed force were special features of that revolution. It failed to understand the complexity of the changes in China's class relations, and it did not focus the party's tactics on winning over the classes in the middle. It failed to understand the unevenness in the development of the revolutionary situation, and hence the importance of working in the rural areas and building the party. Admittedly, at the time it was not yet possible to envisage the countryside encircling the cities. It was not sufficiently conscientious in summing up previous experience and lessons, and therefore failed to recognize the importance of armed struggle and the need to build the 210 party, establish our own regimes and work among the MA-SSES in connection with armed struggle. All TS was already being done by Comrade Mao Zedong at the time. That's why we say that the Sixth Congress made mistakes on matters of principle which had an adverse effect on subsequent events. Comrade Mao Zedong's views were correct. But the resolutions of the Sixth Congress carried more weight, because it was an all-party Congress, whereas Comrade Mao Zedong had not yet become the leader of the party as a whole. That was the party's misfortune. The Bolshevization of our party began with its birth and has been a steady process ever since. Comrade Mao Zedong's own development is representative of that process. The correct aspects of the Sixth Congress were attributable to the same process. The Sixth Congress also had shortcomings and made a number of mistakes. But these mistakes were not mistakes in party line or of sectarianism. Although there were certain erroneous tendencies at the time, and these tendencies later did have an influence on the formation of THE-Listen line and the emergence of sectarianism, they were not the direct cause. That is my personal view. On rectification among cultural workers in the Great Rear Area. January 8, I-945. Please consider the following op 1 and 1 ons about rectification among cultural workers in the Great Rear Area. 1. Rectification may be carried out if it is limited to comrades working with the Committee on Cultural Work 283 and in the office of the New China Dale Y284. It would seem inopportune, however, to extend it to cultural workers outside the party. The reason is that, with the democratic movement making GHEADWAY, this is just the right time to persuade the progressives in cultural circles to unite with the middle elements in demanding that the Kuomintang authorities grant academic freedom, freedom of speech and freedom of the and in conducting an ideological struggle against the die-hard. We must urge them to expose the Kuomintang's criminal policy of cultural control, to get in touch with the youth and take an active interest in the welfare of the working people. In this way they will become a part of the mass democratic movement and make a real contribution to it. That will be a very good form of rectification. By contrast, an abstract debate over worldview and outlook on life, or even an unnecessary dispute over events in the past, will inevitably dilute the struggle against the Kuomintang diehards and bring about internal strife. The matter must be handled with great care. As for the Yan'an Conference on Culture and Education, 285 We should teach cultural workers in the Great Rear Area only the general principles that were emphasized there, following the mass line, seeking truth from facts, promoting the united front, adapting culture and education to the needs of the masses and giving them a specifically national character. The particular content and resolutions of the conference held not be used as criteria to assess THEIR work. 2. Even for the rectification among comrades working with the Committee on Cultural Work and in THE office of THE New China Daily, though it isnecsary to rviu the PA-ST, THE main thing is to examine ERPRSANT WORK in the light of the REA Liti ES, that is, the CIRC STANCES in the Great Rear Area. Our goal shall be to lead the comrades to unite even more closely and participate even more actively in the struggle against the Kuomintang and to prevent the growth of mutual mistrust and grievances. On the United Front. April 30, 1945. Comrades, I am going to speak on two questions. One concerns the anti-Japanese National United Front, and especially why the relation between THE Kuomintang and the Communist Party. THE other concerns the experience of the United Front and the lessons to be drawn from it. Both questions relate to the United Front. I on the anti-Japanese National United Front. Having already proposed the establishment of an anti-Japanese National United Front, last year our party proposed the establishment of a coalition government. This is a step forward, but actually, the two are one and the same thing. A coalition government is the United Front's highest form of political power. The Kuomintang has always been against our proposals, whether for an anti-Japanese National United Front, a democratic republic or a coalition government. The reason is that it stands for the interests of a small minority and opposes the interests of the overwhelming majority of the Chinese people, which we represent. In Hi's political report on coalition government, Comrade Mao Zedong tells us that TSISA's struggle between two lines, the Kuomintang government's line of oppressing the Chinese people and carrying out passive resistance against Japan versus the Chinese people's line of raising their own political consciousness and cementing their unity to wage a people's war. As we know, the gestation of an anti-Japanese National United Front took a very long time. Things started to move in this direction from about the time of the incident of Speech de Leve read at the 7th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. 213. 214. September 18, 1931.490 The period since may be divided into 5 stages. The first stage extended from the incident of September 18 to the Xi'an incident, 22/6. The second stage from the Xi'an incident to the incident of July 7, the third stage from the incident of July 7 to the withdrawal from Wuhan, 491. The fourth stage from the fifth plenary session of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee in 1939 to last year's session of the People's Political Council, 492. And the last stage from the time we first proposed the establishment of a coalition government to the present. Throughout these 5 stages, there were persistent differences in principle and intense struggle between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party on the questions of democracy and national resistance to Japan. The first stage, from the incident of September 1 to the Xi'an incident, lasted more than 5 years. The main issue between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party was whether or not to resist Japanese aggression. For our part, we urged the whole nation to put an end to the civil war and unite to resist Japan. But the Kuomintang authorities proposed and persisted in internal pacification before resistance to foreign invasion. This was actually a policy of civil war. After the incident of September 18, we proposed to Kuomintang armies throughout the country that an armistice agreement be concluded so as to unite against Japan. We set 3 conditions: stop the attacks against us, grant democratic rights to the people, and arm the people. The proposal was mentioned in Comrade Mao Zedong's report. Some Kuomintang troops respond to our call. For example, the Northern Johor Allied Army, 286, the Fujian People's Government 287, and the 19th Route Army, and later The Northeastern Army and the 17th Route Army LL responded and cooperated with us. Some troops belonging to LOCAL factions AL SOCO, operated with US to a certain extent, although they didn't completely agree with our slogans. Even some troops of the Kuomintang sent RALARMY, although they were fighting us in Jiangxi, were in favor of coming to North China to fight the Japanese. But how did the Kuomintang and Chiang Kai-shek react to our proposal? They launched repeated encirclement and suppression campaigns against us, intensifying the civil war. They attacked, disbanded, and eliminated friendly armies that co-operated with us. To his own personnel troops, Chiang issued THIS statement: anyone who prats about resisting Japan will be executed without mercy. In other words, anyone who dared to call for resistance would be shot. On the United Front 215. Then, after the North China Incident 493 took place 10/1935 and the main force of our Red Army came north, we put forth the slogan of the anti-Japanese National United Front and said that a democratic republic be formed. In a letter to the Kuomintang written in 1936, 28/8, we propose convening a national DFNCE council, mobilizing the nation to fight the aggressors, convening a national assembly elected by the people and founding a democratic republic. In response to the December 9 movement 290 in North Sihina, we went into action and marched east across the Huanghe River to fight the Japanese. 289 Thursday, stirring up a national salvation movement throughout the country. The Kuomintang authorities sent large forces to Shaanxi not only to stop us from fighting the Japanese but also to annihilate us in the northwest. During the Xi'an incident, I once asked Chiang Kai-shek, we called for an end to the civil war, why wouldn't you stop it? He answered, I was waiting for you to come to the northwest. ISAID, we've been in the northwest for more than a year. He had nothing to say to that. It is quite clear he was thinking of exterminating us in the northwest. That is why the Battle of Shanqianbu 29/1 took place just before the Xi'an incident. He blocked us here, blocked us there, and was bent on wiping us out. As for the National Salvation Movement, he did his best to suppress it, and this led to the imprisonment of the 7 patriotic leaders. 9/1 That is why the letter Comrade Mao Zedong sent to the Kuomintang on behalf of our party said, patriotism is penalized and innocent people are in jail everywhere, so nis rewarded and traitors are gloating over theirnu appointments and honors. Nevertheless, thanks to our insistence and the incessant demands of the whole nation to stop the civil war and unite against the Japanese, the Kuomintang sent 2 representatives to negotiate with us at Waiobu. Later, we sent Comrade Panhanian as a representative for further negotiations. 292 And how did Chiang Kai-shek view the negotiations? He looked upon us as if we were surrendering to him and wanted to incorporate us into his army. This was his idea up to the Xi'an incident. He would only allow us to have an army of 3,000 to 5,000 men at most. As for those Kuomintang troops who were willing to fight the Japanese, and there were many, especially in the Northeastern Army, he repressed them. Chiang Kai-shek once said to General Zhang Suiliang, your duty is to wipe out the communists. You must not go to Suiwan to fight the Japanese. If you do, I'll have you removed. Later, he planned to call a conference 494-216. In Xi'an, attended by Si Hancheng 18 and also by Zhang Dingwen, 86, who was to replace Zhang Suiliang. This precipitated the Xi'an incident. Our party insisted on a peaceful solution of the Xi'an incident and, with the consent of Generals Zhang Suiliang 87 and Yang Huchen, 88, had Chiang Kai-shek release ED and SENT back. And what was the specific promise that Chiang Kai-shek personally gave? I will absolutely not engage in civil war any longer. I will definitely fight the Japanese. But he detained Zhang Suiliang, who had accompanied him back to Nanjing, and dispatched Yang Huchi abroad. This enraged the Northeastern Army and the 17th Route Army and nearly sabotaged the peace. Moreover, he used troops to suppress them, sent special agents to sow discord and engineered the murder of Wang Yij. 293 It is apparent from all ts that after the PCFOL solution of the Xi'an incident, Chiang Kai-shek did not give up his intention of conducting civil war and that he has never given it up. Now I can tell you something else. TV Sung 86 was also a so-called peace envoy at the Xi'an negotiations. He promised to reorganize the Nanjing government after Xiang Kais Hek was released. To date, after 8 years, this pledge has not been honored. Last year when I met him in Chongqing, I said to him sarcastically, I have not yet made public the promise you made during the Xi'an incident. The fact is the promise was never kept. So during this first stage, although civil war was stopped and peace achieved, these things were brought about through pressure. It was the policy of our party's Central Committee and Comrade Mao Zedong to compel Xiang to resist the Japanese. But Chiang Kai-shek never abandoned his intention to carry on civil war. The second stage, from the time of the Xi'an incident to the beginning of the armed resistance against Japan on July 7, 1937, lasted a little over half a year. The ma in Chu est ion et is sue between and the Communist Party and the Kuomintang was whether there was to be real preparation for armed resistance or merely empty talk. Our party's telegram to the third plenary session of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee and Comrade Mao Zedong's report to the Party Conference of the Soviet Areas 294 both say that there must be genuine democracy and freedom and genuine preparation for armed resistance and that the former was essential to the latter. Our central policy was to promote armed resistance against Japan through democracy. What was the policy of the Kuomintang? To root out the red evil and delay armed resistance against Japan. That meant, on the United Front 217, they wanted to suppress the activities of the Communist Party completely and delay armed resistance under the pretense of making preparations for it. That was what Chiang Kai-shek had in mind. Let us look at the facts. In our telegram of February 1937 to the third plenary session of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee, we made 4 pledges and 5 demands. In essence, the 4 pledges were that we would reorganize our troops, change our Soviet areas 457 into democratic border areas, cease our attempts to overthrow the Kuomintang regime by armed insurrection and discontinue our policy of confiscating the land of the landlords. And the 5 demands were that the Kuomintang's held stop the civil war, extend freedoms to the people and release political prisoners, convene a conference representing the various political parties, make genuine preparations for armed resistance and raise the people's standard of living. And what was the Kuomintang's answer? A resolution to root out the red evil, which consisted of 4 demands, that we abolish the Red Army, abolish the political power of the Soviets, discontinue red propaganda and stop class struggle. The word abolish was open to different interpretations. Once the Red Army was redesignated, you could say that there was no longer a Red Army, but it would still exist. Once the name of the Soviet areas was changed, you could also say that there were no more Soviets, but they would still exist. Discontinue red propaganda and top class true gglemeant that we were not to carry on political activities in the areas under Kuomintang rule. So there was peace, but beneath the calm waters there was a reef. And it's still there today. They are bent on physically abolishing our armed forces and political power. At the time, there was a section of the Kuomintang that was prepared to cooperate with us. These people, among whom were Sun Fo 90 and Feng Yuxiang 7, put forward a draft resolution to restore the 3 great policies of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, but it was not adopted. We had proposed the convening of a National Congress elected by the people and the establishment of a democratic government. Comrade Mao Zedong made a report at the May conference and, under instructions from The Central Committee of The Party, I wrote an article on the subject as WELJ. 295 Democrats in SIDEC Hina and abroad were very much in favor of our proposal. But what was the Kuomintang's response? They rigged the elections for the National Assembly, thus setting the stage for the very National Assembly that is being prepared now. We had proposed a conference of all political parties, but instead the Kuomintang invited everyone to take part in a forum. 21/8. That they held at Lushan. 214. But the forum was not a roundtable conference where people could have serious discussions. Not long ago, when I was negotiating with Wang Shijia. 296. He still preferred a meeting at which there would only be inconclusive speech-making. He suggested organizing a sort of political advisory meeting, which would be nothing but such a forum. The only difference was that the Communist Party was not included in the Luohan Forum. Comrades Lin Boku. 29/7. Bogu. 362. And I did not appear in public, and our presence was kept secret. This time they proposed to make things public. I think that's the only difference. Our negotiations with the Kuomintang were held once in Xi'an, once near West Lake in Hangzhou and twice in Luzhan. 298. With Guzhu Tunji, 299 Ching Kai, Sek and others. Tzengoti at Ion Stait with recognition of our army and our border areas, legal status for all political parties and the establishment of an alliance of the political parties, that is, a united front. And what was the reply of the Kuomintang and Chiang Kai-shek to our demands? Permission to organize only 3 divisions, something they still insist on. Chiang Kai-shek would on no account let us set up our own high command, because he wanted to command directly. As for the border areas, at first they were given formal recognition, but that was rescinded after the War of Resistance began. Chiang Kai-shek once said to Commander-in-Chief Zhou, "What do you want border areas for, now that you're engaged in the War of Resistance?" He thought the border areas could be abolished in exchange for the title of Commander-in-Chief. He gave recognition to them again, as a result of the victory at Pingxingguan. 300 a resolution to that effect was adopted at the 333rd meeting of the Executive Yuan, but was again shelved after the withdrawal from Nanjing. 495 to date, the border areas still haven't been recognized. His attitude towards our party has been even more outrageous. We demanded legal status for all political parties and an alliance between them. But at the first Lushan Forum he actually had the audacity to say, Mr. Mao and Mr. Zhou should go abroad. He could actually entertain such an idea. We were negotiating in complete good faith, but he was trying to deal with us the same way he had dealt with Yang Huchen. There was also the problem of issuing a joint declaration on Kuomintang communist cooperation. We took a draft declaration to the second Lushan Forum. Chiang Kai-shek wanted to revise a couple of sentences. At the time, we were still being polite, so we agreed to his revision. But even after the change on the United Front 219 were made, he still wouldn't release it to the public. He was always hoping to take away the legal status of the Communist Party. If it had not been for the outbreak of war on August 13, 1937, he wouldn't even have allowed us to set up a general command for the 8th Route Army or a headquarters for The 18th Group Army. When Commander-in-Chief Zhou, Chief of Staff Ye Jianying and I first arrived in Nanjing, Chiang Kai-shek had not yet redesignated the Red Army as the 8th Route Army. It was not until the Battle of Shanghai started, when he hurried back from Lushan feeling an all-out war had begun, that he announced the new designations 8th Route Army and, shortly thereafter, 18th Group Army and called on our troops to go into action. Later, the declaration was released, but he issued another statement in which, while recognizing the Communist Party, he spoke of abolishing the Red Army and the Soviet areas. He described us as a group, not a party, and said that all groups should be unified under the leader hip of the Kuomintang. He was still dealing with us in the spirit of Akuism. The events of the stage how that what we stood for aroused the entire nation. The peaceful solution of the Xi'an incident promoted nationwide armed resistance to Japan. Thursday's armed resistance was brought about through pre-SSUR, and we can say the same of the negotiation and the United Front. At the same time, these events show that only the people have the strength to apply the accessory pressure. Furthermore, they show that Chiang Kai-shek will not change his anti-communist stand. The third stage, from the incident of July 7, 1937, to the withdrawal from Wuhan, lasted about a year and a half. The main issue during this period was whether there would be total or partial armed resistance to Japan. Our party envisaged a protracted war, a people's war, that is, total war and armed resistance by the whole nation. And what about the Kuomintang? On the contrary, they envisaged a war of quick decision, with the government alone carrying out armed resistance and the people forbidden to rise in arms. The first argument arose after August 13 over the question of our dispatching troops. The policy of the Central Committee of our party and Comrade Mao Zedong was to dispatch troops in batches and not all at once. Our main goal was to go to North China and develop guerrilla warfare in the mountains, independently and with the initiative in our own hands, to create a war theater and make preparations for a protracted war. That was the only way to win victory. But the Kuo 220 Mintang wanted our troops dispatched all at once, and they designated small pieces of territory on the northeast edge of the Wutai Mountains as our area of defense. Their plan was for the Japanese to besiege and exterminate us in the mountains. On a national scale, the policy of the Central Committee of our party and Comrade Mao Zedong was to persist in protracted war. How about the Kuomintang? They cherished illusions of quick victories. They thought that winning a few battles would bring international intervention. Their greatest hope was that the Soviet Union would dispatch troops or, failing that Britain and the United States would intervene in Shanghai. So they engaged in positional warfare, sending a force of between 1 and 2 million men to Shanghai to fight a desperate battle which resulted in extremely heavy sacrifices. Just before Nanjing was lost, Chiang Kai-shek sent a telegram to Stalin, saying, "I cannot hold on here any longer, please send troops quickly." He wanted to conclude a military treaty with the Soviet Union. In reality, the Soviet Union was already aiding China in the war of resistance with ammunition and aeroplanes and had signed a mutual non-aggression treaty 31 with it, giving it political help. As a result of his positional warfare, Chiang Kai-shek lost a big part of his main force, so that after the withdrawal from Nanjing he vacillated and tried to negotiate peace. However, he was unsuccessful, because Japan's terms were too harsh and, more important, because in view of the nationwide upsurge of armed resistance, he dared not capitulate. The different policies and methods adopted by the Kuomintang and the Communist Party brought different results. In North China we created a guerrilla war front and base areas, while the Kuomintang lost large pieces of territory in North and Central China and suffered heavy casualties in positional warfare until the withdrawal from Wuhan. These results reflected the difference in strategy. Of course, in Wuhan we made mistakes also. Comrades in leading positions there, including myself, believed unduly in the ability of the Kuomintang forces to win victory and neglected the development of our own forces. We stressed mobile warfare and played down guerrilla warfare. So during the Wuhan period 479 in the Changjiang Basin we did not take advantage of the withdrawal of the Kuomintang troops to go to the countryside, mobilize the peasants and wage widespread guerrilla warfare, as we had done in North China. During the negotiations in Wuhan, we still persisted in our call for an alliance of all parties, that is, a united front organization, a common program and reform of the existing political apparatus. And on the United Front 221. The Kuomintang? The slogan they put forth was, one party, one doctrine, one lead They wanted to assimilate us into the Kuomintang, to dissolve us. They called it the policy of dissolving the communists, as if they could simply melt us in water. Like Lindayu, the Kuomintang was made of water, but we were not a Geobayu, we were Indies soluble. 496 They proposed that we join the Kuomintang, and everything would be fine. We replied that we were prepared to form an alliance in which we would each have a hair but would maintain independent organizations. We could join the Kuomintang, but we would have to pre-serve our own Communist Party organization, as we had done during the first period of cooperation with the Kuomintang at the time of the Great Revolution. 461 But Qian Jikai, Shike wouldn't hear of it. He said there could be no party outside his party. We said that since there were already factions within his party, it wouldn't matter if there were other parties besides his. He replied that we could join the Kuomintang as a communist faction, but not stay outside. He was bent on dissolving us, but of course we could never agree to that. He was going to organize a Three People's Principles Youth League. 467 We proposed to take part in the work so as to develop the youth movement, but Chiang Kai-shek wouldn't have that either. He wanted to use the Youth League to abolish all other youth organizations and to unify everything under his own control, forbidding other parties to carry on activities inside the league. Of course, we couldn't come to an agreement about that either. His policy for the Communist Party behind enemy lines was to have us fight the Japanese and let our strength be whittled down. As Comrade Zhou said the other day, since the Kuomintang withdrew very quickly from North China, it had to let us go there. That was why during the Wuhan period Chiang permitted us to go to North China and Shandong to develop guerrilla warfare. Comrade Su Xiangqian 302 took The 115th Division to Shandong with his Permai SSIon. But when Chiang saw that we were expanding our guerrilla warfare and setting up base areas and that the people's strength was growing, he was frightened and immediately sent Lu Zonglin and Zhang Yunwu 303 with troops to create friction. We called for political reforms and the establishment of popular organs. He produced a political council but continued to exercise the dictatorship of a single party, the Kuomintang. The council members were only Jius in the house of the Kuomintang. He also disbanded a number of people's organizations. 222. From this third stage we can see that Chiang Kai-shek's theory of winning quick victories met with defeat, that his plan to rely on foreign countries joining in the war came to naught and that while his opportunism had failed, he did not dare to capitulate. Thanks to the strength of the 8th Root Army and the people, he was compelled to move towards a protracted war and to give an appearance of being politically progressive. But essentially he remained opportunistic and reactionary. The fourth stage of the United Front lasted a full 6 years, from the 5th plenary session of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee in 193-9 to La Street Yars open negotiations between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party when the political council was in session. The main issue during this period was that, as recorded in our party's manifesto of July 7, 1939-49 the Kuomintang wanted compromise, a split, and retrogression, while we persevered in resistance, unity, and progress. This struggle will go on. During these 6 years, we have advocated active armed resistance, progress and self-reliance. While demanding that the Kuomintang act according to these same principles, we for our part have accomplished much behind the enemy lines. We have created 19 liberate areas there 498 and formed many armed units, thus proving that our approach is correct and that TSIS the only way to provide support to the Kuomintang in its front-line battles and to give impetus to the nationwide democratic movement. But what did the Kuomintang do in these 6 years? Just the opposite. As we have often essayed, they has been passive in fighting the Japanese and active in opposing the Communists. In his report to this Congress, Comrade Mao Zedong analyzes their policy of relying on foreign aid, waiting for victory and collaborating with the enemy and the puppet troops to bring about civil war. For precisely reason there have been 3 anti-communist onslaughts and 3 rounds of negotiations in these 6 years. Let me say so Mithinji about this couple of threes. As a prelude, there was the 5th plenary session of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee in January 1939 after the withdrawal from Wuhan. Our party sent a telegram stating that we were for progress and against the capitulation of Wang Jingwei, and calling for a thorough reorganization of the ranks of armed resistance, a political house cleaning and government reform. But the answer of the 5th plenary session was to adopt in CIPLE Measure S for restricting the activities of alien parties. 499 After the session and the Kuomintang and Chiang Kai-shek drew up further measures for restricting the activities. On the United Front 223. Of our troops, the border areas, the Communist Party and the people. Generally speaking, they were as follows. First, in the war of resistance there must be only one leader, and military and government orders must be unified. They still maintain this position today. Second, special privileges must be abolished and so-called feudal separatism must be opposed, the border areas must be surrounded and sealed off. TS policy 2 they are still pursuing. Third, the 8th Route Army must no longer be called the 8th Route Army but rather the 18th Group Army. And what did that mean? 8th Route Army was a peacetime designation, which implied that the army existed even in ordinary times, whereas 18th Group Army was a battle order designation for the period of the War of Resistance. Since it was a wartime designation, it implied that the army would be disbanded at the end of the war. That was the trick. But the ordinary folk of North China answered them. 8th Route Army was more convenient, they said. 18th Group Army was longer and Thursday's harder to say. Chiang Kai-shek brought up the question of designation as a step towards liquidating the 8th Route Army. Following that he kept dispatching troops to North China to create friction with us. There were Zhou Huaibing, Shi Yuzhen, 304 Gao Shugzun 305 and Tang Enbo. 306 In addition, he wanted to abolish all but 2 of our liaison offices, leaving only those in Xi'an and Chongqing. That was the cause of the Pingjiang Massacre 307 and the Zhou Massacre 308 and of the closing of our offices in Guilin and in Shaoguan, Guangdong Province. All this happened at that time. Fourth, no Communist Party organizations were allowed in Kuomintang regions. So later, whenever they discovered underground communist organizations, they destroyed them. Underground PEOPLES movements and TS were also prohibited and so was propaganda. The New China Daily 284 was often censored and confiscated, and many articles by the Central Committee of the party and Comrade Mao Zedong were banned. This policy of the 5th plenary session of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee held in 1939 has been pursued for 6 years. The Kuomintang's passive resistance against Japan and active opposition to communism that we talk about started at that time. The roots of KUR-SE go back to an earlier period. After the prelude came the 3 anti-communist onslaughts. As Comrade Zhou has pointed out, the first began with attacks on our border areas, the closing down of our offices and the massacre at Pingjiang. It took place mainly in North Sihina, from the new army in 224. Sident 3°9 to the frictions created by Zhou Huaibing. After that Chiang Kai-shek couldn't carry on, he was defeated. Comrade Zhou was right when he said that Chiang is afraid of only one thing, strength. When you prove strong enough to wipe out part of his forces, he is rendered speechless. Zhou Huaibing was wiped out completely, and Chiang has never even mentioned the matter. He could only bite his lip and tell Wei Liwang 94 to negotiate with Commander-in-Chief Zhou, proposing the Zhanghe River as the demarcation line. The first anti-communist onslaught was followed by the first round of negotiations. Our policy was to wage struggles on Zhou ground to our advantage and with restraint. Although we had won, we were not arrogant but were willing to negotiate. We maintained our forbearance for our country's sake. I went to the negotiations. 3.0 No sooner had the talks begun than Chiang tried to gain advantage over US. The negotiations dealt with 4 points: the legal status of the party, recognition of the border areas, troop increases, and the demarcation of war zones. The last point was the crucial one. Bent on driving us north of the Huanghe River, Chiang didn't want the new 4th Army operating south of the Changjiang River. At that time a number of places were considered north, the northern parts of Shandong and Shaanxi provinces as well as the area north of the Huanghe River. He wanted to dispatch us all north, or as the saying goes, to Bani sh to The Baron north. 3. We wouldn't have it, and as harp dispute ensued. He refused to yield one iota. So we made a small concession, consenting to withdraw our troops in South Anhui north of the Changjiang. This too was north of the River. But he wouldn't accept that either and produced the telegram of October 19, 1940. 312. From He Yinkin and Bai Kongzi ordering our troops to march north of the Huanghe River. He insisted that we abide by the central government instructions. 313. And that led to the second anti-communist onslaught. It started in the winter of 1940, in the wake of the Battle of North Jiangsu. The battle was plotted by Chiang Kai-shek. His original idea was to strike in North Jiangsu province and then attack our forces in South Anhui, since we had few troops in North Jiangsu while he had 2 armies there commanded by Han Dekan and Li Xiaowei respectively. 314 They thought they could make us drink river water by pressing down upon us from the north and attacking us in the south. But Jiang's plan went awry because Comrade Liu Shaokai had taken charge in North Jiangsu and had corrected Comrade Xiangying's 5-7 mistake. On the United Front 225. The troops commanded by Comrade Chen Yi 35 carried out the correct policy of the Central Committee and avoided a head-on clash by making a retreat of 90 li. When the Kuomintang attacked, at first our troops retreated. Then we counter-attacked at Huangqiao and wiped out 2 Kuomintang divisions. Chiang was again rendered speechless and again could only bite his lip. But he was bent on revenge. After the fighting in North Jiangsu ended, Wang Mogong 5. Went to see Guzotong 299 to lay plans for the Southern Anhui Incident 205. While on the surface they acted as if nothing had happened, trying to put us off our guard. T was then in Chongqing. On December 25, Christmas Day, the same day that several years earlier he had been sent home after the Xi'an incident, Chiang Kai-shek suddenly invited me over and began to talk about our being friends in adversity. He laid it on thick. Didn't like the taste of his flattery, and it put me on the alert. I daily wired Comrade Mao Zedong, saying something suspicious was going on. Sure enough, within 10 days, Chiang had encircled our troops in South Anhui and had launched the second anti-communist onslaught. We suffered losses because comrades commanding the troops there made mistakes. Chiang became even more truculent and declared the official designation of the new 4th Army cancelled. Under the leader's hip of Comrade Mao Zedong, our party replied that we would recognize the new 4th Army even if he did not. Since then, the new 4th Army has been a force led and commanded only by the Communist Party and not by Chiang Kai-shek. Like a flock of sparrows rising until they fill the sky, it has grown from an army of 000 to 300,000, and its zone of operations has expanded from 3 provinces to 7 or 8. So that was the Seco and anti-communist onslaught. It was concluded when victory was won in the Second Political Council. Quite a long time elapsed between and the second onslaught and the second round of negotiations, because it was a complicated period, with the conclusion of the Neutrality Pact between the Soviet Union and Japan, 316 the outbreak of the war between Germany and the Soviet. Second round of negotiations took place in the latter half of 1942, although we had some contact with the Kuomintang GBFO re that. Thus, immediately after the Japanese-Soviet Pact was signed, the Battle of the Zhou Mountains took place. 5° Chiang Kai-shek, afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on, asked for our cooperation. His main purpose was to sound us out as to whether we still wanted to fight the 226 Japanese. Of course, he was completely muddled on this question. We expressed our willingness to cooperate, but then he became frightened and wouldn't let us cross the Zhanghe River. He wanted to restrict us in our fighting, which made it hard for us to cooperate. With his troops in the Zhou Mountains and ours north of the Zhanghe River, how could we fight? Moreover, he wouldn't order us into battle but wanted us to fight of our own accord. When we asked for supplies and ammunition, he said all we had to do was fight and he wouldn't let us down. We fought, but he didn't keep his promise. This was only one instance of the encounters between U.S. Then on the eve of the Pacific War, when the situation in China was very tense and it was possible that Japan and the United States might reach a compromise, Chiang wanted the political council to meet. He said he was for the unity of the whole nation. In order to block a Japanese EU.S compromise and to show that we maintained solidarity with him when it came to resisting the Japanese, we agreed to participate in the political council on condition that General Yeting be released. 363. Chiang Kai-shek accepted this condition and Zhang Kun 318 was to guarantee its fulfillment. We demanded that General Yeting be released before the meeting, but Chiang would not agree. We decided to pay him back by reducing our participation in the political council. Both comrades Dong Biwu 319 and Deng Yingqiao 320 were then in Chongqing, but we decided that only one of them should attend. If he was going to play the game that way, we had so many cards in our hand too. After the council meeting, he still wouldn't release General Yeting. According to the latest news, Chiang Has turned him over to Daili's Secret police in Chongqing. There is nobody in the world like Chiang Kai-shek for breaking promises. This was another of our minor encounters in TS period. On the eve of the negotiations that took place during the latter half of 1942, Chiang tried to play another trick. The Xinjiang problem had been settled, and he was so pleased with himself that it went to his head and he said, "I'll go to Xi'an and ask Mr. Mao Zedong to come out for a talk." Division Commander Lin Biao went for a second round of negotiations. We were still hoping to find some way to unite in the war of residential instance, so in our party's manifesto of July 7, 1942, we expressed this desire for unity. Chiang Kai-shek thought it was a sign that we were prepared to make concessions, and he became even more demanding. He, on the United Front 227, insisted that we couldn't have more than 8 divisions, that our party would be made legal only after the troops were reorganized, that the border areas had to be changed to administrative areas and that our war zone had to be moved even farther north. This round of negotiations dragged on for a long time. Actually he didn't want to solve any problems. He was still gambling on war breaking out between Japan and the Soviet Union, after which he would drive us north according to his original plans. So he wanted to die. When Lin Biao 84 and I went to see Zhang Zheizhong, 32-1 he said quite frankly of Chiang, what else could he be doing but delaying? There was something more behind his delaying tactic. It enabled him to publish his book, China's Destiny, and to launch the third anti-communist onslaught. The communist intern at Ion AI was then being dissolved, 62 and Si Hyang imagined there would be arguments in our party over it. To capitalize on TS, he called for the abolition of the Chinese Communist Party and had his troops encircle our border region and strike at our heart. The first anti-communist onslaught was aimed at North China, the SE condominium at Central Sihina and the third at the northwest. We expo SEDC Hyang, and The whole nation sympathized with us. Public opinion abroad, not only in the Soviet Union but also in Britain and the United States, was against civil war in China. So Jiang's third anti-communist onslaught was checked. After the 11th plenary session of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee, Chiang expressed his willingness to seek a political solution at the political council, but to justify himself, he said we had sabotaged The war of resistance and endangered the state. With the third anti-ICOM muni st on s laughed over, we said that provided he was willing to accept a political solution, we were always ready to talk. So last year, Comrade Lin Bok went to carry on the third round of negotiations. It took place in the midst of the movement for constitutional government. 322 we said we were for democracy and constitutional government and raised 3 political problems and 7 TEE and specific questions. These were later cut down to 9, we presented the other 8 orally, so that our official document consisted of 12 items. The talks were held first in Xi'an and then in Chongqing and La Sted almost half a year, but with no results. Chiang Kai-shek produced a second set of central government instructions, which in essence made 3 demands. First, all but 10 divisions of our armed forces must be disbanded within a certain time limit. Second, those 10 divisions must go where assigned. Third, all local political power. 22-8. In the liberated areas behind enemy lines must be handed over to the provincial governments in exile in Chongqing. Naturally, we could not accept such conditions, and the negotiations came to an end after Comrade Lin Bok's report was delivered to the People's Political Council. From the 3 anti-communist onslaughts and the 3 rounds of negotiations we can see that the Kuomintang's policy of civil war and continued opposition to the communists became especially apparent in the 4th stage. Its representatives came to the negotiations filled with anti-communist ideas, and fighting broke out during the anti-communist onslaught so that in fact there was 7 war. Even so, that was not the end of the story. A new chapter was still to be written, either a 4th anti-communist onslaught or a 4th round of negotiations. In the event, it was not another anti-communist onslaught, but continued negotiations. This time, however, there was a third party to the negotiations, democratic personages. And foreigners participated as well. In addition, the negotiations were open. In this regard, they were different from previous negotiations. We had entered a new stage. The 5th stage extends from the time we first proposed the establishment of a coalition government to the present. The main issue in the present negotiations is our proposal to establish a democratic coalition government versus the Kuomintang's desire to continue a one-party dictatorship. It's a struggle between 2 lines, as Comrade Mao Zedong pointed out in his report. Our position is that a conference of all parties should be called at once to set up a provisional coalition government and that, after the war, a national assembly should be convened to establish a formal coalition government. The Kuomintang's position is that they don't want to relinquish one-party dictatorship but want to monopolize the National Assembly and continue with one-party despotism. In the last 6 months the struggle has sharpened. It has given further impetus to the nationwide democratic movement and has won increasing sympathy and support for a coalition government on the part of Democrats both inside and outside China. The negotiations have continued precisely because of this. Hurley 323 came to Yan'an and I went to Chongqing twice. 324 in Yan'an, Hurley signed a 5-article accord with us, agreeing to the coalition government proposed by Comrade Mao Zedong on behalf of our party. The main provisions of the 5 articles are the follow. On the United Front 229. Ing. There must be unification under a coalition government in order to defeat the Japanese bandits and build a new China. A coalition government of all parties, groups, and non-party personages must be established, together with a united high command representing all forces for armed resistance to Japan. The people must be accorded freedom and democratic reforms must be carried out. All forces opposing Japan must be recognized, armed, and united, and the legal status of all parties must be recognized. These 5 provisions were put forward by us, but they were also signed by Ambassador Hurley of the United States. Since he had formally agreed to these 5 articles, I went to Chongqing to implement the policy of coalition government. But Chiang Kai-shek rejected these provisions. After I returned to Yan'an, Hurley sent me another invitation. I went to Chongqing again. I proposed that as a preparatory step to realizing a coalition government we should call a meeting of all parties, the Kuomintang, the Communist Party, the Democratic League, 325 and public figures without party affiliation, to discuss ways of reorganizing the national government into a coalition government, drafting a common program and abolishing the one-party dictatorship. Again the Kuomintang and Chiang Kai-shek would not agree. On the contrary, they said, you want a coalition government because you want to overthrow the government, you want to convene a conference of all parties just to divide the spoils. They rejected our proposal outright. Chiang Kai-shek still wanted to pursue his original policy. From his decision to root out the Red Evil to measures for restricting the activities of alien parties, he has always demanded that we hand over our military and political power. This is quite obvious from his speech of March 1 this year, which called on us to transfer our troops and the governments in the enemy rear areas to him. And what would he give us in return? Not coalition government. Only participation in the government as guests. We have been playing the role of guest for 8 years and we don't really sh it? Of course, we definitely aren't going to hand over military and political power. But Chiang insists on it, saying that he will then give the Communist Party legal status. But it would be a legal status which bound us hand and foot. What kind of legal status would that be? It is not hard to see the trick behind this proposal. As announced on March he wants to convene the National Assembly on November 12 this year. 230. The very National Assembly whose election was stage-managed by the Kuomintang 8 years ago. 326 Nominally, Chiang Kai-shek will be handing state power back to the people, but actually what he wants is to legalize the Kuomintang's despotism through the adoption of a one-party autocratic constitution by a National Assembly monopolized by one party. Then if people come out against it, he'll say they re-causing a split. He'll try to unify them, and if they refuse to be unified, he'll take punitive action against them. That will mean the nationwide civil war he has been preparing. Chiang Kai-shek's policy is entirely at odds with ours. Today, while it can be said that we agree on the need to continue the war of resistance against Japan, we differ altogether on how to conduct the war. We want victory, total victory, we want democracy, new democratic democracy, we want unity, democratic unity, not only within Sihina but also internationally. The Kuomintang has another set of aims. It wants not total victory but compromise and capitulation, hoping to use Japanese capital and arms and the reorganized puppet troops in a future civil war. It wants not democracy but the maintenance of its dictator's hip, it wants not unity but a split. Internationally, it sows dissension and tries to get help from Britain and the United States and do a Scobie. 327 That is the Kuomintang line. A review of the relations between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party since September 18, 1931, shows that on the whole large-scale civil war has been ended and armed resistance against Japan has been mobilized. This is a success of the United Front. We have created and expanded the liberated areas, roused the Chinese people and pushed forward the democratic movement in Sihina. But even with the war of resistance going on, there have been local civil wars and frequent Kuomintang activities aimed against the Communist Party, the people, and democracy. This struggle of opposites is still continuing. On the one hand, we oppose TSE which is reactionary and passive in resistance to Japan, while on the other, we allow some leeway and do not close the door to negotiations. We've gone through 3 anti-communist onslaughts and 3 rounds of negotiations, and again we're engaged in negotiations. We are negotiating for victory, democracy, and unity, which is the only kind of negotiation that is meaningful. Everything else is idle talk leading nowhere. This has been the state of affairs over the years in the anti-Japanese National United Front. On the United Front. TI. On the experience of the United Front. And the lessons to be drawn from it. 231. Turning now to the experience of the United Front and the lessons to be drawn from it, we must review mistakes made during the 10 years of civil war and even during the earlier period of the Great Revolution. We had an anti-imperialist and anti-feudal National United Front during the Great Revolution, but it was subsequently broken up because the reactionary group in the Kuomintang betrayed the revolution. The Communist Party, the vanguard of the proletariat, was defeated and had to retreat to the countryside, where it mobilized the MASSES to carry out the agrarian revolution, established Red political power in the form of councils of workers, peasants, and soldiers and organized worker-peasant Red armies. The United Front of that period was a democratic worker-peasant national united front against feudal oppression and Kuomintang rule. After the September 18 incident, we changed over to the anti-Japanese National United Front. In these 3 periods, the Great Revolution, the 10 years of civil war and the war of resistance against Japan, the form and nature of the United Front have varied, but it has always been a new democratic united front, because its political foundation has always been new democracy. The new democratic united front is a united front of the broad masses led by the proletariat against imperialism and feudalism. Comrade Mao Zedong has put it very clearly, to establish a consolidated, new democratic united front, we must have a clear understanding of the enemy, our own ranks and the question of the commanding officer. In the course of the revolution, owing to frequent changes in the relations between the enemy and ourselves and in the conflicting camps as well as to constant change in the overall situation, the problems of the United Front have been very complicated. We should study the experience of the United Front and the lessons to be learned from it by considering the 3 problems identified by Comrade Mao Zedong. First, the enemy. The enemies of the new democratic revolution are imperialism and feudalism. This fact has remained unchanged throughout the period of the revolution. But there is more than one imperialist country in the world, and in China there are cliques and groups within the big landlord class and the big bourgeoisie. They are often at odds with each other, so the enemy camp keeps changing. For this reason, it is 232. Not easy to have a clear understanding of the enemy, and things can get complicated. Sometimes the enemies are united in oppressing the masses. For example, after the failure of the Great Revolution, the reactionary forces in Nanjing and Wuhan collaborated 20-1 and the imperialists backed them in repressing the revolution. But such cases have been rare in the last 20 years. The enemies have more often than not been divided. After the September 18 incident, when Japan launched armed aggression against China, it became obvious that they were divided. Then, after the War of Resistance began, it was even more obvious that Britain and the United States stood on our side against Japan, becoming China's allies during the war. So the imperialists sometimes collaborate with each other and sometimes split, and the splits last a long time. As for the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie, during the expedition against the northern warlords, some feudal forces, members of the big bourgeoisie and warlords in the south joined the revolutionary ranks as adventurers to seize leadership. Neither was the enemy united in its attacks on the Red Army during the 10 years of civil war. During the War of Resistance, The big bourgeois SIE belonging to the British and US faction came over to our SIDE and backed armed resistance to Japan, but at the same time they connived with the Japanese. With the enemy sometimes collaborating, sometimes splitting, the situation became even more complicated, especially since people representing each class were themselves changing in their allegiance. When they changed allegiance, those who had not previously been our enemies sometimes turned against us, and this was often confusing. In the early period of the Great Revolution, Chiang Kai-shek played the role of a representative of the bourgeoisie as a whole. But after the Zhongshan warship incident of March 20, 1926, 220 he quickly switched over to the SIDE of the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie. During the early period of the Great Revolution, Wang Jingui 101 was also a representative of the bourgeoisie. In the middle period he was very radical, drawing close to the petty bourgeoisie. Then during the Wuhan period he switched again to the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie. In short, representatives of all classes can change. Throughout China's new democratic revolution, there have been big changes in the imperialist and feudal forces, especially during the War of Resistance. In the last 25 years of revolutionary struggles, the changes in the United Front have been so frequent, so great, and so complicated. On the United Front 233. That we must be clear-headed and be able to investigate problems and study them analytically. Those who follow the line of thought represented by Comrade Mao Zedong are capable of correctly understanding the changing contradictions in the course of history, identifying and analyzing the enemy at all times and setting forth a correct policy for defeating him. But the various left and right opportunists are not clear about these problems and have made many mistakes, first and foremost in identifying and dealing with the enemy. Those who err to the right often mistake enemies for friends. The most glaring mistake of this kind was made when we reached Wuhan during the Northern Expedition. Chiang Kai-shek murdered Chen Zhangzi in 328 in Jiangxi and after having struck this first blow at the Communist Party, became more and more reactionary, quite obviously going over to the enemy. Yet people in our party like Chen Duxia 166 were still for cooperating with him, because they failed to detect the change that had taken place in him at this turning point. Those who err to the left often mistake friends for enemies. During the Civil War, the petty bourgeoisie, even the upper stratum of the petty bourgeoisie, were our friends, and after the September 18 incident, even the middle bourgeoisie were capable of being friends. But people with the left deviationist viewpoint considered them enemies, and the most dangerous ones at that. They were totally wrong. Under certain conditions, some enemies have two sides to their nature. When forming a united front with them, comrades with the right deviationist viewpoint think only of the possibility of uniting with them and forget their reactionary nature. For example, in the early period of the War of Resistance, Chiang Kai-shek and his group, who represent a section of the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie, took part in armed resistance, but they were still essentially reactionary. Those who made the right deviationist mistake tried to whitewash them, covering up their reactionary nature. In 1938, during the Second Wuhan period, it was wrong to say that Chiang Kai-shek and his group were not fascists or warlords. He is truly reactionary, he is a warlord and a fascist. It's all right not to stress that fact at certain times, but it is wrong to portray him in glowing colors. Comrades with the left deviationist viewpoint fail to see the change taking place at a turning point. They think only of the reactionary nature of their enemies and forget the possibility of uniting with them. For instance, at the Weiaobu meeting 32-9 in 1935, Comrade Mao Zedong predicted that the bourgeoisie, and even a section of the big bourgeoisie, could change. 234. Its position and support the war of resistance. But comrades with the left deviationist viewpoint refused to believe that was possible. They didn't understand that we could unite with them to promote the war of resistance. We must clearly distinguish the nature of the divisions in the camp of the ruling class. For example, There are many regional power groups in the Great Rear Area which are against the fascist dictatorship and despotism of Chiang Kai-shek. Of course we can unite with them on this point. But we must understand that they themselves represent the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie, and that they are no different, fundamentally, from Chiang in opposing democracy and a thoroughgoing war of resistance. Their contradiction with Chiang is a contradiction within the camp of the ruling classes. People with the foot of Iatution istviu point don t rico gnizets contradiction, believing all enemies should be overthrown at the same time. But the result of trying to overthrow everybody is that nobody is overthrown. The enemy camp can change. Though se with the right deviationist viewpoint take all who were friend yesterday to be friend today, even if they have in fact become enemies. Take for example Wang Jingwei, whom we have just mentioned, in the first Wuhan period. At one stage, he did cooperate with us as a representative of the bourgeoisie. But after arriving in Wuhan, he was under the daily influence of the big bourgeoisie and so turned reactionary and went over to the side of the enemy. However, comrades with the right deviationist viewpoint still thought he was a trustworthy friend, believed in him and relied on him. Though se with the left deviationist viewpoint consider an enemy anyone who was an enemy yesterday, though he may be a friend today. For example, before the September 18 incident, the 19th Route Army attacked US in Jiangxi province in the interests of the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie. But after the incident, when the national revolution reached a high tide, it cooperated with US in Fujian. Comrades with the left deviationist viewpoint still considered them enemies and were hostile toward them. All this that there is the great disunity and disagreement in the enemy camp and that enormous changes occur. We held conscientiously analyze the situation and follow Comrade Mao Zedong's policy of making use of contradictions, winning over the many, opposing the few and crushing our enemies one by one. Only in this way will we avoid left or right mistakes. Next, let's talk about our own ranks. On the United Front 235. The New Democratic United Front consists of the proletariat, the PSANTRY, the petty bourgeoisie and the liberal bourgeoisie, and at times even includes some big landlords and members of the big bourgeoisie. So our ranks cover a broad spectrum and are very complex, uneven in strength and hard to unite. We must be clear-sighted about forces of TS kind. We must know how to analyze them, how to win over the vast majority and oppose those few persons who contend with us for leadership. If we don't understand this, we will commit errors. The backbone of our forces is the proletariat. TTS political conscience is high and its ability great, but it is small in terms of number and strength and gth. It is therefore necessary, in the new democratic revolution, to rely on the most dependable ally, the peasantry, which makes up the bulk of these forces. As Comrade Mao Zedong has put it, they constitute 4 out of the 5 fingers. China's war is in fact a peasant war. Battles cannot be fought without peasants. During the Northern Expedition, 111 the overwhelming majority, both in the armies and in the supporting forces, were peasants. During the Civil War, it was even clearer, and we relied on the peasants completely. The same has been true of the War of Resistance. With THEPEAS and S we can both advance and retreat, without them we can advance only in SMALL numbers and in isolation, and there is no place to retreat to. The trouble with lefty and right deviationists is precisely that they fail to recognize the importance of the peasants. They forget the PSANTS. It is a foot deviationist mistake to rely not on the peasants but only on the proletariat, expecting it to charge forward alone. The result is isolation. It is a right deviationist mistake to rely on the bourgeoisie, especially the big bourgeoisie. During the Wuhan period, towards the end of the Great Revolution, there were people who considered the bourgeoisie dependable, and even relied on the forces of the big landlords and big bourgeoisie, Tang Shenzi 25-0 and Feng Yuxiang, 1-1 for example, but not on the PS entry. During the SE condominium Wuhan PE riot 5 degree that is, the earlier PE riot of The War of Re-Si stance, some comrades relied not on the peasants but on the big bourgeoisie, believing that Troop SL led by the Kuomintang could win battles. They forgot the peasantry, our main force. This kind of reliance is very dangerous, because it leads to defeat and to our captivity. In the second Wuhan period, since the line taken by the party's Central Committee was correct and since most of our troops were stationed in North China, we did not meet with defeat as in the Great Revolution. But there was Ildang Er. Later, one of the weaknesses in our work in the Great 236 rear area was that we failed to expand the democratic movement and the countryside. The urban petty bourgeoisie is also a basic force in the ranks of the new democratic revolution. But even so, we still have to integrate ourselves with the peasants. We will never be able to carry the revolution to victory by relying only on the workers and the urban petty bourgeoisie. Comrades who lean to the right think otherwise. They are wrong. Those who lean to the left, on the other hand, want to exclude even the urban petty bourgeoisie. The typical representatives of the urban petty bourgeoisie are the intellectuals. Comrades who believe that the intellectuals have no role to play are also wrong. But at the time of the failure of the Great Revolution, only workers and urban intellectuals were relied on. For instance, in the Guangzhou uprising, 260 only the city workers and the officers' training corps, composed mainly of intellectuals, were mobilized. The peasants were not relied on, nor was there any plan to withdraw to the countryside. So the Guangzhou uprising failed. It was the same with the Shanghai uprisings. 330 The plan was to rely on the city workers and a part of the intellectuals to put up a stubborn resistance in Shanghai, where the enemy was strongest. The result was failure. Today we are about to enter the big cities again. Of course, our main forces are now in the countryside. Comrades working in the cities in enemy-occupied areas should realize that only by coordinating with the countryside can we advance or retreat at will. We are strong only when the workers, peasants, and petty bourgeoisie stand united. The liberal bourgeoisie is also among the ranks of the new Democratic United Front. We call it an intermediate force. Comrade Mao Zedong tells us that this is a weak, vacillating class and that the proletariat howled win it over, unite with it, or at least neutralize it, but howled not rely on it. It is a right deviation to forget the peasantry and the worker-peasant masses and to rely on the liberal bourgeoisie. That is wrong. It is a lefty deviation to refuse to unite with the liberal bourgeoisie. That too is wrong. Some big landlords and some members of the big bourgeoisie may so times join the United Front, but with obvious ambivalence. The bourgeoisie has two sides to its character. So does the petty bourgeoisie. But the dual character of the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie is more apparent, reaction is deeply ingrained in them. So in cooperating with them, we must be constantly on our guard, oppose their reactionary tendencies and never rely on them. During the Wuhan period, towards on the United Front 237. The end of the Great Revolution, we relied not only on Wang Jingwei, but on Tang Shenzi and Feng Yuxiang as well. As a result, everything collapsed. This is one of the lessons to be learned from the failure of the Great Revolution. There were two kinds of armed forces at the time. One was our party's forces, consisting of Yeting's 363, 24th Division and other armed units, directly under the leadership of the party, and of the armed forces of the broad worker-peasant masses. Everywhere from Guangdong to Wuhan, and especially in Hunan, the workers and peasants were armed. These were our forces. The other was the armed forces of the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie. The policy of our party was to rely not on our own forces, but rather on the forces of the big landlords and big bourgeoisie, on the troops of Tang Shenzi and Fen Yuxiang. As I recall, this policy was most apparent after the incident of May 21, 1927, when Wuhan was in a crisis. At that time the Central Committee still pinned its hopes on the so-called peasant leader Fen Yuxiang, the Christian general. The Communist Party, the Kuomintang, and even the foreign comrades all pinned their hopes on him. When Fen Yuxiang fought his way from Tongguan to Zheng Ziho, the head of the national government at Wuhan went by special train to meet him. Our party also sent John Kuotao 165 to meet him. It turned out, however, that Fen Yuxiang met with Chiang Kai-shek in Suzhou, which resulted in a big reversal for us. Feng sold out the people from Wuhan. So Wuhan's hopes were dashed. This was the bitter consequence of relying on the armed forces of the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie rather than on our own. Of course, there was the question of the agrarian revolution, but the central problem was arms, and ts was quite evident at the time. During the second Wuhan period, we believed that we could cooperate effectively with the Kuomintang troops even if unreformed. That was likewise an opportunist error. It can be seen from what I have essayed that we will commit left or right deviationist errors unless we have a clear understanding of the large and complex forces involved in our anti-Japanese National United Front, which embraces the proletariat, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie, the liberal bourgeoisie and a portion of the big bourgeoisie. Under the leadership of the Central Committee of the Party and Comrade Mao Zedong, we have analyzed these forces and grouped them into three categories: the progressive forces, made up of the workers, the peasants, and the petty bourgeoisie, the middle forces, or intermediate strata, and the die-hard or reactionary forces, that is, the big. 238. Landlords and the big bourgeoisie. The regional power groups are somewhere near the middle, or between the middle and the die-hard forces. In their class character they resemble the Revolutionaries, but in their opposition to Chiang Kai-shek they perform the same function as the middle forces. On the basis of this analysis, we have drawn up the policy of developing the progressive forces, winning over the middle forces and isolating, splitting and attacking the die-hards. This is the policy of uniting with the many, opposing the few and striking at the worst die-hards. People with the rightist viewpoint do not concur in this policy. Towards the end of the Great Revolution, Chen Duxiu was against making any distinctions between left, middle, and right, fearing that people would say we were splitting them up. The big landlords and the big bourgeoisie didn't like such distinctions, and Chen became their mouthpiece. The result of TS failure to distinguish between the left, middle, and right was that the left slipped over to the middle and finally joined the right. This error was repeated in the second Wuhan period. At the December conference in 1937, there were again some who wanted to classify the forces not into left, middle, and right, but into those resisting Japan and those not resisting, or into anti-Japanese and pro-Japanese. With the exception of forces that were pro-Japanese, they believed the classes were as solid as iron in their opposition to Japan. This kind of thinking reflected the influence of the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie. 33 So during this period, the warlord and fascist character of Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang was obliterated. They were considered just as tall and handsome as anyone else, standing shoulder to shoulder with us. It is necessary to classify forces into left, middle, and right. It is correct to make distinctions and wrong not to. On the other hand, those with the left viewpoint believe on ly in the proletariat, only in the vanguard of the proletariat. They alienate themselves from the masses and don't ally themselves even with those in their own ranks. This is also wrong. Therefore, both left and right mistakes are made through a lack of understanding of Comrade Mao Zedong's analysis of left, middle, and right and of the ways to develop the progressive forces, win over the middle forces and isolate the diehards and reactionary es. The result is that one isolates oneself. This is the analysis of the forces in the United Front. We should have TS kind of understanding, or else we shall make mistakes. But it is not enough to classify the components of the United Front into left, middle, and right. We must go a step further and make finer. On the United Front 239. Distinctions. This is necessary when we are dealing with so vast a force, which includes not only the proletariat but also the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie, the liberal bourgeoisie, and sometimes even big landlords and members of the big bourgeoisie. The proletariat is at the head of this contingent, the leader. The other class S, embracing not only the big landlords, the big bourgeoisie and the liberal bourgeoisie but also the petty bourgeoisie and the peasantry, are all distinct from it. That is why Comrade Mao Zedong has pointed out the need to maintain our independence and initiative within the United Front. Independence and initiative mean the independence of the proletariat, which has its own policy and ideology. It allies itself with others, but is not to be assimilated by others. Wherever there are distinctions, there is struggle. The proletariat is for solidarity in the United Front on condition that its independence and initiative are maintained. It does not allow itself to be influenced by the other classes. Comrade Mao Zedong often says that being in the United Front makes us highly susceptible to the influence of the other classes, so it is wrong not to insist on making distinctions. The exponents of the right viewpoint don't want to make distinctions. In the Wuhan period during the War of Resistance, some people held that we should seek for common ground and ignore differences, meaning there should be only agreement and no differences. That was because they didn't realize that the proletariat is different from the other classes. Some comrades don't understand why it is necessary to have distinctions as well as unity. Without making distinctions, we would merge with the others and certainly be influenced by them. Comrades with left tendencies talk day in day out about drawing distinctions and refuse to take part in common action with others. They are in a hurry to achieve socialism. During the agrarian revolution they wanted to conduct education in communism. They wanted to teach everybody socialist ideology, and they didn't understand that we should rather be educating them about new democracy, about the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal struggle for new democracy that was being waged by the broad masses and led by the proletariat. Both the right deviationists, who make no distinctions, and the left deviationists, who overemphasize distinctions instead of seeking ways to achieve unity for the present, are incorrect. Both positions are influenced by other classes and neither reflects genuine proletarian thinking. The rightist mistake is due to the influence of the big bourgeoisie. Cooperating with them makes it easy to be influenced by them. When they are being polite and invite us 240 to tea or dinner, we cease to make distinctions, and we put forward the proposals of the big bourgeoisie and the big landlords as if they were our own. Comrade Mao Zedong has said that generally speaking, we are liable to make rightist mistakes when we are allied with the bourgeoisie and leftist mistakes when we have split with them. This was pointed out in the party's resolution on certain questions in the history of our part Y. 502. Besides, because many comrades in our part Y were born into petty bourgeois families, it is easy for them to be directly influenced by the petty bourgeoisie and to have left deviationist sentiments when we are in difficulty and oppressed by the big bourgeoisie. These mistakes are caused by the influence exerted on us by the other classes. Now let us discuss the question of leadership. The proletariat, being more progressive than the other classes, held lead the others and be what Comrade Mao Zedong calls commanding officer. But the proletariat doesn't gain the position of command automatically. It cannot be said that everybody, from the peasantry to the big bourgeoisie, is for us and acknowledges us as the commanding officer. During the Great Revolution, a man by the name of Peng Shuzi 75 wrote an article saying that the proletariat was automatically the leader, so there was no point in struggling for leadership. This notion is completely contrary to Comrade Mao Zedong's ideas concerning the struggle for leadership. The proletariat and the Communist Party must win leadership through struggle, because others are contending for leadership as well, not only the big bourgeoisie but also the liberale bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie. EACH wants the United Front to be led according to its own ideas. But the main force contending with us for leadership is the Kuomintang, the ruling group representing the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie. Therefore, it is mainly the Kuomintang and the Communist Party which struggle with each other for leader SHIP of the United Front. The Biji bourgeoisie is our principal opponent. For if there are two commanding officers in a unit, they are bound to come to blows, and one of them must step down. At one time in the early days of the Great Revolution, the Kuomintang and the Communist Party were united in Single force. After the failure of the revolution, they separated into two forces that have remained separate to this day. One is the force led by the Communist Party represent in the proletariat, a force which has grown to the.wh it now has a People's Army and liberated areas. The other is led by the Kuomintang representing the on the United Front 241. Big landlords and the big bourgeoisie, a force which for 18 years has carried out one-party, dictatorial rule. These two forces are in contention with each other, both of them trying to win over the peasants, the petty bourgeoisie and the liberal bourgeoisie. Some people say we only want to win the allegiance of the peasants and the petty bourgeoisie. That isn't true. We also want to win the allegiance of the liberal bourgeoisie. The methods adopted by each side to win people and to lead them are different. The Kuomintang resorts to oppression. It oppresses not only the workers and peasants, but also the petty bourgeoisie and the liberal bourgeoisie. Our method is to cooperate with everyone we can win over. Our relations with the peasantry are excellent, and those with the petty bourgeoisie are also very good. Our relations with the liberal bourgeoisie are not quite the same as with the others. They are somewhat like our relations with the friendly troops in the EARLY and Middle E period of the Great Revolution. The problem here is that the liberal bourgeoisie doesn't always tend to us and often asserts its independence. So we cannot lead the liberal bourgeoisie in everything, but only in respect to major issues. Of course, in dealing with the liberal bourgeoisie in different circumstances we can have not only the substance, but also the form of leadership. For instance, in the liberated areas the liberal bourgeoisie can accept our formal leadership, although it still wants to maintain its independence. Can we sometimes lead the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie? Historical experience shows that it is possible for us to lead them temporarily or on a certain question. Generally speaking, they can accept our leadership when they are weak. For example, after March 20, 1926, Chiang Kai-shek didn't want to accept our leadership anymore, but he didn't have the strength to carry on the northern expedition, so he asked us and the Soviet Union to help him. He still accepted our leadership, but not for long, since he was preparing to split with us, although ostensibly letting us lead. Another example was given by Comrade Zhou in his report made the other day. When the Kuomintang troops were in a very difficult situation and besieged by many advancing enemy columns in North China, they were willing to accept the leadership of Commander-in-Chief Zhou. But that was only momentary. Once they made contact with their rear area, they would run away and turn round to attack us. So we must constantly be on our guard. When Chiang Kai-shek decided to engage in the war of resistance, he was led, or rather led, into it by us. But as 242. For the conduct of the war, he wants to do it his way, not ours. He won't accept our leadership. The Biji landlords and the big bourgeoisie accept our leadership only when they have to, and only on a specific occasion. Once they have the strength or the necessary foreign aid, the split with us. To sum up, the proletariat is able to do a very good job of leading the peasants and the petty bourgeoisie and to have very close ties with them. It is also able to lead the liberal bourgeoisie, although the latter is forever asserting its independence. But, generally speaking, it cannot lead the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie, except on a specific question or for a certain period. Our party's manwy successes in DFFE rent periods of history have all been achieved by the application of Comrade Mao Zedong's ideas and line on the question of lead ers hip. Le foot and right opportunists have tumbled over ts question more than over and y other. It can be said that neither unders tand the problem. They don't unders tand that leader hip can only be won through struggle. So ns with the right deviationist viewpoint wave leadership. Si Handu Xiu did so in the later riot of the Great Revolution. He judged its ufficient to make so me flippant remark about automatic leadership. Actually, he felt that since it was a bourgeois revolution, the leadership should belong to the bourgeoisie and that the proletariat's part was, at best, to carry the sedan chair and try2w in freedom of assembly, association, and speech and the right to strike. On the PSANT question, he didn't even approve of reducing rent and interest, let alone of solving the land problem. Many posters were put up ring 2 slogans. One READ, established the leadership of the proletariat, the other, strive for a non-capitalist future. These slogans were also much in evidence at our party's 5th Congress. But slogans are only slogans, and in reality we were relinquishing leadership. It was believed that leaders hip fell to USA automatic y, so there was no point in struggling for it. Therefore, in terms of polic y, there was no need to build a worker PEAS and army D force or to set up a government led by workers and PSANTS. Although political power in such provinces as Hunan, Jiangxi, and Hubei and in some counties elsewhere was still in the hands of the Wuhan government, Chengdu Xiu suppressed the strugles of the workers and PEANTS and gave up every thing. The result of such yielding was the failure of the Great Revolution. This was the error committed during the first Wuhan period. The error in the Seco and Dyan period was also committed dbecause we failed to understand the question of leaders hip. According to ONE. On the United Front 243. Line of reasoning, so long as there was resistance, there was unity. Chiang Kai-shek's government was already unified, his big bourgeois government was already becoming democratic and the people already enjoyed full freedom. In other words, the big bourgeoisie was wonderful, very democratic, quite unified. This was tantamount to recognizing the leadership of the big bourgeoisie. Therefore, in terms of policy, there was no need to demand democratic reforms or improvement in the life of the people. But the Central Committee of our party put great stress on democratic reforms and a better life for the people. The fact that we were relinquishing leaders hip manifested itself in other ways as well. We neglected to develop behind enemy lines, failed to call for the establishment of political power there and urged that everything be done through the Unity Front. If the United Front had been led by US, of course, that would have been fine. But in reality The Kuomintang did not acknowledge our leader's hip. In a united front acceptable to the Kuomintang, the troops we led would have been united under its military and governmental orders. So to say that everything shall be done through the United Front meant in fact that everything shall be done under the military and governmental orders of the Kuomintang. It was proposed that seven things shall be unified, 332 the command, the organizational line-up, arms, discipline, PAY, operational plans and combat operations. That would have meant that everything would be handed over to the Kuomintang and unified under its military orders. It was also proposed that the establishment of the Shaanxi-Shahar-Hebei border area must be approved by the Kuomintang. This would have meant that everything would be unified under the governmental orders of the Kuomintang. As a result of TS conciliationist policy, 3 MA-SS organizations were disbanded in Wuhan. 333 Then there was the Southern Anhui incident in central China. 25 All TS was the consequence of not following Comrade Mao Zedong's advice to be constantly on guard against attacks by others. We didn't make the Kuomintang adapt its position to meet our standards, but lowered our standards to meet their wishes. That was a right deviationist error committed in the struggle for leadership. The left opportunists also have stumbled many times over this question of leader's hip. To put it briefly, they didn't understand the new democratic nature of the Chinese Revolution. They believed that we had already passed the stage that Russia went through between 1905 and 1907, and the why were impatient for an immediate transition and a non-capitalist future. They intoned empty phrases about proletarian. 244. Leadership. When the policy was left, we were divorced not only from the petty bourgeois MA-SSES, but also from the worker PSANT MA-SSES, and that caused grave losses. During the War of Resistance, certain persons with left viewpoints have been confused on these as SUES as WELL. They want only struggle and no unity. THEY fail to recognize the tactical principle put forth by Comrade Mao Zedong, according to which there is both unity and struggle in the united front, and struggles are waged only on just grounds, to our advantage and with our trained. The problem of leader's hip is, the central problem of the united front. The right deviatushan istswa for leader's hip, whilethe left isolates itself, becoming a commander without an army. We can put it this way: the right deviation ists give away the whole army, while the left deviatushanist spush it away. This is my overall understanding of the unit ED front, REACHEDBY examining historical experience. I myself made quite a number of mistakes in these 3 periods, and especially in the law ST2. Today, speaking on TS experience, I feel that we held see the seriousness of our mistakes. Of course, they have already been corrected. In future, if we fail to understand clearly the enemy, our own rank S, or the question of leadership, if we are unwary or blind with regard to any one of THSA points, it is on that point that we will make a mistake. This is true of me and of all comrades in our party. Present urgent demands. August 1945. The war of resistance against Japan has ended in victory for us, and a new period, that of peaceful reconstruction, is beginning. In order to unite the anti-Japanese parties and groups throughout the country, ensure domestic peace, begin the construction of a new China on the basis of democracy, and strengthen international solidarity, the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party hereby presents the following urgent demands to the national government. 1. Recognize the popularly elected governments and the anti-Japanese armed forces in China's liberated areas. 2. Withdraw the Kuomintang troops encircling and attacking the liberated areas and avert a civil war which will endanger the people of the whole nation and disrupt international peace. 3. Delimit the areas where the 8th Route Army, the new 4th Army and the South China Anti-Japanese Column 503 respectively are to accept the surrender of Japanese troops. 4. Allow the anti-Japanese armed forces in the liberated areas and their representatives to participate in the handling of all important matters concerning Japan after its surrender. 5. Allow the elected representatives from the liberated areas to take part in any future peace conference concerned with Japan and in any United Nations meetings. 6. Severely punish collaborators and disband puppet armies. 7. Release patriotic political PRISONERS. 8. PROVIDE relieve TO compatriots in distress. 9. Recognize the legal status of the various political parties and groups. 10. Aboli sh the secret police agencies. 11. Annul all laws and decrees which contravene civil liberties and abolish regulations concerning censorship of the press and publications. 12. Organize democratic local coalition governments in all recovered territories with the participation of the Chinese Communist Party and of anti-Japanese Democrats from all circles. 13. Reorganize and demobilize troops in a fair and rational way. 14. Convene forthwith a political conference of the various parties and personages without party affiliation to discuss urgent measures to be taken following the conclusion of the war of resistance, formulate a democratic program, put an end to political tutelage. 334. Establish a democratic coalition government of national solidarity and make preparations for a national assembly through a free and unconstrained general election. Actively propagate opposition to civil war and dictatorship and expose Chiang Kai-shek's deceitful plot. August 16, 1945. For several days now, Chiang Kai-shek has been intensifying his propaganda for civil war, and he has mobilized Chinese and foreign newsmen close to him to spread the propaganda abroad. He is trying to shift the blame onto US and to frighten the people so that he may have a free hand in unleashing civil war and continuing his dictatorship. 2. In order to expose Chiang Kai-shek's scheme, we held concentrate on propagating the 4 slogans against civil war, against dictatorship, for peace, and for democracy. On specific issues, we should emphasize our right to disarm the Japanese and puppet troops whom we have already encircled. We held point out that for the last 5 or 6 years Chiang Kai-shek has refused to recognize the armed forces of the liberated areas or to send them supply and that he has not been in command of them. Now he suddenly instructs them to stay where they are, pending further orders. 335. He hopes that this will enable him to accept the Japan's surrender himself and to incorporate the puppet troops into his own armies. We are opposed to taking irrational orders, that is, we are opposed to civil war. In fact, Chiang Kai-shek long ago forfeited his right to his SUE orders to the anti-Japanese armed forces in the liberated areas. Should the Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces 336 arbitrarily order the Japanese troops to surrender only to Chiang's army and not to ours, it would be tantamount to aiding Chiang to unleash a civil war, and we would. A direct I've drafted on behalf of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and address SED to its Conking Bureau. 247. 248. Firmly oppose it. Chiang first rejected negotiations between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party in his speech of March 1 and then rejected the plans brought back by the SIX councillors. 337. Furthermore, he vilified us as enemies of the people. His invitation to Mao Zedong to go to Chongqing is therefore sheer deception. Jiang's pre-SENT propaganda is a preparation for civil war, but it is often confused and full of loopholes. In the New papers and among influential Chinese and foreigners you shall firmly denounce Jiang's intrigues, coordinating your statements with the broadcasts from Yan'an so as to read his reactionary propaganda and arouse all sections of the people. The current international and domestic situation is most favorable to our struggle against Chiang's intended civil war. We hope that you will continue to pursue this policy so as to mobilize the masses and consolidate and extend the victory we have already won. Letter of Consolation to Madame Shen Quijhen, widow of Zhou Dauphin. September 12, 1945. Madame Quijhen. Amidst the jubilation over victory in the war of resistance against Japan, we cannot but feel immensely grieved at the thought that Zhou Dauphin, who fought all his life for the freedom and liberation of our nation, is no longer with us to share our joy. 338. Naturally, your sorrow must be even greater. We know that during his lifetime, Zhou dedicated all his energies to public affairs, oblivious to the problems connected with supporting his family, and that only with your assistance and encouragement was he able to devote himself to his cause with an unencumbered mind. Now his brilliant lifelong work is beginning to be rewarded. His writings have fostered the awakening and unity of the Chinese people and contributed to their present victory. There is no doubt that the Chinese people will continue to fight unremittingly for the birth of the peace-loving, united and democratic new China to which Zhou looked forward with all his heart. His achievements will remain forever in the hearts of the Chinese people, and his name will be a banner constantly guiding the Chinese people forward. Thinking of all this, you who have known him best must feel some consolation even in the midst of grief. Your son Jialiu is doing well in Yan'an. In strength of character and diligence in study he lives up to his father's expectations. This must also be a source of gratification to you. I would like to extend to you my heartfelt sympathy. I wish you and your children good health. Zhou Enlai. 249. Statement. On the second plenary session of the 6th Central Executive Committee of the Kuomintang, March 18, 1946. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the great hopes we had placed on the second plenary session of the 6th Central Executive Committee of the Kuomintang convened after the Political Consultative Conference, 339, the results have been truly disheartening, for its resolutions have undermined those of the conference. It is not surprising that the considerable number of diehards within the Kuomintang household have exploited the session and have adopted a number of significant decisions violating the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference. What is strange, however, is that the resolutions of the two meetings, which are so contradictory, should have been adopted under the chairmanship and leadership of the SAME Perso N, Presid and Chiang Kai-shek. 1. The protection of the people's rights. When the Political Consultative Conference was in session, President Chiang made 4 PIEDs concerning the protection of the PEOPIE's rights. 34 yet incidents occurred one after another both during and after the session, the beating of people at Kangbaitang, 34 the Jiao Kangkao incident, 342 the smashing of the New China Daily offices, 343 the vandalism at the office of the 18th Group Army in Xi'an, 344 and even the disturbance at the Beiping Executive Headquarters, 345, which is in charge of the implementation of the truce agreement. To this day not one of these incidents has been settled. Take freedom of speech and the press for example. Though, no mean all why, the laws and decrees made at a pre-SS conference for Sihan SE and Foreign Co-Respondent S1 NC Hongqing and Publi Shed there in the NEW China Dale Y on March 19, 1946. 250. On second plenary session of Kuomintang 6 CEC 251. Restricting freedom of speech have been annulled. In fact many restrictions still exist and the methods of imposing them are extremely unfair. For instance, in beeping the paper Liberation, which is published every 3 days by the Chinese Communist Party, has been illegally banned, while in Shanghai circulation of other newly start news papers is permitted. As for the release of well-known political prisoners, with the exception of Yeting 363 and Liao Chenzi, 346, there has not even been news of the persons arrested, either of the young students or of members of the Chinese Communist Party and other parties and of non-party personages. The present government is still a one-party government of the Kuomintang, which should be held responsible for these violations of human rights. However, during the second plenary SES Xi'an no mention was made of these issues and the resolutions contained not a single word of condemnation of the criminal infringements on human rights. 2. The reorganization of the government. This is an important matter. The second plenary session did not take a clear-cut position on the question of ending political tutelage 334 and moving towards a constitutional government by setting up during this transition period a government of national solidarity based on cooperation among the various parties. Not only did it evade the question of ending political tutelage, it even demanded that members of the national government, instead of being chosen by the various parties, be nominated by the Standing Committee of the Central Executive Committee of the Kuomintang. This was in total violation of the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference. It cannot but raise suspicions about the nature of the Central Political Council to be restored after the second plenary session. It is quite possible that the same political council which formerly guided the national government will be restored. 347 If it is true that members of the national government will be chosen by the Standing Committee of the Central Executive Committee and that the Central Political Council will again guide the national government, it will remain a one-party government and will certainly not be a democratic government based on the cooperation of the various parties. This runs counter to the expectations of the Political Consultative Conference, the various parties, public figures, the people of the whole country, and the friendly nations. 3. The draft constitution. This is even more important. The constitution has a vital bearing on the basic question of whether China 252 will become a democracy or remain a one-party dictatorship. The principles laid down by the Political Consultative Conference for the revision of the draft Constitution 348 were unanimously approved in a standing vote by the delegates from the various parties and those without party affiliation. Any change in these principles should be unanimously agreed upon by the delegates representing the various sides in the conference. Certain members of the Kuomintang have made a point of criticizing them as not conforming to the five-power constitution. 349 Let us set aside for a moment the fact that they were unanimously approved in a standing vote by the delegates to the Political Consultative Conference held under the chairmanship of President Chiang. Let us consider the five-power constitution itself. In the first place, a five-power constitution would provide for the separation of the five powers. Dr. Sun Yat-sen was opposed to the concentration of state power in the hands of one person or one UN. In the second place, the localities were to enjoy a fair share of powers, some powers would belong to the central government and others to the localities. That is why Dr. Sun favored provincial self-government, with each province formulating its own constitution. It can thus be seen that these principles laid down by the Political Consultative Conference are completely in keeping with those of Dr. Sun's five-power constitution. As to how the government is to be organized to conform to these principles, that will have to be decided according to the time and circumstances. Methods used in the past are not necessarily suitable to the present. If it is alleged that not a single word of Dr. Sun's behests can be changed, then the things the Kuomintang is doing today are in violation of his program of national reconstruction. 350 According to the procedures laid down in the program, self-government should be practiced first at the county level and then at the provincial level, and only after it has been instituted in more than half the provinces can a national assembly be convened and a constitutional government set up. The fact that the present government is not so acting shows that these procedures can be changed. Despite all this, we continue to hold consultations with the Kuomintang. In order to mitigate the difficulties encountered within their own party by those in the Kuomintang who advocate democracy, peace, unity, and unification, the various sides have recently worked out 3 other agreements through consultation. 351. On second plenary session of Kuomintang 6 CEC 253. However, this concession has only inflated the arrogance of the diehards. The second plenary session has adopted 5 principles for the revision of the draft constitution. 2 of these principles and part of another are of paramount importance. 352 For their purpose is to repudiate the principles laid down by the Political Consultative Conference, so that the Kuomintang will not be bound by them. Moreover, Mr. Wu's Hiwi 258 raised 3 objections which were immediately incorporated in the resolutions. He held that the May 5 draft constitution, 138 the agreements of the conference, the resolutions of the second plenary session, etc. should all be submitted to the National Assembly for deliberation. This runs counter to the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference. According to its decision, only the amendments proposed by the Draft Constitution Review Committee, and nothing else, were to be submitted to the National Assembly. The delegates to the National Assembly are free as individuals, but each party should be responsible for restraining its members, so that this democratic draft constitution can be adopted. Under such circumstances, the National Assembly, 32-6, which includes delegates chosen by one party 10 years ago, is no longer important. What is important is to ensure the adoption of a genuine democratic constitution. That is why the various parties have made great concessions to the Kuomintang on the question of a National Assembly. But now the Kuomintang hopes to use a National Assembly recognized by the various parties to oppose the principles for the revision of the draft constitution decided upon by the Political Consultative Conference and to obstruct the drawing up of a democratic constitution. Such a violation of democratic practice is intolerable. 4. The National Assembly. The question of delegates representing the localities in the National Assembly has not yet been finally decided upon, and the organic law of the National Assembly has not yet been revised. According to the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference, the function and power of the National Assembly are limited to the drawing up of the Constitution, which can be adopted only with a 3/4 majority. But if the organic law remains unrevised for long or is not properly revised, it will very probably be used to enable a mere 2/3 majority to adopt resolutions under which further activities detrimental to democracy will be carried out. In this way, the future National Assembly would serve as an even better guardian of one-party dictatorship. 254. 5. The reorganization of troops. In a session of the Political Consultative Conference, Lin Wei, Vice Minister of Military Affairs, reported that the government troops now numbered 3,800,000, but that they would be reduced to 1,800,000, reorganized into 90 divisions. But during the second plenary session of the Central Executive Committee, the same person reported that government troops, plus administrative and training personnel, numbered 4,900,000, and that they would be reduced to 3,470,000, still reorganized into 90 divisions. This figure is 1,670,000 more than that mentioned in the report to the conference. That is to say, even deducting the administrative and training personnel, the total number of troops would still be much higher, which means that the so-called Military Industrial Workers Corps are to serve as reserves or replacements for the regular army. This is not in keeping with the resolutions of the conference and the demobilization plan set forth in the program for the reorganization of troops. 353. Contrary to the spirit of demobilization, it will mean no reduction in the expenditures of the national treasury but rather the maintenance of extra troops. 6. The truce. In its declaration, the second plenary session of the Central Executive Committee of the Kuomintang called on the communist troops to put an immediate stop to their attacks. But which side is really guilty of non-compliance with the ceasefire order and of continued attacks? 354. One need only listen to the reports just made by Lin Ping and Zheng Shaoan on the situation in Guangdong and Hubei to get a clear idea. 355. Anyone can see that in Shaanxi the Japanese troops stationed in Taiyuan and Datong have not yet been disarmed, because Yanzishan 92 is still using them to attack the Communist Party and the army and people in the liberated areas. In other places in North and Central China, towns and villages in areas under the control of the Communist Party continue to be attacked and nibbled away. As to the situation in the Northeast, 2 months ago General Marshal 356 suggested sending a field team there to mediate military clashes. We agreed immediately, but the government has only recently consented. Now the tasks of the field team have been called into question. We have made 2 suggestions on how to resolve this problem. One is to send the field team without preconditions, put an immediate end to all military clashes, investigate on the spot and then bring back the findings so that problems can be settled by the Committee of 357. The other method, which is better, is to hold on second plenary session of Kuomintang 6 CEC 255. Negotiations in Chongqing on general principles for the settlement of military and political issues and then send the field team to attend to matters at issue, in accordance with the agreed principles. The consultations over these two suggestions have not yet yielded results. We have always held that domestic and foreign affairs in the Northeast should be dealt with separately. ISSUEs in foreign affairs have always been in the charge of the government, and that is still the case. But domestic issues are matters for which everyone shares responsibility, and they shall be settled peacefully and by political means. This is the view not only of the Communist Party, but of the other democratic parties and the people in the Northeast as well. Most of the problems I have mentioned became apparent during the second plenary session of the Central Executive Committee of the Kuomintang. It is not surprising that the diehards in the Kuomintang should have tried deliberately to violate all the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference. What is really surprising is that President Chiang, who personally presided over the session of the conference, should have let the demands of the diehards be approved by the second plenary session of the Central Executive Committee. Although in its resolutions the second plenary session expressed the intent of implementing the resolution of the conference, its adoption of resolutions that conflict with those of the conference is, in fact, a negation of that intent. Moreover, the resolutions of the second plenary session stress opposition to the Chinese Communist Party and accuse us of doing this and that. The Communist Party is ready firmly to carry out the truce agreement, the resolutions of the conference and the program for the reorganization of troops, all of which we signed. We are also willing to have our friends supervise our actions in a spirit of goodwill and without malicious intent. But, on the other hand, we would like to tell our Kuomintang friends that since they demand that others abide by the agreements and yet write into the resolutions of the second plenary session provisions that run counter to the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference, one cannot but think that some deception is involved. Just what are they trying to do? They are trying to blur the issue. Would China be a democratic state if, under the circumstances, the various parties were to join the government, and the National Assembly were to convene and adopt a constitution as demanded by the second plenary session? No, that would be impossible. We will not be deceived, nor will we ever deceive the 256 people. We will speak the truth and present the facts to the people. And first of all, we must find out the intentions behind the decisions of the second plenary session. This is not a question affecting a single person or party but one that concerns the common people. Are they to be deceived or not? We should not tell the people that total peace has been won when it has not, that democracy prevails when it does not, or that there is stability when there is not. We agree with General Marshall when he says that the next few months will be critical for China. But the situation will be much worse if it develops in line with the resolutions of the second plenary session. We cannot be as optimistic as some sections of the public both at home and abroad. However, that does not mean the situation cannot be changed. Change can be brought about through the efforts of the whole nation and with the assistance of friendly countries. The delegates to the Political Consultative Conference in particular must strive to safeguard its resolutions. Besides, as General Marshall said at the press conference in Washington, those who hold power in the Kuomintang are not prepared to hand over the greater part of that power. In fact, the Political Consultative Conference did not demand that of them. It demanded only that the people be allowed to enjoy democratic rights, such as adequate representation of the various parties in the government. At present, the Kuomintang is still the biggest party, whether in the central and provincial governments or in the National Assembly. However, the diehards are not willing to let the people enjoy even this modicum of democracy. Their only interest is in suppressing and attacking the democratic movements of the people and the other parties. It can also be seen that the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference do not go so far as the demands for democracy contained in President Truman's Statement 358 and in the communiqué of the Conference of the Foreign Ministers of the Three Powers. 359A program for the reorganization and unification of troops has been worked out, but a fully representative government has not yet been established. The Kuomintang remains unwilling to practice even this modicum of democracy called for by the Political Consultative Conference, continuing to insist that members of the national government should be nominated by the Standing Committee of the Central Executive Committee. On 2nd PLN Ari Session of Kuomintang 6 CEC 257. Therefore, I hold that there must be no undermining or revision of any of the resolutions of the Political Consultative Co-NFERENCE. They were approved in a standing vote by the delegates representing the 5 sides 360 and held become the Charter for Democracy in China. Whoever tries to sabotage THEMISSA Bodajing Democracy, peace, unity, and unificatio in China today. TS also applies to the agreement reached by the Committee of Three on putting a stop to military clashes and that reached by the Military Subcommittee on THE Program for the Reorganization of Troops. If human rights are not safeguarded, it will be impossible to reorganize the government so as to make it a genuinely democratic one based on cooperation. The National Assembly cannot possibly be successful unless the various parties engaged in revising the draft constitution honor their commitments and unless amendments are worked out in accordance with the principles approved by the 5 sides. THERE can be no guarantee of peace unless military clashes cease throughout the country. What we call for is a genuinely peaceful, democratic and stable China. We wish to call on the people of the whole country and on our friends in the allied countries and in the various parties to support and supervise the implementation of all the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference. In particular, we hope that those friends in the Kuomintang who uphold democracy and unity will come forward, under the leadership of President Chang, to check and repudiate schemes hatched within their party against the conference. Since the Kuomintang BEARSTHEHEVIEST responsibility for affairs of state tota we held remind our Kuomintang friends that the SE schemes have no WBECOME resolutions and WILL soon be put into effect. For TSREA it is necessary for us to make this statement following the conclusion of the second plenary session of the Central Executive Committee of the Kuomintang. We do not want to fool the public, but to appeal to it. Eternal glory to the martyrs. Of April 8. April 19, 1946. Ruofei. 361, Barrio Gu. 362 Zi. 363 Deng Fa. 364 Venerable Mr. Huang, 365 Yang Mei, and 11 other Chinese and American friends and comrades 366 who died in the accident. You laid down your lives together and have become the April 8 martyrs. 10 days have elapsed, days of bitter sorrow. Grief-laden hearts, tears of sorrow and indignation, agonizing memories, and the heavy tasks you left behind so overwhelm us that we still mourn you in Jenny. Over the last 20 years, tens of thousands of comrades in arms have given their lives in the common struggle, but none died so suddenly and unexpectedly as you. Sudden blows and unexpected deaths make us feel irretrievable losses all the more keenly. 20 or 30 years of struggle for the liberation of the Chinese people tempered you and made you people's heroes, leaders of the masses, teachers of the young, and staunch revolutionary fighters. 7 among you, like Ruofei, were educated by the Communist Party for 10 or 20 years and became fine, long-tested party leaders or backbone codders, forever loyal to the cause of the people. You were the treasure of the Chinese people and the glory of the Chinese Communist Party. Now you have literally been snatched from our midst, from the midst of the Chinese people. This is a tremendous misfortune to the party, a tremendous misfortune to the people. After victory in the war of resistance against Japan, Ruofei and the other comrades struggled hard for the cause of peace, unity, democracy and unification, never ceasing in their exertions. Comrade A signed article W written for the NEWC Hina Daily on the Douai that VROS Circle ES in Chongqing held a rally to mourn the martyrs of April 8. 25-8. Eternal glory to martyrs of April 8. 259. Ruofei took part, the other comrades joined later, in the task of preparing the summary of conversations signed by the representatives of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party of China on October 10. 367. The 5 resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference, 339 The Truce Agreement. 35-4. The Program for the Reorganization of Troops. 353. And the Truce Agreement of March 27 for the Northeast. 36-8. During the past 2 months in particular, Comrades Ruofei and Bogu stood at the forefront of the struggle and fought most firmly against the reactionary plots of saboteurs, trying to safeguard human rights and the 5 resolutions of the conference, uphold the principles for revising the draft constitution. 38-4. And prevent the truce agreement from being sabotaged. And it was precisely in order to safeguard those conference resolutions and uphold those principles that you were flying back to Yan'an on April 8 to report to the Central Committee of our party and ask for instructions. Disaster tragically befell you. To the last minute of your lives you were busy working for the country and fighting for the people's cause. Your deeds will live forever in the history of the people. Your spirit will encourage the tens of millions of people and party members to rush into the gap you have left and march forward towards your goal. If there had been no conspiracy on the part of the reactionaries to undermine the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference, there would have been no need for you to fly back to Yan'an in such bad weather. But as the saying goes, while virtue is growing, vice is growing 10 times faster. The implementation of the conference resolutions, of the truce agreement and of the program for the reorganization of troops will not come easily. The Chinese people have already paid a high price for peace and democracy, but they did not expect to pay such a heavy additional price. And they are not done with paying. Under the pretext of reorganizing the government, convening the National Assembly and recovering sovereignty, the reactionaries are engaged in an even greater conspiracy to strengthen dictatorship, split the country and massacre the people. Martyrs. Comrades. You have discharged your responsibilities. I can confidently assure you that as long as the Chinese people, the Chinese Communist Party and any democratic parties and forces exist, we will never allow the reactionaries to succeed in their conspiracy to undermine the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference, the truce, and the troop reorganization. The basic policies. 260. Which you upheld are the policies of the entire Chinese people. Peace and democracy will eventually be realized throughout China. Ruofei. In your last conversation with me, you cried out against the oppression of the Chinese people and their representatives by the rulers. I remember, I will always remember. I can assure you that hundreds of millions of Chinese people have awakened and risen up and that the Chinese Communist Party, guided by the thinking of Comrade Mao Zedong, will never forsake them. We will fight to the end for a people's China and a people's era. Bogu. You died in the interest of revising the draft constitution. I remember, I will always remember. I can assure you that we will fight to the end to complete a democratic constitution and establish a democratic China. Zhou. You were a founder of the People's Army. During the No RTHERN expedition and the War of Resistance against Japan, you made great contributions to the Old and New Fourth Armies for the liberation of The people. 10 years in exile and 5 in prison turned your hair grey, but left you more determined than ever. As soon as you were out of jail, you ked for readmission on into the party. The moment we met, you spoke of the comrades who were murdered in southern Anhui, made a self-criticism concerning the southern Anhui in T2°5 and asked me to continue negotiations for the release of more comrades. I remember, I will always remember. I can assure you that we will fight to the end to protect the People's Army and win the Relia Se of Ally political prisoners. Den Ji Fa. You were a trained leader from the ranks of the workers. USCO read brilliant achievements for the united front of the Chinese working class and that of the international working class. But just as success S was being attained, you left US, never to return. I can assure you that in order to preserve and extend these achievements, we will struggle for the complete success of the MOVM and for the unit Y of THE working people of China and THE world. All Chinese and American friends and comrades who died in the accident while flying back to Yan'an. The hope of the people lie in the merit and achievements of each one of you. We must learn from must forever maintain THE spirit you have ELFT with US, THE spirit of service to the cause of the people's education, of arduous labor in revolutionary work, of self-sacrifice in fostering the next revolutionary generation and of defying so NAL dang to promote cooperation between China and the United States. Eternal glory to martyrs of April 8. 261. We must turn our grief into united strength and struggle against all the reactionaries. Peace and democracy were your banners. Eternal glory to the martyrs of April 8 th. Statement condemning the spread of civil war and political assassinations. July 17, 1946. The two most innocent and depressing problems in China at present are, first, the civil war and, second, political assassinations. I wish to issue the following statement on behalf of the delegation of the Chinese Communist Party. 262. Condemn civil war and political assassinations. 263. Province and the Northeast will soon be involved in the civil war. We demand that the Kuomintang authorities stop spreading propaganda which does not square with the facts and immediately order an overall ceasefire, otherwise, they should be held responsible for all the consequences of civil war. 2. The two political assassinations which took place in Kunming are enough to undermine the very foundation of the all-important unity and cooperation between the various democratic parties of the country and the Kuomintang authorities. 4 days after the assassination of Mr. Li Gongpu, 371 Mr. Wen Yuduo was murdered and Hai's son wounded. 372 These were planned, brazy and political assassinations. With the bloody incidents of Xi'an and Nantung 373 still unsettled, we now learn of these in Kunming. More of these wanton killings may very well take place in Chongqing, Chengdu, Wuhan, Beiping, Guangzhou and even in Nanjing or Shanghai. The SE events starkly reveal the ruthless, fascist nature of the Kuomintang secret agents, who have adopted the most despicable methods to suppress the movement for peace and democracy and its leading figures. Unless the Kuomintang authorities take urgent measures to put an end to all this, change their ways and abolish the secret police, all political consultations will be futile. Take better care of our progressive friends. July 25, 1946. One Xiao Chao 374 and I and the others flew back to Nanjing this afternoon. 2 in the morning, before we left Shanghai, Tao Xingzi 274 suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. By the time we reached his bedside, to our great sorrow, he had stopped breathing. But when I took his hand, his temperature and color had still not changed. According to Shenzhen Son 504, he had really died of a cerebral hemorrhage and there had been no signs of poisoning. For prudent CESAK, we decided after discussion to leave the body at a funeral parlor and to have it placed in a coffin only after 12 hours of observation, to see whether there would be any change. 3 Unless some other reason is found, Tao must have died of overwork, failing health and excessive mental strain. TS is another irreparable loss to the Chinese people. For the past decade, he consistently followed the party's correct line repre se entered by Comrade Mao Zedong and was a ball s havoc outside the party, which he upperted without reservation. During T's trip to Shanghai, I was concerned about his health and proposed that the Shanghai Party Working Committee persuade him to rest for a while. But he died before my message reached him. Had Tao been able to speak as he approached the end, he would, I believe, have applied for party membership, as Zhou Dauphin had done before him. 338. 4. From now on, we must see to it that the safety and health of our progress-SI friends are ensured. I have told Pan Hanian 292 and Wu Yunfu 375 in Shanghai to give them more material help and eco. Telegram TOTHECE Entral Committee of the Sihine Se Communist Party. 264. Take better care of progressive friends 265. Nam 1C assistance, as well as showing constant solicitude for them politically. 5. I propose that the Central Committee have the report on the death of Tao written by the New China News Agency in Nanjing broadcast nationwide. 6. I shall find out the true state of affairs today and meet Marshal 356 and Leighton Stewart 376 tomorrow. In memory of Li Gongpu N. When you do. October 4, 1946. We are here to mourn Li Gongpu 37-1 ND when you do 372 at a time when the political situation is extremely perilous and thepeople are exceedingly indignant. But here and now, what word can be appropriate? With the mostd of out belly f, is ilental y vow to the mart yrs, iwilnever give up, I will continue to fight for our ideal. Peace and democracy are bound to come. Murderers are doomed to perish. 266. Speech at the Shanghai meeting. To commemorate the 10th anniversary of the death of Liu Sun. October 19, 1946. 10 years, a full 10 years, have elapsed since Liu Sun passed away. In that time Sihina moved from civil war to the war of resistance and is now back to civil war again. Liu Sun cursed civil war and hoped for a war of resistance, speaking of it in glowing terms. The war of resistance he hoped for was realized through the efforts of the masses of the people, but the civil war he cursed still goes on, which Satan every one of us present at TS meeting. The people are looking forward to democracy, independence, unity, and unification, but it is over a year now since the Japanese surrender, and their hopes are still unfulfilled. The year Liu Sun died, negotiations were going on. They have been going on for a full 10 years, but they have failed to produce a modicum of peace for the Chinese people, and to me personally that is a source of great distress. But once the people unite, there is no question on that the problem of peace, democracy, and unification in Sihina will be solved. Today I wish to pledge before the portrait of Liu Sun that so long as there is a chance for peace, we will never abandon the negotiations. Even if driven to all-out resistance in self-defense, we will strive for China's independence, peace, democracy, and unification. Liu Sun once said, fierce browed, I coolly defy 1,000 pointing fingers, head bowed, like a willing ox serve the children. That was Liu Sun's attitude and that was the position he took. Liu Sun diets ted thereactionaries. When it comes to the reactionaries, we published in the New China Daily YNC Hunkin on October 21, 1946. 267. 268. Will defy their 1,000 pointing fingers coolly, fierce-browed, without fear. We must demand an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But as for the people, we shall be like willing oxen in the service of the children. We should serve them sincerely and honestly. We must know what to hate, what to feel indignant about, what to love and what to strive for. How many tyrants, emperors, and dictators in Hias, Tori have gone down one after another. But the multitude of slaves, the oppressed and the peasants have stood firm and grown from strength to strength. The age of the common man is at hand. We should therefore work diligently, like willing oxen, unite as one and serve the people to our dying day. Both Lusun and Wenyuduo are examples for us to follow. 372. Statement on the Kuomintang's convening of a National Assembly. November 16, 1946. ANATIONAL Assembly Antiri Liko Controlled BYTHE Kuomintang government opened yesterday. This National Assembly, convened unilaterally by AONEP Arudi government, violates the resolutions of the political consultative conference and runs counter to the will of the whole nation. The Sihin Se Communist Part Yis resolutely against it. Not only was the date for its conve Ninji not discussed conference, but even more important, it isadvs Nation al Assembly convened by a single party, and not one of unit y in which us political parties take part. According to the principle S and procedure SSET for in THE resolutions of THE conference, THE National Assembly can be convened only under the auspices of ARE Organized Government and ONLY after THE resolutions adopted by THE conference have been put into effect T1 by1. THE resolutions of THE Political Consultative Confer NCE 339 Cons Titu Te Approvisional Magna Harta agreed upon by various political parties, and THEY foreman in SE Parablui whole. Over the past ten months, not one iot AOF the resolution has been carried out, and the contrary, the YH of ABE and completely scripted by THE Kuomintang authorities. The truce agreement was approved by DCSION of the CONFERNCE but, with civil WARBE and GFOUGHT on a large SCALE all the way from THE northeast to south of the Great Wall, the government authorities have completely altered the positions fixed by the January ceasefire order. 354. AFTER the Kuomintang Rup Ca TEREDZH and JIAKA on October 11, 1946. Si Hyang Kai S Hekki CKLYISSU ed the order to convene a national assembly unilateral y, so th at itmid opta constitution that would leg itemize his policy of civilwar, disctat ors hipand national betrayal. On THEDI following THE opening of THE Nat Iona L Assembly, Comrade ZHOUNLAIHELD pre SS Confera NCE in NA Engine G and ISSU ed TS re TTENS tat nt. It was publi SH ed in THE New China Daily in CHONG, Ching ONN November I7, 1946. 269. 270. The four pledges 340 they made at the opening of the Political Consultative Conference have been nullified under the rule of the Kuomintang Secret Police, as witness events ranging from the brutal suppression at Jiao Kankau 342 to the assassination of Li Gongpu 371 and Wen Yuduo 372. Since agreement has not yet been reached on the reorganization of the government, the program for peace and national reconstruction cannot be realized either. As for the local governments in many liberated areas, the Kuomintang authorities not only refuse to allow them to maintain the status quo in accordance with the provisions of the program, but insist on a takeover. If it is resisted, they resort to occupation by force. The basic principle of the resolution on military affairs is that military authority shall be separated from civil authority, yet nearly all the provincial governorships of the Kuomintang government are presently held by officers on active service. Since the review of the draft constitution was not completed in Chongqing, the representatives of the Communist Party issued a statement of total reservation at the time, After the government moved to Nanjing, the Kuomintang authorities pigeonholed it and have not allowed any further discussions to this day. The agreement concerning a National Assembly was the last compromise reached while the Political Consultative Conference was in session. The Kuomintang authorities guaranteed not to hold a divisive National Assembly controlled exclusively by one party and pledged to approve the draft constitution reviewed and finalized by the conference. It was only then that the other political parties agreed to include the delegates chosen by a single party 10 years ago 32-6 in the quota set for delegates from constituencies and provinces, on condition that the number of delegates from all other political parties and the liberated areas be increased. The National Assembly can be convened only after the civil war is truly stopped, the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference have been carried out, the people's rights and freedoms are protected and the government has been reorganized. Only then will a National Assembly be an assembly of unity in which various political parties participate. Not only does the so-called National Assembly now in session run counter to the above resolutions and THEIR spirit, but even the date for its convening, or postponement, was decided by the one-party government. As announced on the morning of November 15, the number of Kuomintang delegates has risen to 1,580, so that another 410 seats have been taken away from the other political parties out of a total of 2,050 originally agreed upon. In particular, the Kuomintang on KMT's convening of a National Assembly 271 has usurped no less than 140 seats out of the 200 for the liberated areas. It is quite obvious that this National Assembly is a divisive assembly control led exclusively by one party. To keep seats vacant for the Communist Party, as is allegedly being done, is both a violation of the resolutions of the conference and here fraud, the real purpose of which is simply to bamboozle the other political parties into attending the assembly and thus to gloss over the autocratic nature of the Kuomintang authorities. With regard to the talks in Nanjing, which people of the Third Force have tried hard to bring about, the Communist Party has been proposing for a month now that while the form may be flexible, the talks must follow the principles and procedures laid down in the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference. But the government authorities have rejected our proposal. The closer the date came for the one-party National Assembly, the more we urged its cancellation, so that the Military Committee of 357 the Joint Subcommittee of the Political Consultative Conference and the Draft Constitution Review Committee could meet simultaneously. Thus, in accordance with the truce agreement, the programme for the reorganization of Troops 353 and the resolutions of the conference, the Y could settle the present military and political issues and promptly put into effect the agreements reached. Only in a peaceful environment, would it be possible to convene unhurriedly a National Assembly of Unity in which various political parties would take part. However, the government authorities, anxious to whitewash their dictatorship, turned a deaf ear to all ts. The one-party National Assembly now insists on has made it impossible for the Communist Party and the Third Force to agree upon any proposals to send to the suggested Nanjing talks. What is more, it has definitely broken all the resolutions adopted by the Political Consultative Conference as well as the truce agreement and the program for the reorganization of troops and has blocked the road to peace talks that has been open since the conference. At the same time, it has fully exposed the fraudulent nature of the ceasefire order issued by the government authorities on November 8. 377 This one-party National Assembly wants to adopt a so-called constitution in order to legalize that party's dictator's hip, the civil war, its divisive activities and its betrayal of the interests of the nation and the people. If things go on this way, the Chinese people are bound to be plunged into an abyss of misery. We communists categorically refuse to wreck. 272. Onize this National Assembly. The door to peace negotiation has now been shut by the Kuomintang government authorities. We will not take the slightest notice of any of the tricks they are going to play in TS1 Part Y National Assembly, including the reorganization of the government. Participation in TS National Assembly and the acceptance of SU tricks would inevitably mean the sabotage of the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference and the blocking of the path to peace, democracy, unity and unification laid out by the conference. There is no middle road. The bloody attacks against the liberated areas are being intensified and the US government is continuing its policy of aiding Chiang Kai-shek in the civil war, so sham peace and ham democracy can deceive no one. We communists, to g either with the Chinese people and all other political parties EARNESTLY working for peace and democracy, will strive to the very end for genuine peace and genuine democracy. Speech in celebration of the 60th birthday of Commander-in-Chief Zhou. November 30, 1946. Dear Commander-in-Chief, Comrade Zhou. Your 60th birthday is a joyous occasion for the whole party and a moment of pride for the Chinese people. It gives me great pleasure to be able to come back to Yan'an and personally extend my congratulations to you. What is more, it is a supreme honor for me to congratulate you on behalf of the thousands upon thousands of comrades, friends, and other people in areas under reactionary rule who are unable to see you in person. Dear Commander-in-Chief, thanks to your struggle over the decades, you have won worldwide recognition as a liberator of the Chinese nation, a champion of the laboring people, a founder and leader of the People's Army. Dear Commander-in-Chief, you have proven your unfailing loyalty and devotion to the party and the people. In the course of revolution, you have gone through all kinds of difficulties and setbacks, hard hips and ordeals, but you have always held high the revolutionary torch illuminating the path to a bright future, so that millions of people have confidently followed you in the march forward. During the 25 years I have known you, you have always been so unassuming and approachable, yet always steadfast and unshakable. That is precisely what makes you a great man. You have such affection and love for the people and such scorn and hatred for the enemy, that makes you all the greater. You were the first in the party to cooperate with Comrade Mao Zedong in founding the Army of the Chinese People and establishing the base areas for the People's Revolution, thus adding a new chapter to the annals of the CNSA Revolution. Marching under the banner of Comrade Mao Zedong, you have been his close and worthy comrade in arms, and you well deserve to be CALLEDAL leader of the people. Dear Commander-in-Chief, your revolutionary achievements have become milestones in the Chinese Revolution of the 20th century. The Revolution of 1911, 143 the Yunnan Uprising, 378 the Northern Expedition 11-1 the Nanchang Uprising, 20 the Agrarian Revolution, 505 the War of Resistance against Japan, the Production Campaign 506 and the present War of Self-Defense, you have participated in them all. You are now 60 and still in robust health. I am confident that you will lead the Chinese people to final victory in national liberation and will see with your own eyes the defeat of the dictator and the destruction of the reactionary forces. Your strong constitution and your cheerful spirit augur well for the prosperity of the Chinese people. The people wish you a long life. The whole party wishes you lasting good health. Speech at a meeting held by representatives of all walks of life in Yan'an in commemoration of the December 12th incident. December 12th, 1946. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades, it is 10 full years since the incident of December 12, 1936. 226 during that time China moved from civil war to the war of resistance and is now unfortunately back to civil war again. This indeed a historic lesson worthy of our study. Although China is back to civil war, she has gone through the 8 years of the war of resistance against Japan, the Japanese fascists have been overthrown, the People's Army that resisted Japan has grown in strength, and areas with a total population of 140 million have been truly liberated under the leader S-hip of the Chinese Communist Party. The people in these areas have won democracy and the peasants have obtained land, and, inspired by all this, the entire Chinese people have come to realize that a powerful imperialist country can be defeated. That is the high historic outcome of the incident of December 12. The significance of the incident itself is that it was a turning point in history, marking the cessation of the Civil War and the launching of the War of Resistance. After the incident of September 18, 1931, 490 the people became increasingly dissatisfied with the Kuomintang authorities' policy of non-resistance to Japan. In particular, after the Communist Party led the People's Armed Forces north to resist the Japanese aggressors and called on the entire nation to form an anti-Japanese national united front, the people's demand for an end to civil war and for resistance to Japan became increasingly widespread. That demand exerted an influence on the communist suppression troops. Publi's head in the Liberation Dale Y in Yan'an on December 13, 1946. 275. 276 Zhou Enlai. And won the first place on the Northeastern Army and the 17th Route Army, which were in the front lines of the Civil War. The nation was heading inexorably towards a war of resistance, having witnessed the student movement of December 9, 1935, 290 the National Salvation Movement, the jailing of the 7 patriotic leaders 9 and particularly the conclusion of the 25,000 li long march of the Red Army and its movement to cross the Huanghe River and resist Japan. 289 The general trend of events and the will of the people had become irresistible. Mr. Chiang Kai-shek alone had so nothing else in mind. When the Japanese aggressors were attacking eastern Suiwan, 379 he flatly rejected the Northeastern Army's request for orders to resist Japan and forced Generals Zhang Suiliang 87 and Yang Huchun 88 to continue the civil war. However, not only did those reverse acts fail of their intended effect, but on the contrary, they triggered the Xi'an incident of 1936, and he was forced to raise Est Japan. High Story will attest that Chiang Kai-shek brought the Xi'an incident on himself and that he was pressured into the war of resistance by Generals Zhang Suiliang and Yang Huchun, who acted in conformity with the will of the people. It was no accident that after that Generals Zhang and Yang won the understanding and support of the people. It is more than a year now since the victory in the war of resistance, yet General Zhang and Yang Haveben kept under arrest by Chiang Kai-shek for 10 years. The people will come forward and pass the correct judgment on this case, and it is they alone who are persisting in demanding the release of Zhang and Yang, while the lady and the gentleman who vouched for the safety of the two generals shamelessly went back on their word a long time ago. As we commemorate the 10th anniversary of the December 12 incident we demand the immediate release of General Zhang and Yang, for they made great contributions to the cause of the War of Resistance. Since Chiang Kai-shek joined in the War of Resistance only reluctantly and under pressure, there was a struggle between two lines throughout the war. One was the line of resistance, unity and democracy and the other line of compromise, split and dictator hip. The first line was upheld by the Communist Party and supported by the people, while the second was upheld by Chiang and applauded by the enemy, the puppet troops and the reactionaries. The Communist Party and THEPEOPLE were for active resistance until the but Chiang joined with Germany and Italy in an attempt to bring about a compromise.